and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed, and we are exploring the Oxholic Pictures, which is a set of 10 pictures written by two different authors who are both Chinese Zen Buddhists, to give a kind of map for the stages of development that people go through in the Enlightenment game, which of course we're all in. The only issue, of course, is we are meditating on a false image of ourselves most of the time, unless you wake up to the fact that we are supposed to be learning about the nature of self and reality, which involves reading the kinds of books that we read here that are intelligible, which means they're able to be apprehended by the mind. But also you have to be doing the work on uncovering the beliefs that you picked up as a wee baby that diminish the self and reality, and you don't even know you have them. So you have to be seeking excellence in a goal like this to surface those blocks, and you better be doing the work to remove them. That's called philosophical midwifery. What we've been seeing in the book is the tradition of Homer. Achilles is an example of someone who goes through philosophical midwifery to go from the worst person to the best person, meaning anybody can change. And if you're not doing that, well, you are, Socrates says you should feel shame, because the quest to know the self we're all on. We all want to understand and know the self. We all want to reach our highest goals. We all want to remove our problems, and that game is called being Hellenic. So the one true human quest, or the one path to knowledge, or the spiritual game, in one word, being Hellenic. The new age of man. So, in that Hellenic game, we have learnt from the text that we've been reading from Socrates, talking with JC, which is what I call Jesus. From them, we've discovered that there is a map for the cognitive stages of development that we go through. So, this might be news to people that belief is not the same as understanding. Knowledge isn't the same as understanding or belief. Image thinking is still even worse. And not only that, but they have different objects. That's essential as well. The object of knowing is not something you perceive with your physical senses. That's another problem we have in our modern age. We think we can believe things we know, or believe things we have beliefs about our understanding. No, they have different objects, you see. Now, what we have seen is, what we want to do is take that map of those cognitive stages that each have their own different objects. The bottom two, image thinking and belief, the cause of all human problems, individually and collectively, and throughout the cosmos, interestingly enough, says the book. The middle two, understanding and knowing, we could call wisdom. And the top one, or maybe two, is to do with the self. That's the question we're bringing with us into the Oxholic Pictures. If we have recognized there is a whole and part, or a model and activity, or a knowingness and or ousia and logos for the physical world, called beliefs and image thinking, that's the cause of our problems. If there's equally one for the mind, we need to map our development into a glimpse of a non-physical consciousness, or being, or reality, which is the second, or the experiencing reality as a whole. And from that, developing understanding, which would be the activity based on that model. Our question is, hang on a second, if even that has a cause, would there be a kind of ousia or model of the self and an activity? Because from Socrates' teacher Parmenides, where we get this map, he only has one, the hypothesis of the one self. But there are clues woven into that text that suggest there might be another one. There might even be a couple more. Parmenides talks about going down to be able to give this dialectic. returning to the object of his love that he doesn't want to go back to. Which is a strange way of talking about something you love, isn't it? There's also some people say that, well, hang on a second. He might be defining the pure one self by talking about what would be a pure one and saying that's also the self. For example, can a pure one have parts? Nope. Because that would be more than one. Many parts. 2 parts. Therefore, the self doesn't have parts. But he also says things like, hang on a second, can the self be different than itself? It wouldn't be the self if it was different from itself. Therefore, the one that we are talking about can't be different. So he goes back and forth like that to describe the self, which is you, which is the you you're here to discover. And until you discover that and align your being with its inherent logos, or the structure, order, and patterns within the self, that's the cause of all reality. Until you align yourself with the intelligibility of the self-logos, the logos is the name of it, you will have problems. That's the nature of human problems. The difference between our idea of self, 10th hypothesis, the pathologos, and how we align with that, our unsuspected false image of the nature of self, but also of the nature of it, what it creates, reality, our choice of goals in the physical world, that compared to the true self and our alignment to the self-logos, that's the cause of our conflicts. So you can pretty much say, well, the nature of human problems is the pathologos, the nature of human excellence is our alignment and participation in the self-logos. So with 2 words, you've got the meaning of life. We did that yesterday as well. We explored the fact that to be able to recognize this means you are using the dialectic. Because the dialectic is the structure of the logos. So we're applying the logos to create the structure of reality, the different dimensions that exist, self, mind, the physical world. If you want to be fancy, you can call that ontology, but you don't have to be fancy if you want to be.
I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
Calm down, Emma. Emma likes big words, apparently.
Gooners.
Yes, well, gooners.
Goon.
Ontology. Ology means study. Ontos means what is, or being. It's the same map that describes how we perceive those levels or those objects, which is what we were just saying, are cognitive functions. Epistemology, if you fancy.
Spit on me.
Oh, Emma likes the fancy words.
Goon.
That's what we're saying. So the dialectic is what we're using to understand and reach our goal. And as we've been saying, we have to perfect and align ourselves to the inherent intelligibility of the self. That's the self-logos. Perfect the self-logos. You also use the dialectic to address your false images of yourself that cause your problems and conflicts. That's the pathologos. That gives us a pyramid. Do you want to explain the meaning of life with 1 word or 2? We got spammer already. It's only been, 10 minutes and we got a spammer?
Robots will replace that, and that's terrifying.
Come on, robot. You're a robot and you're not real.
Worse than slop. Sludge.
That's what I'm saying. Worse than slop.
I mean, there's just AI all over this thing, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And we went through and we realized, oh, hang on a second. We can understand ourselves with a triad. Our self or false image. Our peak states of mind or our block states of mind. Our ideal functioning through the art of the dialectic. Or our problematic functioning, giving us our existence, power, and functioning, which we've been reading in the book, is true for anything that exists. you can understand it with that triad. We also looked at, we can say, how do we end up becoming more entrenched in that false triad of self, or aligning ourselves to the true triad of self? That's our life drama, which you can understand with 4 stages. Now, this is important because the book has asked us to do a sequel conversation to this conversation Socrates is having, where we go through dream analysis. Because dream analysis is an application of the dialectic to do this very thing. So if you want to understand the dramas that you play out in your dreams, you need these 4 here. Now you work backwards. Hey, what was your goal in the dream? Your conclusion. Did you reach your goal, success, or did you fail? Now ultimately for us as human beings, our success is our destiny or excellence or purpose to return to the sacred source, the self, through the self-logos. Our fate is when we're stuck in a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ever met somebody who is tied to their beliefs? They identify with them. Everything they say or do seems to prove their racism, seems to prove their religion. No matter what happens, a self-fulfilling prophecy. So in your dreams, do you reach your goal or not? Hey, if you realize, let's pretend that you didn't in the dream. What was the role that you played? Because that role led to that failure. Conclusion and division, the 2 bottom stages of the dialectic. By the way, to be in that role, you have to be in a certain state of mind. You ever notice that when you're in a certain state of mind, you can remember certain things and you can do certain things, but in a different state of mind, you forget all the good times and you remember all the bad times, and there's certain things you would never do. Your state of mind. And what's the cause of your state of mind? The self. Now we don't know what that image of yourself is because you just think it's real. We need to infer its existence from that state of mind. And then of course, you ask the question, does that state of mind that I'm experiencing in my dream, has it happened to me recently? In the present? Next question is, does it go back through my past? Going back to an origin scene where we first developed that false image of ourselves, acceptable states of mind within the family, an acceptable role within the family, keeping us in that family rut, the family curse. As illustrated in the Iliad, that Achilles had to break it out of to become a hero, the ideal archetype for our journey. What's interesting about that origin scene is it mirrors the Enlightenment scene. The appearance of beauty, the appearance of reality, the appearance of love or care. And from that appearance, we walk away with an unsuspected idea of the self. True enlightenment is the same but opposite. We want to experience actual beauty, actual reality, and walk away or see what we can infer from that experience. So we have to do some work. You might start with a glimpse, but you want to get back there, understand it, bring your mind back into that experience and align yourself with its inherent intelligibility. That's the work, or those are the stages of enlightenment. And from that we want to infer what must be its cause or the self. And then jump there. Jump or let go. Now we use the expressions jumping or letting go because, as we've learnt in the text that we've been reading, the self is the cause of reality or mind or that peak experience of beauty or justice. But a cause has to be prior, superior, and independent. That's the golden ratio. The golden ratio is 1.61 is to 1. That's the golden ratio. Now notice 1.61 ... can't divide into 1 cleanly. They are incommensurate. That's a mathematical representation of the fact that each of these levels are jumps. Remember what we've been saying today? Different cognitive functions on different objects. So isn't it wonderful or interesting or curious that the cause of all human problems has at its root an imitation of enlightenment, and the cause of human excellence is the real thing. So the same structure for enlightenment plays out in the cause of our problems. And that same dialectic structure we use to reach our excellence or integrate our peak experiences and go through it to its cause, we use to backtrack and undo that fake experience of beauty by challenging it with the dialectic we now have that we didn't have when we were 3 or 4 years old, and removing that false image of the self. And what's fascinating is dreams give you both. So while we said the meaning of life is the dialectic, which has 2 applications to perfect the self-logos and purify the pathologos, we can say, well, the greatest single human activity would be dream analysis, which is using the dialectic to reflect on your dreams, which gives you message about both. Isn't that fascinating? Now, you might want to remember these 4 steps so you can review your dreams, but also to recognize where you are within your stages, we need those 5s. The 5 cognitive functions: image, thinking, belief, understanding, knowing, and the self. The 5 kinds of pathologos. In principle, pathologos is a 4th hypothesis belief, but you can recognize what kind of blocking belief by these 5 here. In principle. The 5 kinds of interpretations that we go through. When you first discover there's a new way of thinking or something different than what you believe, your first response is to reject the new and keep the old. Then maybe you stick around, you become friends with people on the channel, and then you think, actually, these things that this guy's talking about, Socrates or me, are worth understanding. I think it is worth reaching our excellence and solving problems. But I think the way of doing it is what I've believed since I was 4 years old, since when I was a baby. Offering your own alternative beliefs. To that we say,
Die mad about it, bitch.
Oh my goodness, no we don't.
These are goons, these gooners.
Oh my goodness, gooners already. My soundboard's gone crazy today.
Be a reasonable gooner.
That's what I'm trying to say. The 3rd stage of interpretation is when you take a piece of the new, like a patch on an old coat. 2nd stage of interpretation, you like this new stuff about understanding and logos, but I still want to be Christian. Can I keep both? And then the 1st is what we want to reach. Accept and align ourselves to the self-logos while sacrificing our old beliefs or pathologos. Now, as we've seen, for each of these 5 stages of development, you can have 5 ways of being that reject it. For instance, a nihilist will reject there being any images. Image thinking from our physical world, just being a part. Nope, not even that is real, says a nihilist. And we have materialists, and we have Abrahamic, or we could call them Zoroastrian, because even though the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Muslim, and Christian, believe that the activity of mind or the divine or the intelligence of reality is a back and forth battle between hot and cold, good and evil, Satan and Jesus. That way of thinking about reality can be traced even back to Zoroaster. So you call that Zoroastrian or conflict, because it's a rejection of providence. So there's no learning, there's no helping, there's no care, there's no goodness. It's only fighting and war and death. The MAGA, the Israel, the Nazis, the all religious people, conservatives, clergy, and capitalists. The CEOs against the peasants. Seventh hypothesis. And of course the sixth of the kinds of pathologos, which would be the 10th, the rejection of self completely, the pathologos. I don't have to do this stuff that we do here. I already know what the self is. That's the pathologos talking. That's the 10th hypothesis. Of the kinds of variations of pathologos, the best would be the 6th. You're okay with there being parts, so you're not a nihilist. You're okay with there being holes in the physical world, so you're not a materialist or a reductionist or an atheist. There's no problem with atheism if you recognize that it's often a rejection to belief. That's the good kind of atheism. If you're opposed to religious belief, then you're rational. Now, just because the religious people claim to speak about God and get it wrong doesn't mean there's no being or intelligence. That's eternal. Just as Donald Trump lies about what justice is, doesn't mean justice isn't real. So you're not a Zoroastrian or punishment and war and fighting, so you're okay with there being understanding, but you haven't yet accepted or had a glimpse of that second hypothesis and recognize that all intelligence, all understanding, the very understanding that you love and that you like to use to understand the world, to understand yourself, to learn things, to solve problems, it has a source. And that source is also its model, which means you can perfect that activity of understanding so long as you are able to overcome that sixth hypothesis objection, which is Mickey Mouse. Or the isms. The source for the rationality you want to put into the world is Marxism, or socialism, or capitalism, or Nazism. Something that you think we've just invented. Or like Mickey Mouse, there is a rationality behind the whole, but it's something we make up. It doesn't have a true transpersonal experiential existence that we are seeking to know, which is your own intelligence, by the way. Your own intelligence knowing itself. Similarly, for each of these classes of, and by the way, you're not just in one. You can go back and forth. In fact, it can be good to, well, as Socrates says, if you understand all of these negative ones properly, you'll see the very thing it denies in its own way of thinking proves the existence of that thing it's rejecting, freeing you from that negative thing. But if you see the necessity of the current stage you're in, not only are you free from its rejection, you might be open to moving out of it. You see it has a kind of necessary existence as part of a greater whole. So there's an interesting back and forth that you can go through to climb that ladder. Equally so, if you're rejecting anything new, like Paul rejecting the new teachings of Jesus in the book we've been reading, you could be someone like Mark who rejects Paul, rejecting the rejecter. So you can also go through a back and forth in a similar way. Now the one that you want to, which means if you go back and forth like this in a similar way to the, kind of a reverse way, isn't it? You go from the bad to the good, to the bad to the good. Whereas you're saying it's opposite to what we just described. Leaving you ultimately needing to accept and the nature of the self and the fact that we live in intelligible. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Oh, thank you for the follow on YouTube, Elliot. We want to know the self and align ourselves with the intelligibility of the self, called the self-logos, which means the last kind of rejection is, well, that's what we saw in the book, wasn't it? To be a fundamental loyalist to your own false beliefs you take literally. You have to get over that, which is called the pathologos. You won't be able to fully reach that first stage where you can completely align yourself with the true self as a state of recognition, as a state of being, and a state of functioning. There's our triad. Recognizing the self as its existence beyond experience, have your being and states of mind align with it, and your functioning giving you the ruling, the power, and the activity, the triad of self, until you've removed the false triad of self. The false image of the self, your negative states of mind that are the acceptable states of mind within your family, and the roles or functioning or your interpretation. Every time you see a brown person, you throw on them your delusion that you're carrying if you're racist. Every time you see a woman, you project. Or whenever a woman does something nice, you're blocked from seeing that. That's how our beliefs function. Add what isn't there or block what is. That's interpretation. So we want to see what is, which means we need to be free of interpretation, which is doable. And once it's done for good, apparently, says the book we've been reading. Once problems have been defeated, they're gone. Which means it's the kind of work that we must be here to do because it will have a lasting effect beyond our physical timeline, which is neat. So we have to go through this process of addressing our counterattacks from our pathologos that causes interpretation instead of growth and assimilation, while also going through those stages of cognitive development and addressing whatever state of mind that we are in. As we do those interpretations, we're in one of these 5 states of mind of the pathologos, which are themselves a kind of belief so it's taking those 5, by adding the pathologos, we're taking those 5 primary stages and we're just expanding, we're expanding the 4th really. While our problems are caused by belief as a whole and our activity of image thinking that opposes our development, we can expand it and say the kinds of beliefs and image thinking that oppose our development into the self as our existence, the mind as our state of mind, and the dialectic as our functioning. We could have as this. So, as we mentioned a second ago, of the kinds of people with problems who haven't yet got into dream analysis and midwifery, Mickey Mouse is the best one. Because they're open to understanding. The worst and most common of our society currently, 7th. Fighting, war, conflict, us versus them. Jews versus Palestinians, Catholics versus Muslims, conservatives versus liberals. Fighting, Armageddon. Punishing people instead of learning. Shame and blame instead of curiosity, wonder, and encouragement. The worst kinds of people. Because they're blocked from understanding, which is our literal purpose as a human being in time. But hey, let's say you have a glimpse. You have a glimpse of your own intelligence and recognize there's something non-physical, or you recognize there's something eternal of your nature, or you recognize all of your senses actually is a single sense. It just happens to be being expressed through your eyes, your ears, your nose, your brain. Or you recognize your own consciousness is the underlying fabric of reality. Or you're able to withdraw from your senses, turn around and experience your mind as pure intelligence. Or you have an out-of-body experience, or a near-death experience, or a psychedelic experience, or a yoga experience, or as being in the zone sometimes with athletes or dancers or musicians. However it is, you have a glimpse of something beyond the seeking physical wealth and power. The believers, the religious, the capitalists, the conservatives, while Trump and Netanyahu manipulate religious believers, they don't believe that horseshit. They're scammers. Our whole economy is capitalism, scamming. But once you have a glimpse, your friends will tell you you're crazy, your parents will try and manipulate you not to accept it, but you know it's the greatest thing you've ever experienced and the most real thing. If you pick up that quest to understand it, align yourself with it, get into it in greater depth, and maybe even wonder about what is its cause, what is your awareness. If you have an awareness of pure consciousness, what is therefore your awareness? To reach the ultimate, that's the human quest. That's called being Hellenic. And that's why we're in the ox-herding pictures. We're taking in our understanding of everything we've just outlined in our pyramid and in our maps of fives, cognitive functions, levels of being, human interpretations as we respond negatively to new truth. That's the human issue. It's not just truth, it's humanness as well. Truth and humanness. Truth and our hatred of truth until we learn and grow. We're taking that with us into the ox-herding pictures of Buddhism. Jesus shouldn't be here. Get out of here, Jesus and Socrates. You goons.
Goon.
Stop being gooners.
What the hell kind of a show is this? What is this, the comedy mothership?
Yes, I do lots of jokes. We have a lot of fun here. There we go. We're taking that with us into the ox-herding pictures, because the ox-herding pictures, while they might not have the maps that we have gained through the logos or understanding or the dialectic, it is a kind of handbook for Zen Buddhist gurus to recognize the stages of personal development that one goes through once they wake up to the spiritual quest, which often starts with a glimpse. And not only, remember there's two elements to wisdom. There's the experience, or the whole, or usia, and there's its activity, understanding. So some people come to spirituality or true philosophy because they love understanding. Some because they've had a glimpse. We have both in the ox-herding pictures. We have the first one, which most people are in, which is seeking the ox. We seek the ox, but we don't look. Why? Because we think we know it already. So here is us seeking physical pleasures, and our ideas of right and wrong we just use as daggers to win debates and justify punishing people so you can take their shit. Or, if you don't realize that's the game that's being played on planet Earth currently, you'll be one of the, what do they call them? Cucks. You'll be a cuck who does the stabbing so the billionaires take the shit. Right? All of the Israeli Jews that bought the lie about religion, so now Netanyahu can steal everything. Or you're one of the MAGA goons, Christian evangelists who buy Trump's lies, so that you go over and kill people for Israel. See, you're either a scammer or a cuck, a goon. In terms of like a goon as in a, thug. Seeking worldly pleasure and fearing its loss. In that game, in the first stage, human ignorance. Which means ideally we should recognize, for us to overcome our problems, we have to recognize that's the ox herding picture they're in, that's the level of development they're in, that's the belief, they're in a cognitive level of belief. They shouldn't be in charge, and instead of fighting for resources, we should simply use the intelligence that we have to rationally, efficiently, and renewably use all technology to distribute all resources in a universal way to meet universal needs, universally for universal benefit, freeing us from work or war or slavery or exploitation or there being a Epstein class that can take advantage of poverty to do their crimes, murder, rape, mass murder, genocide. So they can't do that because we're using the resources rationally, freeing us up to do this, to examine the cause of that very injustice we describe, which is our pathologos, which is our purpose here as human beings, and use that freedom from our problems to go through these stages of development to know the self. So that's the first one, seeking the ox. Lost upon the interpenetrating paths. There are many paths. Are you going to be a banker? Are you going to be a sportsman? My strength failing and my vitality exhausted. You ever looked at the current state of the world and felt exhausted? Because of your own pathologos defilements, you've lost sight of your purpose, your mind, yourself. Crisscrossing roads, everyone has their own opinion, everyone's at war with each other because those opinions are all stupid. Understanding is what you need to do anything good, not opinions. Greed for worldly gain, dread for loss. Ideas of right and wrong used as daggers. But is there chirping? Is there a song being sung by philosophers out there on the YouTubes? If you do hear such a song, you might get into the books that we read through the sutras and teachings. This is one such thing. Pierre Grimes, Socrates, and Homer seems to be the best sutras to read because they're not only about spiritual development, they contain the logos, understanding. You can discern the tracks of the ox, the self-logos, the intelligibility, the understandability of problems and yourself. And as he learns, he becomes informed that the different vessels are all of the same gold. There is an underlying cause and nature to self and reality, or self as the cause of reality. So each and everything is a manifestation of the self, but he is yet unable to distinguish good from evil. Now we've done these dialectics, so this is the benefit of what we've been reading. We can bring into this tradition a more clear understanding. We wouldn't use the words good and evil. We might even avoid that even as a metaphor for a handbook like this or a map like this, because evil can't exist. We've gone through these dialectics. That was one of the big things in the end of the text that we read. So what we do not see, we are unable to distinguish pathologos from logos, our interpretations from our seeing. But we have learnt that it's possible. We've learnt that if we stay with the readings that we do, dream analysis, midwifery, and maybe even writing your own dialectics yourself, dialogues. If you keep doing those things, in principle, you can solve your problems both now and forever, escaping the chains of fate and the prison of reincarnation, to quote Socrates. Which means you are seeing in a tentative way the tracks of the ox, or the intelligibility of the mind, or the self-logos of the mind, or the self. And after you get into this game enough, in this second stage for a while, you can't hide the fact that there is an ox, there is a mind whose nose points right to heaven. And that's what we've done in the book as well. We've recognized the word heaven is used as a metaphor by Jesus as well to talk about our higher states of mind. It's not a place in the clouds with your grandparents and your dead dog. It's a state of consciousness, which is eternal. So from seeking the ox to finding the tracks. Now seeking is kind of funny because people are not seeking if they think they know what the self is already. The first stage of enlightenment, the third ox herding picture, the glimpse. So this is what we've been talking about today. You wake up to philosophy, either the reading, the love of understanding, it's the third hypothesis. That's why we often look to people who they may not have got into philosophy yet, but they love understanding. They want to solve problems. They want to use understanding, look at causes, preconditions, principles, because they are often open to this kind of reading. So whether you go through the second ox herding picture to reach the third, because that reading prepares you for a glimpse of mind itself. In dreams, or not in dreams, either one. But that's the first stage of enlightenment. And for some people, it's the last. We've been reading about that as Socrates explained to Jesus in the book we've been reading. Many people have that glimpse and they think, well, that's changed my life. That's the most real thing ever. No one I know has had an experience like that. I must be Jesus come back. I'm going to start my own religion. Well, no, literally, that's Jesus' story. I must be Elijah come back. That's how his life took that trajectory to his tragic or his pathetic end. Pathetic because he doesn't have the realization at the end of his life that his false beliefs caused his tragic flaw, which would be the criteria of a tragic hero. So, first stage, it's not the last, it's just a glimpse. So what are we looking for? Applying the dialectic to it to see what's encountered, what's the definition. First glimpse of the ox, what do you see? In an instant, you have a realization that the senses have a single true sense, which is the source. The source is the source of everything, like the binder in paint or the salt in seawater. What is seen is identical with the source. So as we've been seeing, there's two classes of sources. There's the source of intelligence, or the model of pure mind, which is what we are calling the ox, or the second hypothesis. And of course, there's the source even of that. And Socrates says, even though there's only one hypothesis for that source of the source, or source of mind, I want to distinguish Kronos as the creator of mind and Uranos as the cause of it. So that's our puzzle. And we've been repeating that. I repeated things a lot to help remember things. But also, I don't know when someone's going to be watching one of these videos for the first time. But mainly for my own benefit. I like to remind myself. So what's experience? The source. State of mind, instant realization. How does it function? How do you function with this first stage of enlightenment? You're listening more carefully to what's around you. So you've seen that there's meaning and patterns in reality. The sun shines on undulating willows. So within the ups and downs, the undulation, the backs and forth of your drama or nature, there is an underlying sameness. Which is good because we want that as a virtue. Temperance. To keep your cool in the ups and downs that you go through on your ox herding journey, human journey. And so how does it end? What artist could portray them? That's the introduction to philosophy. The art of understanding what you've experienced in that first stage of enlightenment is, of course, the Hellenic art. The art of dialectic. So, if you have your glimpse, don't start a religious cult to justify your own beliefs. That's going to be bad for everyone. Master it through understanding and philosophy. Number 4, catching the bull. So, seeking the ox, seeing the tracks of the... finding the tracks. I think it's because there are 2 different titles, Discovery of the Footprints and Finding the Tracks. That makes me hard to remember these ones. Seeking the ox, discovering the footprints, finding the tracks. Perceiving the bull or the glimpse of the ox, catching the bull, catching the ox. So, what's encountered? Your old habits. You can see more clearly now that you have something to contrast your everyday world with, your regular experiences, whatever it was that you're pursuing as a physical person, manipulating people using the markets, using the banking system, using capitalism to get your bag or whatever it was you're doing, and all of your old habits that were tied to that view of life, your old patterns, your old friends, your old ways of being, whatever religion you played to, whatever fascist you might have supported, you can see it more clearly now. You can see more clearly what was false now that you've got something to contrast it against. Which is interesting because if we are from the self and returning to self, going through those stages of ignorance, first and second ox herding pictures, or ignorance, we are returning to the self, having discovered something about its intelligible nature, the self-logos, and having gained a mastery of that, the art of dialectic, by experiencing what the self isn't. Like solving a puzzle. In a similar way, but opposite, after you do have a glimpse of intelligence or mind or being, you can see more clearly your problems by having an experience of what is. See the difference? Moving something around in my OBS. That's better. So I can make my chat bigger so I can read my chats once I become popular. I have lots of people chatting, kind of like yesterday. Alright, so what's glimpsed, what's experienced? Your problems or your old habits. Breaking your habits isn't easy, and your mind is stubborn and unbridled. You must grasp tightly to the rope. Dream analysis and midwifery. For your mind will have unhealthy tendencies. And it may go well back. It may well turn its head towards its old haunts. Not like a ghost. A scary ghost. A haunts as in activities, friends, habits and ways of being. How does it so? That's what's encountered. What's the state of mind? Struggle. You're seeing that the mind's the contemplation or your life or your many lifetimes that you've been entrenching yourself into your false image of self and patterns and way of being has poured into it great power. We have been talking about in the text we're reading our fantasies or our sexual experiences or our fun experiences, drinking and making love. And that's another way of pouring more psychic energy and power into your problems. Or using that energy and interest and fun into dialectic, philosophical speculations and imagination rather than pathologos ones or your fantasies. So in a similar way, you've been doing that your whole life and you are seeing that it is a struggle to overcome your old habits. There's a power that seems inexhaustible, and the bull charges to high plateaus far above the clouds, mists, so too high to reach, or impenetrable ravines, too low to reach. Your ups and downs, your addictions and your negativity, you can't solve. We call that the counterattack to your insight. Whether it's insight or understanding, anything that can potentially develop you as a soul, you will face interpretations or counterattacks from your pathologos. So this is the counterattack, fourth, to your third glimpse. Good thing you've been second reading these sutras, because the fourth ends with it might go back to its old patterns. So thankfully you've been reading Socrates, Pierre Grimes, or Homer, and you recognize that yes, it's completely predictable. That's the nature of the human problems functioning as a counterattack. That's the pathologos, but you can overcome it. I don't like that orange light. Stick with this one. So, what's encountered? Your old problems. Your state of mind? Struggle. What was that? Nothing. It's not easy to break your old habits. How does it function? Your mind goes back is stubborn and unbridled. You start at stubborn, unbridled nature of your ignorance or your pathologos. You must tightly grasp the rope and not let go. Do not give up. Stay in the game. If you do, you might reach number 5, taming the bull. You're starting to have some success in what have we been talking about? What's the theme of today? Aligning yourself to the self-logos. Aligning yourself to the inherent intelligibility of self and reality. What is that thing down on my OBS that keeps doing strange things? Let me see if I can fix that. That should fix it. That should fix it. We're good now. The whip and rope are necessary. So what will we do? Midwifery and dream analysis are necessary, or else your mind may stray down some old dusty road. Being well trained, your mind becomes naturally gentle. Taming the ox, with the rising of one thought and another are born. Enlightenment, so this is a stage of enlightenment, which is interesting. A glimpse is a stage of enlightenment. Recognizing your problems is a stage of enlightenment that Jesus didn't realize. Why? He didn't recognize he had problems. He thought he was it. Many people have a glimpse in whatever different way, and they think they're it now. They've got it. They're at the end. So for recognizing that you must use a whip, there must be something you have to learn to do to tame your mind. Otherwise, you are still aligned to your old false beliefs, is a stage of enlightenment. It's a struggle. It's a struggle that seems inexhaustible. Your problems seem out of your reach, up and down. The fact that you're recognizing it and realizing there is something you have to do to overcome that is a stage of enlightenment. The introduction to what's the whip? Midwifery. The use of the dialectic to give birth to the false images of self and reality that are inconsistent with your experience in the third oxiding pictures, and the reading that you had been doing in the second. Stage of enlightenment, being in a problem. Having some success is another stage of enlightenment. And that success, so if you imagine someone going through midwifery, and after weeks of talks, months of talks, years of talks, they come to recognize that the problems they thought they'd be in forever are not permanent. And the more they become familiar with the art of midwifery, by having found a dialectician and reflecting on their problems over coffee, say, hey, you're a dialectician, buy your coffee. And they will say, what an interesting deal you have proposed. And you buy the coffee, make 2 copies of your dream, and you can have a midwife talk. Or you don't need your dream, you can have enough notes taken about the problem that you're in, that you've recognized you can't get out of, and there's a repeating problem. But dreams, of course, it's always good to have a dream as well. The most recent one. Get comfy. Ooh, I'm gonna adjust my screen a little bit. Play a sound drop.
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
If you don't know, now you know.
A longer one.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
There we go.
I'm too pure.
Thank you, Emma.
Cookie maxing.
I need to have a cookie. I moved my cookies away from my desk. Okay. So, after these sorts of conversations over coffee or what have you, you have started to realize that there is an intelligibility not only to reality that you're trying to align yourself to, but also to your problems. The same self or the same mind that has created every moment, frame by frame, and is the underlying nature of everything. It doesn't take time off for those minutes or years or seconds or lifetimes when you're in a problem. It's still doing intelligent stuff. It's still doing providential stuff. Your job is to match it. How? Sacrificing this certainty and taking literally your beliefs, first oxiding picture, for openness, curiosity, and analogy. Once you do that, you recognize that there is an intelligibility even behind problems, and you recognize that I'm just noticing that hang on. So after these conversations, you come to recognize there is an intelligibility to your dreams, and there is a way of apprehending that intelligibility for there to be an art of midwifery and dream analysis. Demonstrated by Homer and Achilles in the Iliad. Described by Socrates in the Alcibiades and other texts. The handbook given by Dr. Pierre Grimes. So those are the 3 in the Philosophical Midwifery Orange Sutra. When you start to recognize that even your thoughts that distract you are from your higher source or nature, mind, intelligence, and it's only your own false beliefs that imagines those thoughts to be unreal. So the fact your own thoughts that you can't solve your problems is another one of your problems or another aspect of your problems, then you're in the 5th. You're starting to have some success and you're having this insight. State of delusion does not originate in the physical world, but you carry in your mind. That recognition is the 5th oxiding picture stage of development. 5th stage of development, or 3rd stage of enlightenment. Isn't that neat? I think that's neat. I think that's a lovely stage to be in. I think what's implied by that is lovely. What's implied by that is you've found someone else to talk to about your problems, who isn't trying to scam you or manipulate you or get information about you so they can fuck with you. Knowledge is power, isn't that what they say? No. You've met someone whose idea of knowledge isn't to have power over you or to exploit you for profit, as most people in our current age are doing, the age of ignorance. You've met someone whose idea of knowledge is something that gives them a way of relating to themselves and other human beings in a kind, caring way that facilitates their own self-reflection, understanding, learning, and insight in a way that allows them to solve their own problems and gain freedom from those problems both here and as a soul through many incarnations. What a much lovelier idea of knowledge than power. That recognition for yourself and experiencing the positive effects from that kind of relationship, that's the third stage of enlightenment, or the fifth oxiding pictures. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that relationship a kind of wonderful one? Isn't that a lovely way of being? A lovely way of spending your time? Instead of throwing insults at for fun or sharing common misery, we're both black-pilled. Let's be nihilists together. Skibbity toilet. Although I find skibbity toilet funny. But I don't think it's meaningful. It's a funny word. In the first video was strange and it was interesting. Anyway, enough about skibbity toilet. Isn't this a meaningful way of being? A fun way of relating? A fun way of spending our time? And if it's a third stage of enlightenment, wouldn't it be a wonderful way of organizing our species? And if it's necessary for having some success in overcoming human problems, wouldn't it be necessary to structure our society around this ox-herding picture? Makes you wonder. And as someone who practices this, that means more coffee for me. It's a win-win.
Win.
That's what I'm saying. Win-win. So, he must hold, so what's encountered? Success and a realization of the intelligibility behind all thoughts and our problems or delusions. And that source is something in our own minds. So our problems are not a problem with other people that you have to bomb or enslave or starve or exploit through capitalism or genocide because of your religion or genocide because of your political whatever. No, your problems you carry in your own mind. And as we've been reading in the book from Socrates, you've been carrying through multiple reincarnations. You can't murder or bomb away your problems. Dummies. Tell your friends or tell your leaders, religious and spiritual and capitalist and political leaders, tell them. Put it in an email. Hey, you can't bomb your problems away, you idiots. Or become billionaire your problem away either. So that's a stage of enlightenment they are not yet at, but you can write great emails from that state of enlightenment. That's the fifth ox-herding picture, taming the ox. So that's what's experienced, the intelligibility of your problems, the recognition of its cause, your state of mind. Your mind becomes naturally gentle. Although you do stray off down dusty roads sometimes, you're still having some problems, not free of them yet, but you're having some success. You are experiencing or integrating some positive states of mind. How does it function? He must hold the nose rope tight and not allow the ox to roam, lest off to muddy haunts it should stray. What a poetic sentence. properly tended, it becomes clean and gentle. So how does it function? You become more vested in this relationship you're having with your midwife or dream analysis dialectician, with your friends in the game. You have more coffees and chats. You do more dream work. And the successes would build. How does it conclude? Untethered, it willingly follow. Untethered, it's missing a word. Will it willingly follow its master? We can put the word will in there to make it make sense, but also will anticipate, because you're not untethered yet. Still carrying the ox, holding tight to the rope. Carrying the rope. But what would that lead into? You've seen the signal. Hey, only when you're recognizing that only this dialectic solves problems, makes your life better, helps with your reading, helps your integration of your higher states of mind, help you aligning your soul to the self-logos, which are the virtues, by the way. Become more virtuous. Then, after that, and having that success and recognizing this, might you think that that very activity is meaningful, or the most meaningful, and this relationship the most meaningful and fulfilling, and this person you've been having a relationship over many years with is the best kind of relationship to have? If so, you're in the fifth, which could lead into, therefore, you doing it yourself, becoming a midwife or dialectician yourself, facilitating dream analysis yourself, riding the ox. Or the name of it, riding the ox home. This is the sixth, this is where we're up to. Mounting the ox, slowly I return homeward. The dialectic is your method to return to the self, as well as help people who are in the fourth and fifth hypothesis. Fourth and fifth ox herding picture, I apologize. People who recognize there is a mind worth perfecting because of their third glimpse. They are having difficulties in the fourth. They need that rope. That's you. They're having some success in the fifth, still talking to you. Now they are riding the bull themselves. That, by the way, not only helps others, but again, perfects your state of mind, aligning you to the self. As we saw in the text, like a cow that trips over, you will utterly fail to reach the self unless you are using the dialectic from Socrates, which we've read. And you can remember, because I made that good joke a million times. This is what happens when you don't have a lot of shadows. You repeat the same dumb joke.
Listen and learn, morons. This is gangster.
But it is utterly foul. You get it? Like a udder? Like a cow.
What the hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
Yeah, you sick freaks. You should join my chat. Mounting the ox, slowly I return homeward. The voice of my flute intones through the evening, measuring with hand beats the pulsating harmony. I direct the endless rhythm. Direct it. Whoever hears this melody will join me. Riding the ox home, the struggle is over. Gain and loss no longer affects him. Right? Just the path. Follow the path. The ups and downs doesn't change the eternal nature of self and mind. The eternal unfolding of the logos. What's $1 billion and 10 Bugattis going to do you next lifetime? What good is it going to do you for your reincarnation? He hums the rustic tune of the woodsman and plays the simple songs of the village children. There's the little man riding his bull, and the bulls, look how happy the bull is. Look at his little happy face. Look at him. I said, look at him. There he is. See? That's you. And there's the bull having a nice fun time listening. He hums the rustic tune of the woodsman and plays the simple songs of the village children. Helps everyone, doesn't it? Astride the ox's back. Ox mind. Using your mind now. You've gone from battling with your mind and its counterattack to your development, making it gentle in the fifth. Now you can use your mind. How do you use the mind? Dialectic. What does the mind allow us to do? Ousia, reflect on itself. What else does the mind allow us to do? Participate in language, reason, conversation. What's that called altogether? Logos. What's the art that uses both ousia and logos together? Guided self-reflection. I direct the endless rhythm. Guided self-reflection following the logos. What's that called? The harmony behind reality. The dialectic. You're using your mind. You've gone from zombie to zaddy. Ew. You've gone from zombie to... what's a Z word? You were formerly a zombie. Now you are a... I don't know. Is Leon a zaddy in Resident Evil latest one? When he's old? I don't know. I feel cringe saying the word zaddy.
You actually are too stupid to interact with the rest of the
my
world.
goodness.
You should literally be in a labor camp for the rest of your life. You should be in the
life?
mines for the rest of your life. You
The
should
mines?
lose the right to vote because you're such a fucking idiot.
Oh my goodness. Lose my right to vote and be in the mines?
These are goons, these gooners.
Hey, no, I'm not a gooner, you're a gooner.
They're like a goon. They're a gooner.
That's what he was saying. Using your mind, that's the dialectic. It's a dialectician. Which would be the art of the...
That do a poggers.
Whoops. The art of the third hypothesis. So this is the difference between the oxidizing pictures and the map. While the third hypothesis is the dialectic or understanding in Greek dianoia, we saw there is some learning happening in the second oxidizing pictures, leading to a glimpse. So it's step by step. But after the glimpse, we go back into our old beliefs and image thinking, our ignorance or delusion, called our pathologos. So it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 4, 5. But then when we reach the sixth hypothesis, we gain that art. So we're back into the 3. So 3, 2, 4, 5. Your beliefs and images and your problems in the fourth oxidizing picture. But then you're having some success because you're looking at your false beliefs. You recognize that the cause of your problems is your own false beliefs. So you're back to the 4 again. But you're having some success, so you're having some 3 and 2. So 4, 3, 2 might be the fifth oxidizing picture, but now you've got the mastery of the third, so 3 up here. Or, after your initiation into the Enlightenment, the third hypothesis is beyond. The activity of understanding leads you to the knowledge experience, but it's from that knowledge experience you can perfect the activity, making understanding, or the sixth oxidizing picture, greater than the third or the second hypothesis. Sorry, the third oxidizing picture. So let me say that again. While the third hypothesis, understanding, leads to knowing, the understanding that you develop after that would be an activity higher than just an experience. Jesus had a glimpse in the light experience talked about in the Gospel of Mark. Did he go on to become a master dialectician? Wah-wah. So this would be why you would need both the understanding of the map and its humanness. Truth and humanness, once again. The two aspects of the game. Excuse me. Sound drop.
It makes sense.
I do make sense.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
I'm off the perky, so call me Kirky.
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
You're never satisfied.
Gooners.
You're a
Goon,
gooner.
goon, 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 goon.
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio.
And I'll finally be satisfied.
Emma.
Be a reasonable gooner.
Be a reasonable gooner, Emma. Alright. So what's encountered? Oh, let's finish this. Playing the simple songs of the village children and humming the tune of the rustic woodsman. So there you go. Applies to everyone, doesn't it? That would be how you function. Astride the ox's back, he gazes serenely at the clouds above. There's your state of mind. His head does not turn in the direction of temptations. Other people's pathologos you can see through more clearly. They don't attract you, they don't draw you in. The tangents and distractions and bullshit from other people don't really interest you anymore. The shiny shapes and colors of the conservatives, the religious and the capitalist. Look over here. Kill these people. Or look, a brown person. Don't you hate them? Fox News and CNN and all of the billionaire-owned companies want you to hate that person. Don't you hate them? Not interested. Seen through that garbage. That movie bores me. Also, in your own dreams. People talk about having a recurring problems or nightmares in their dreams until they see through it sufficiently to the point it no longer draws them in. Imagine that. Freeing yourself from your problem because you've seen the script, you know how that movie ends, it doesn't draw your attention anymore. Try though one may to upset him, he remains undisturbed. Pretty nice state of enlightenment. Sounds like you're doing your intended function, focused on what you should be focusing on at all times, without distraction. Sounds like what we had been describing in the book we've been reading, justice, or the flow state. Justice is a kind of functioning at all times. Riding free as air, he buoyantly comes home. Through evening mists in a wide straw hat and cape. Got to remember to put straw hat Luffy in. He's in all of my thumbnails now, but I'll put an extra big straw hat in this one on YouTube's. Through evening mists in his wide straw hat and cape. He has the One Piece. No, he doesn't. Where he's seeking the One Piece. Wherever he may go, he carries a fresh breeze, while in his heart profound tranquility prevails. Sounds like a good state of mind for a musician and a dialectician. The ox requires not a blade of grass. What does that mean? That's an interesting way of ending it. This ox requires not a blade of grass. He's not being tempted to the grass here and there, maybe? Now that's supposed to anticipate the next stage, so maybe we should look at the next stage to see how an ox not needing blade of grass is a foreshadowing. The end of the other translation is, whoever hears this melody will join me. See, all the other ones, the ending line of the two different Zen gurus are similar. Like number 5, unfettered he obeys his master, compared to unfettered it willingly follows its master. See how they're the same? The ending of 6 here, whoever hears this melody will join me, is very different from this ox requires not a blade of grass. That's curious. That's the first time that's happened. Oh, that's kind of different. That's the same. That's the same. No, the cicadas chirping in the trees is different from I cannot find the ox. So sometimes they're different. Okay, fair enough. Good thing we have both. So, what's encountered? Songs. There is an apprehension of the self-logos that you've been aligning yourself to through those other stages of enlightenment to the point where you can function with it yourself. You can sing the songs, you can guide the rhythm, and the harmony. The rhythm and the harmony. What could they both mean? So we could wonder, what could those metaphors mean? The rhythm and the harmony, the ousia and the logos. Harmony, definitely logos, right? Timing, maybe timing is part of rhythm. When do you have the talks? How often? The state of mind, serene and looking up, not distracted. How's it function? You create a fresh breeze where you go. Oh, another state of mind, profound tranquility in your heart. So serene, profound tranquility in your heart. How does it function? You're singing the songs, others follow you. You bring a fresh breeze with you. Number 7. So now that you can function as a dialectician, you have the method, you have the skill to return home to the sacred source, the self, as well as helping others along the way. So what would that lead to? Number 7. Number 7. The ox forgotten self alone, or the bull transcended. Transcending the ox. I reach home. I am serene. The ox too can rest. The dawn has come. In blissful repose, within my thatched dwelling, I have abandoned the whip and ropes. So there's a picture. There's you up in here. There you are. At your little thatched house. Now in that picture you should see hanging on the wall, it's hard to see in this picture, there should be the whip and the rope hanging on the wall. And the ox isn't there anymore. What happened to your mind? Ooh. Ox forgotten, self alone. In the Dharma there is no two-ness. The ox is his primal nature. Remember you started with the glimpse in the third ox-herding picture that your own nature was mind? Now, after facing the counterattack in 4, having some success in 5, having such a relationship with the dialectic to remove your old false ox, your false image of self in mind, 6 ox-herding picture, being able to use it and master it, integration. There's no two-ness between your own idea of reality and mind itself. The ox is his primal nature. This he has now recognized. A trap is no longer needed when a rabbit has been caught. That means don't need the method anymore. A net becomes useless when a fish has been snared. Like gold which has been separated from the dross. So using our understanding, what can we make that, see that meaning? The pathologos has been separated from the self-logos. Like the moon which has broken through the clouds, one ray of luminous light shines eternally. Now it's interesting. Free from your pathologos, you can be the reflection in the physical world, like the moon reflects the sun. So we've gone from, it seems, these are hypotheses. You'll have to test them out for yourself as you go through your own journey, and please join the Discord and give us feedback. We've gone from our glimpse into the second, having to face our problems in 4 and 5, 4 and 5 ox-herding pictures, which ironically is the 4th and 5th hypothesis. Gaining mastery of the dialectic in the 6th, and no longer needing it. You no longer need the dialectic to address your problems. You have a serene mind. So what about... So all this happens after the glimpse. Are you ready now for the return to what you once saw as a glimpse? Considering you are the same way the logos is the activity from the model of pure mind, so too the activity that you naturally do at all times as a dialectician, as a human being, as a Hellenic person, is like the moon reflecting the nature of the sun, as understanding reflects the nature of consciousness. Mind, being. Isn't that neat? Only on the ox was he able to return home. Only Hellenic. That's the one path. The only path. There's only one way to fix your car, fix your computer, do surgery, fly a plane, all of the things that we consider arts, do a math equation. Or one solution to the math equation. So too for anything that's real. Truth is truth. It's not personal opinion. But it's my truth that, nope, no such thing as my truth. Truth is transpersonal. Otherwise you're talking about a belief or an opinion. Only on the ox, only following the logos, gaining mastery of your mind can you return home. But lo, the ox is not vanished. And alone and serene sits the man. The sun, the red sun, Superman, rides high in the sky as he dreams on placidly. Oh, my neck. Yonder, beneath the thatched roof, his idle whip and rope are lying. His idle whip and idle rope are lying. What's encountered? Oneness. Now it says here, the ox too can rest, but it says he's recognized the ox as his own nature. He's separated the gold from the dross. Like a moon, so the pure mind that has always been there. So your own higher state of enlightenment is there, it's just obscured by clouds. The self, mind, and the self-logos are your natural state of being. It's our pathologos that's obscuring it, which is why we're human to begin with. Necessarily, humans get pathologos. Necessarily, societies go extinct if we don't address the pathologos. Currently, we are living in extreme injustice, torture, murder, enslavement, oppression, and racing towards Armageddon, only because we have not recognized the nature of the clouds. That's it, the pathologos. But once this, you can break through those clouds, the light shines eternally. Or, as we saw at the end of the book, once you solve your problems, you don't need midwifery anymore. Problems are solvable. Kaput. But the ox isn't vanished. What does that mean? He dreams on placidly. So what does that mean? Still not at the end yet. You're still having dreams. You're still having messages through your dreams. So what's encountered? A freedom from your pathologos. And the natural light of mind is shining through, unfettered by your interpretation. State of mind. Bliss. Blissful repose, so not complete bliss. serene. Alone, serene. Placid, dreaming. How does it function? Still having dreams. Recognition. The last line should anticipate the next. No longer needing the whip and rope. To do what? What's left? Let's see. Number 8. Both bull and self transcended, or both ox and self forgotten. Whip, rope, person, and ox all merge in no thing. What's that sound like to us? You've got qualities, you've got things, you've got whip, rope, person, and ox coming together into a unity of parts. That's a whole of parts, a oneness. Oneness is how we describe the second. So we've gone from a glimpse, having to address our problems again, develop a mastery of midwifery in the 6th, no longer needing midwifery yourself to remove your false beliefs, having completely separated the gold from the dross, pathologos from logos. Now we are finally returning to what we had a glimpse of in a more pure state. The 8th ox-herding picture, taking away the 2 stages of ignorance. 6th stage of enlightenment is a return in greater depth to what began this journey. This heaven is so vast, no message can stain it. How can a snowflake exist in a raging fire? Here are the footprints of the ancestors. Already we can see a few things. People who have an experience of the 2nd, 3rd ox-herding picture, have an experience of mind, often experience a diminishment of their pathologos, false image for some time, before they go back to their problems, before they go to the 4th ox-herding picture and have the counterattack. Why? Well, it's hard to believe the bullshit images and beliefs you carry about yourself that diminish you from your family, cultural upbringing, if you've just experienced the true nature of yourself as eternal, as divine, as the ultimate, as beauty itself. It's hard to think of yourself as a small bean and a bad noodle after you've just experienced the exact opposite is true. But again, we're here for a reason. Human beings are here specifically to address our pathologos. That's the healing we're here to do as evolving beings. Therefore, necessarily, in the physical universe, our problems, our pathologos, images and beliefs of ourself, are stronger even than enlightenment experiences or the 3rd ox-herding picture. That principle we can see described here in the 8th ox-herding picture. How can a snowflake exist in a raging fire? How can what is not true about yourself exist in the brilliant luminosity of pure mind? That also has another message. As we've been reading in the book, the dialogue we've been reading, if we all have the experience of divine luminosity upon death, and it's the extent to which we can participate in it that determines the quality of our next life and our intelligence and character in our next life, then our job would be, how can we go into this brilliant light of being in the greatest depth possible so that we return in our next stage of reincarnation with the best character and intelligence? Meaning, our job here in our lifetime, once again, is to purify anything different from that experience as an identity. If you think you're not good enough to talk to the beautiful girl, how can you be good enough to experience beauty itself? That kind of idea. Now, that analogy, not literal, I don't mean that literally. There are other human reasons why, say, a philosopher might be hesitant to talk to a beautiful girl until the time is right, etc., etc., etc. Or wait for an invitation, or whatever. But just as a principle, If you think of yourself as anything less than beauty or the divine, that will limit your participation, because out of body, it's just mind. So the development of your own mind, or the nurturing of your soul or psyche, determines the depth to which you participate in second hypothesis or intelligence. Spammer.
You don't talk to me, you robot. Shut up.
Shut up, robot.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
I'm not sad for a robot.
That's weird that you think that.
Then I'm not sad for a robot. How is that weird?
I'm gonna get you. I don't know why.
Don't get me.
I don't know why, but I am gonna get you.
Don't get me.
Oh my fuck.
Oh my fuck. So, that principle we're seeing can also play out within this lifetime. When we had a glimpse in our first stage of enlightenment, third ox pick, we had to go through the work of separating the gold from the dross, separating any image of ourself that is not compatible with that. Ultimately, any image full stop of self. So that we can participate it in the fullness of the 8th ox herding picture. Now, Socrates, in the conversation between Socrates and Jesus, we also saw there's another step. Hang on a second. What if you don't just want to participate fully in the light that we experience of consciousness when we die, so that our reincarnation comes back with a greater sense of intelligence and character? What if we recognize the whole purpose of reincarnating into the physical plane is so that we live out the misery, the suffering, the ignorance of our false images of self until we wake up, born into a life where there are other human beings who are also stuck in that problem, some of which become rulers and play out their ignorance and fascism on others, like we see today? You might want to say, hang on a second, if that's my lot in the next life, I choose no. I choose no. I choose to go through that luminosity rather than be influenced by it and return. Once again, if there's anything that you have spent your life entrenching yourself into, or multiple lives entrenching yourselves into, or if there's anything left in your image of yourself you haven't addressed through midwifery and dialectic and dream analysis, it will prevent your passage through that gate of divine luminosity, necessary to escape your prison of reincarnation. And here we see that same principle. How can a snowflake exist within a raging fire? Plus, there are footprints of the ancestors. Meaning, maybe you can make a path. The footprints that led you to this extend through this. Now, we've gone from people who've had the first stage of enlightenment, the third ox herding picture, the glimpse, and then started their cult or religion or following or self-help group or multi-level whatever, or whatever you can call Eckhart Tolle and those sorts of people who had this glimpse experience and then they start their own whatever. Now we see somebody who has reached the 8th ox herding picture, 6th stage of enlightenment, and you can imagine someone who thinks, wow, now I am fully in this oneness. No star message can stain it. No snowflake of my false beliefs can exist in this. This is the greatest possible experience. This must be it. Any stage, people could think, well, this is it, this is the end. Keep going. By the way, technically that's Taoism. Thumbs up. So we can go back to our map that we've been developing. And just as we have a bunch of pictures next to the negative hypotheses to symbolize states of being or ways of thinking or cultures, so all the same, that are in opposition, For example, nihilism, no rock. Materialism or reductionism, rock. Lightning bolt between happy and sad and Mickey Mouse, we could also therefore say that fullest experience of the second hypothesis, if you take it as the ultimate, that's who you are now. This is the self. I've reached the end. I am now fully enlightened. That is Taoism. Oops. That's Taoism. Better than that. And of course, people who think we have the Abrahamic, we have religions down here for belief, of course. So we can do the Star of David. And we can do, what do the Muslims have? They have the star and the moon, something like that. I'll leave them for you to fill in. But Taoism would represent the eighth oxiding picture as it, or the fullness of the second. But what are we seeing? We need to, oh, and by the way, third oxiding picture you could mistake as Taoist enlightenment as well. In fact, any one of the oxiding pictures, like the excellence of being in the sixth, that's a flow state. Jiriki. The freedom and serenity of the seventh, no longer needing the method. That could be it. The return to the divine luminosity in a fullness. So keep going is the point of that. And keep, erase a cup for you to keep going. So the eighth, both ox and self forgotten, all delusive feelings have perished, and ideas of holiness too have vanished. Oh, no ego to wrap, no image of self to wrap the ego around. He lingers not in the state of I am a Buddha, and he passes quickly on through the stage of, and now I have purged myself of the proud feeling I am not Buddha. So, not I am Buddha or I'm not Buddha. None of those things that you could pat yourself on the back for. Even the 1,000 eyes of the 500 Buddhas and patriarchs can discern in him no specific quality. If hundreds of birds were now to strew flowers about his room, he could not but feel ashamed of himself. Whip, rope, and ox alike belong to emptiness. Now, we see raging fire. We see right, so we do see a luminosity of raging fire. So this emptiness, we don't mean nothingness. Empty of delusive, what do we call them? Delusive, delusions from the previous oxiding picture. Images of self. Now, I have mentioned that I have seen a translation where it's, if hundreds of birds were now to strew flowers about his room, not even then would he feel ashamed of himself. Meaning no pride or shame. Oh, birds like me, hooray. But not, oh, I am the bird master. Look at the birds come to my command. Whip, rope, and ox alike belong to emptiness. So empty of, well, for us, physical qualities. Physical qualities and images and beliefs of the self, because now we're in mind. Fully. So vast and infinite the azure sky, and azure means something. I am guessing either red or blue. Azure. Meaning as a color. Bright, vivid blue. Described as the color of a clear, cloudless sky. Oh, no clouds, no pathologos. The infinite azure sky, no concept of any sort can he reach. So, we've gone from the concepts, derivations from our physical senses, to the eidos, the source of all ideas, not concepts, because eidos means to behold. Vast and infinite. What are the words that we use to describe the second hypothesis? Unlimited. Well, that's one of them. Or infinite. Over a blazing fire, a snowflake cannot survive. So there's that image of luminosity again. When this state of mind is realized, comes at last comprehension of the spirit of the ancient patriarchs. Spirit, not state. So what we would call the spirit of the philosophers. What we've got on the board already, I think. The triad of self. Well, any triad has some sort of highest some sort of fullest flowering or your peak existence. Some sort of spirit or power or energy or vitality or raging fire of inspiration, and some sort of functioning. We've been, this would be the 6th oxherding picture, the functioning. Now in the 8th we have the spirit of the patriarchs. What's left? The patriarch itself. Or as we said, the activity that we've been doing in the 2nd when we've been reading, in the 3rd from our glimpse, and the 4th having to address our pathologos counterattacks, the 5th to continue our relationship with our dialectician in dream analysis and midwifery, yourself becoming a master of the dialectic in the 6th, there's your activity, 6th oxherding picture. Dialectician, or the art of dialectic. 7th, you don't need it anymore because you're free of your pathologos. Therefore, freeing yourself of your pathologos has allowed you to turn what you began with as a glimpse into a fullest experience of mind itself. Your mind, free of any images or false images of the self, can turn around and experience itself as full divine luminosity, which is the spirit or energy or power of the ancients. 3rd hypothesis is the dialectic proper. 2nd hypothesis in its fullest experience, the 8th oxherding picture. Oh, we got that next. Look at that. We have it right there. See? 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And we have been applying this to understanding the method. Philosophy, real philosophy. As Socrates told us in the book, the activity is the reading, or Apollo, allowing you to read a text that is complete and intelligible. That's why we say Socrates, Pierre Grimes, and Homer. They are complete, they are intelligible, and they reflect the Logos, baby. So there's our activity. The power is you reflect on your reading with your friends over coffee or in dream analysis or applying it to your life to put the pieces together and apply them in your life. And when you see that the parts from your reading come into a whole, so we can say part and whole, a whole that's meaningful and significant, changes your state. This is true education. It's not memorization through rote to get an A on a test. It's learning the material, and not just the material, but learning to understand the structure of thinking of our authors or the Dream Master that gives you what you need to put it together and function with it in a meaningful way. When you see it does come together, that's inspiring. Oh my goodness, we live in a reality where problems are solvable, where texts can be put together, where puzzles can be solved, and it's meaningful. There's our Aphrodite, or our Usia, or reflection. And when you keep that up, the fullest flowering, or the highest mode of existence, Hermes, the dialectic. So that's what Socrates says. Hey, how do I use the gods? I don't worship them and want them to pick my team as the chosen team. Like this is the Abrahamic religions, some sort of historical force that has a chosen people that allows them to punish people that they don't like and bless people they do like, and ultimately God's highest vision is for them to be in charge. And by the way, that God is necessary to defeat the evil ones, which is anyone different from our group, and we call them evil, and we say Satan is the cause of their evil. So that's a fantastic illustration of the height and disgusting, savage, primitive, ignorant nature of human problems. Socrates says, you know how I relate to the gods? They personify the principles that all people can use and need to use in the same path of development that all human beings are here to develop, representing those principles with personifications. Reading, logos, parts. How about Apollo? Reflection, Usia, whole, meaning, inspiration, beauty. How about one word, Aphrodite? Our highest mode of existence, Hermes. Without which, like a cow that trips over, you will utterly fail to, what was the text? Achieve passage through divine luminosity to the self. We should pull that up actually, and read it again. Because it's a big one, because that's where we are. We're in the 8th, so we've the 8th ox-herding picture is pure Usia, pure oneness. So the man, the ox, the method, so the logos, so mind, logos, and self together as a oneness. So the mind of the ox, the logos of the method or the whip and the rope, and the self of the man all together. Oh, by the way, that's the first, second, and third hypothesis. Experienced as a peak experience. But we also saw that there are footsteps. Now, let's see this in the text that we've been reading too. There we go. Choose utter. Huh. There's a university. Wait. Oh, from the Aeneid. The highest utter actuality was mine. What's this? Oh, it's a forward. Okay, let's find the next. Utterances. Here we go. This is the passage I was talking about. So, Socrates, I would like to know, says Jesus, the role the gods played in your life as a philosopher. For myself, I needed to say that beauty itself exists, Aphrodite, and has a vast power. There's our power or spirit term. The overwhelming experience of beauty drives those who do catch a glimpse of her, third ox-herding picture, to do whatever they can to gain a full and more complete vision of her. So the transition from the third glimpse into the full vision, 8th ox-herding picture. As you know, wisdom is the most beautiful of existence, so that philosophers are called lovers of wisdom, philos, Sophia. It's not about opinions. It's not about debate.
Perverts. Let's be honest, perverts.
Debate perverts.
Debate pervert.
Debate
Weirdo.
It's not about Stoic. Stoic philosophy is a fancy word for using the language of philosophy and cutting all this shit out to make it about eating a bull testicle. I keep forgetting to add this to my soundboard. I'm going to add it right now. The Oracle talking about eating a bull testicle. It's such a fantastic description of Stoic, the most common and attractive false idea of philosophy.
You moron. You absolute fucking buffoon. You goddamn idiot.
Because you can stay in the first ox-herding picture, worldly gain. That's the bullshit we see on YouTube. Courage is gritting your teeth and looks maxing and grind set and having a cold plunge and all that shit. That's Stoicism. And we saw this in the text, right at the beginning of the text. Oh, let's see it. Like one of the very first things we read in this book. Yeah, look, page 3. Did you know that we call Stoic and Cynic philosophers Platonic? They came after me and did their own interpreting. So right back at the beginning of the book, what seemed to mean one thing, oh yeah, it's just, hey, all philosophy is just opinions and interpretation, right? That's what they teach us at school. So Stoic or Cynic philosophy is just an interpretation of Platonic. No more or less true than what Socrates did. But actually, now that we have gone through the book and seen the extreme significance of the word interpretation, we know that interpretation equals bad and wrong and your problem and you got work to do and you're not reading and it's garbage. It's garbage.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
And we're sad for them. They are without metaphysics. They're therefore not in the first ox-herding picture, ignorance. Metaphysics is true philosophy. It's also true theology. Metaphysics means beyond the physical. They are still in the physical world. Pardon me. They're still in the physical world of ignorance. That's Cynic philosophy. That's Stoic philosophy. Ignorance masquerading as wisdom. Quite fitting, it is the most popular interpretation of philosophy in our age, ain't it? Ain't it, Joe Rogan?
I don't want to eat a monkey.
You never want to eat a monkey, but I don't believe you. Okay, so, what was we doing? Oh yes, Cynic philosophy, where you eat a bull testicle.
My head is quite large. Bull testicles. Bull testicles. My head is quite large and filled with secrets. Bull testicles. My head is quite large and filled with secrets. Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
They try and convince you to make your head large by filling it with bull testicles. That's the red pills or the alpha pills or the MLMs or the new age bullshit. That's Cynic Stoic philosophy. Pretending to be Platonic, using the words but removing metaphysics, which is the study of mind, everything we've been doing. Removing mythology, which is the personification of those principles, as we just did, demonstrated with Apollo, Aphrodite, and Hermes. And dream work, which is the most important necessary activity for our development in both perfecting the self-logos into mind or metaphysics and purifying our pathologos. It's garbage. To them we say,
You sick fuck.
And while Joe Rogan says,
I don't want to eat a monkey.
we know that what he's really saying is,
I'm eating the testicles of this bull.
And I'm eating it raw. Raw bull balls. This is raw buffalo balls.
we know that's all you do. And then you get that weird RFK guy who likes to eat more than just bull testicles. Squirrel penis, apparently. Oh god, I shouldn't have even brought that up. Bad me.
Jesus Christ, Emma, this is not Opie and Anthony or whatever the hell.
Sorry, I'm treating this stream like Opie and Anthony or whatever.
Freaks.
The hell. That makes me a freak.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
Oh no, in these days, aren't they? So that's the difference. No metaphysics, not real philosophy. No mythology. They haven't overcome the problem of religion by recognizing the true nature of theology, and no dream work, no development. But they still say that they are part of our tradition. It was during those times that some philosophers took on the name cynic, but of course, that name of course in Greek means dog, and was used by the populace as an abusive or derogatory term. That's interesting. We're calling them bull testicle eaters, and they were called dogs.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
I mean, bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Also at that time, that philosophers were driven underground by oppressive forces of society. As a result, some became secretive, and their own teachings became esoteric. Did you get into those philosophers? And what of your own interpreters? That's how the book started. So interesting, we've gone through this whole book talking about the different interpreters of Jesus' work, and it started with Socrates saying, oh yeah, here's a problem. I shared philosophy, and these weirdos came along that were indeed bull testicles, cynics, stoics, and they took over with their false interpretation. When philosophy is specifically about understanding and removing interpretation. Isn't that wacky?
Fuck.
So, there we go. So that's a bit of fun extra knowledge for no extra charge. But we want to go utterly. So, beauty actually exists. Aphrodite, metaphysics. Trying to gain a more complete vision of her when we catch a glimpse of her. As you know, wisdom is the most beautiful of existence, so that philosophers are called lovers of wisdom. To pursue her, they need the arts linked with reading Apollo. Since he represents the power that perfect and convert those attracted to harmony. Within the beauty of Aphrodite is the harmony of its parts. The inherent logos within the ousia, allowing us to go from a glimpse of mind or Aphrodite, falling in love with that, becoming a philosopher in the third Oxfording picture, going through the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, which is the using the understandability of it, the harmony, that's Apollo. So Apollo, the arts of Apollo help those attracted to harmony, lovers of philosophy. Philodianoia is the new study that we have coined in the series, to reach intellectual truth. And the light, that luminosity resides there. Sorry, the light that luminously resides there. So therefore, the eighth Oxfording picture could also be called truth. The light of that luminosity, or the great fire of that eighth Oxfording picture, is also the truth. Now we can say, hang on a second, while it's the source and the truth, there has to be a cause. What's the cause of truth? The true. Ox, man, whip, and a rope are all oneness. What's the cause of oneness? One. Benefits us, provides a goodness. Lots of goodness. We'll reread that in a second. I assume there are lots of goodnesses in the Oxfording picture. What's the cause of that? The good. Therefore, there are footprints to lead us through the truth, oneness, or goodness to the true, the one, or the good self, the source of that source. The symbol of Apollo is music, since harmony is most readily seen through her inspired creations. So we can demonstrate the intelligibility of our reality through music. Or things similar, people who share in understanding rationality to show that there is a way of putting together the parts rationally together into a whole, but most easily through music. Oh, and that's also transpersonal. That's how we have bangers. Lots of people recognize the beauty and harmony all over the world. Hermes, from the earliest times, has been called the supplier of philosophy and elevates those souls akin to him, dialecticians. But unless they include in their study the dialectic, which is the power of the logos, they will utterly, like a cow that trips over, utterly fail. To do what? To achieve the passage from the brilliant light of being to the good itself, or the true, or the one self. Thus, I can say that in my philosophical journey, I pay heed to Aphrodite, Apollo, and Hermes. There we go. There's a passage, or, as we are seeing in the ox-herding pictures of Zen Buddhism, let's bring it up. I need to drink. How's my time? I got some more time. So as we're seeing in the ox-herding pictures, we are seeing...
I'm eating the testicles of this bull.
And I'm eating it raw.
Raw bull balls. This is raw buffalo balls.
Crazy. You sound like a stoic. What do you say, Joe Rogan?
I don't want to eat a monkey.
You would, I bet you do, though. You don't want to eat a monkey, but you'll probably eat his testicles because you're a stoic, and that's the kind of crap that they do. All right. So, footprints of the ancestors. Spirit or power of the ancients. What's encountered? Whip, rope, person. So whip and rope for us, midwifery and dream analysis, or the self-logos. Person, that's you, self. And the ox, mind. All merge into no physical thing. This heaven, so there's our state of heaven that we've been using as heaven as a metaphor for. So vast, no message can stain it. So no pathologos can exist in the fullness of what was once a glimpse. How can a snowflake exist in a raging fire? There's our image of luminosity and power and energy and vitality. But here there are also footprints of the ancients. So what's encountered? Oneness. All delusive feelings have perished and ideas of holiness too have vanished. He lingers not in the state of, I am a Buddha, and quickly passes on through the stage of, and now I have purged myself of the proud feeling of I am not a Buddha. Even the 1,000 eyes of 500 Buddhas and patriarchs can discern in him no specific quality. No image of the self to get in the way of mind. If hundreds of birds were now to strew flowers about his room, he could not but feel ashamed of himself. I'm gonna find that other translation because I think that one's wrong. 8th ox herding picture. The 8th stage. No, this is an interpretation. I don't want interpretations. Keep in touch. No. No. Okay, we want to find the one that has the birds. I should pause the recording for... Okay, we're back. So, I remembered reading that passage, if birds were to strew flowers about me, I would not even then feel ashamed. Meaning he's overcome his feeling of pride of being a Buddha, and his... and as it says in the book, I've overcome, as I've read, overcome the pride of saying I've freed myself from that pride, but also overcome shame. I'm so bad, I was so bad to be proud of my achievements. No, fuck that as well. It's what is. Do you feel pride in recognizing your true nature? I don't see why not. Would you identify that as the self, as you're in a boastful sense or an ego way? No. Would you feel ashamed at having done that? That's another story about yourself. So that's what I remember reading a long time ago. You're not proud at reaching the state of Buddha. Oh, by the way, this is what it means to be Buddha. Buddha is a title for reaching a certain state of mind. Hey. So let me read other translations to see if I was right before. Here's one from the internet. He does not linger where the Buddha is, and as to where there is no Buddha, he speedily passes by. There is no form of dualism, even 1,000 eyes fails to detect a loophole. Strange, funny language. Holiness before which birds offer flowers is but a farce. So he's not ashamed at birds offering flowers, but he says to take pride in it would be a farce. Says that person there, which is Ko An-Chien from the Rinzai school. Okay. Another translation. Birds flocking around bearing flowers would be a disgraceful scene. I think they're taking the pride a bit literally, but there we go. Next one. If hundreds of birds strew my path with flowers, such praise would be meaningless. So he's not ashamed, but he's not seeing any specific meaning in it, says this guy. Oh, mediocrity is gone, says this person. A mind is clear of limitation. I seek no state of enlightenment, neither do I remain where no enlightenment exists. Right, so I think that's why I read it that way that time. It's neither yes or no. Are you proud? Are you ashamed? No, you are just mind. Just mind. Mind is knowing itself. Are you going to take pride in it? Well, who is taking pride in it? Mind is proud of being mind? So the pride and shame is associated with your image of self, or your physical incarnation identity, you could say. So if hundreds of birds, since I linger in neither condition, see this is I think this is, I read something similar to this before. Since I linger in neither condition, eyes cannot see me. If hundreds of birds strewn my path with flowers, such praise would be meaningless. Next one. All confusion is set aside and serenity alone prevails. Even the idea of holiness does not obtain. He does not linger about where the Buddha is, and as to where there is no Buddha, speedily passes by. Passes by the ignorance to go where Buddha is, but does not linger. When there exists no form of dualism, two-ness, even 1,000 eyes, even 1,000-eyed one, he's gone from 1,000 eyes of 500 Buddha patriarchs, dialecticians really, to A single person with 1,000 eyes. Funny people out there. Even a 1,000-eyed one fails to detect a loophole. Loophole's an interesting expression to talk about. Loophole? Is there a loophole for enlightenment? I suggest if there's a loophole, take it. Get enlightenment. We talk about moving. If you can find somebody else in the game of enlightenment too, you can talk about this often, and you can move speedily like a rogue, or move quickly like a thief. Loophole. Anyway, here we go. A holiness before which birds offer flowers is but a farce. Right, so they've gone to talking about, I'm not buying into it. So, we've had a few different ones. We've heard, meaningless. We're neither state of pride or shame. It's a farce. Not buying into it. Sounds like the other ox-herding picture of no longer turning your head towards distractions or ignorance. Here we go. Another translation here. Both ox and self-forgotten is then true empty. Oh, this is just interpretation. As Bob Dylan sings, when you think that you've lost everything, you find out you could always lose a little more. I close my eyes and wonder if everything is as hollow as it seems. Really? Bob Dylan? Okay, do we have an actual oh yeah, we have the translations. Oh, it's the same pictures we've been using. That's interesting. Here we go. Mediocrity is gone. I like that. So we have been talking about those who stay in their pathologos and don't pick up this game live a life of mediocrity. So the opposite of wisdom is mediocrity in a sense. Seek excellence. Don't settle for mediocrity. Necessarily, you have to. In achieving excellence in an intelligible field, something that reflects the logos, something that requires understanding, you can't have excellence in breaking things, bombing things, hurting people. That's not excellence in an intelligible work. And seeking excellence in something that reflects the logo, something intelligible and personally meaningful, that's necessary to uncover the blocks to set excellence or mastery of the self-logos, the path-logos. So don't settle for mediocrity. But in the 8th, mediocrity is gone. Mind is clear of limitation. Unlimited. Remember how we've been talking about the self-logos pairs. We went through this yesterday. And that second hypothesis state of knowing, which is the 8th ox-herding picture, the greatest form of unlimited, while the greatest form of limit, or oneness, infinite, boundless. So they're using a lot of unlimited to describe the feeling of being in the whole of all parts, or the same of all difference, or out of time. That's the paradigm for everything in time. To be most like but contain within it all that is unlike. The best kind of rest, but also the best kind of motion, ousia. Just as we recognized yesterday, the cognitive function of image thinking is to say that there is only, you are only a part, you're only a rock, you're only a small bean. There is no connection to the whole of the source, self or mind. There is no freedom, there is no out-of-time experience. That's all phooey and woo-woo and whatever words that you use to dismiss people who are into the real game. The 4th cognitive function, belief, to identify with the limit. I can only be a Mormon and only have magic underpants and do soaking and never read Harry Potter.
Goon, 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 goon. Goon, 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 goon. Goon, goon.
Goon, goon, goon. At conflict with the whole. That's why 7th hypothesis, at war with The Jews are trying to kill all the non-Jews. The Christians are trying to kill all the Christians. The Republicans are trying to kill all the non-billionaires in the Epstein class. Capitalists are trying to kill all the non-capitalist billionaire Epstein class people. Same shit everywhere. The most common belief, cause of our injustice, death, and destruction, to identify with the part in conflict with the whole, understanding to have your state of mind as the whole, functioning providentially to the parts. So it makes us wonder if we are having this eighth oxherding picture of the whole most completely. Is there a greater stage where because we had this glimpse of the whole and we had to address our false beliefs and image thinking to reach a state of providential functioning on the sixth oxherding picture, riding the ox, singing the songs. So harmony or music is the best analogy for the dialectician. But now that we have ourselves freed ourselves from our problems in the seventh oxherding picture, the fifth stage of enlightenment, we can now go back to that whole that was once a glimpse and understand it, as we just said, as the whole of all parts, or completely unlimited. And it makes me wonder, what if that is now your state of mind as a whole? Have you upgraded your sixth oxherding picture dialectical functioning to a higher mastery of dialectic? So that's the fifth, fourth, third, and second. And we've had a question, what would be the one? Well, we talked about today the first hypothesis. I'm cleaning, going to lurk as support. Thank you, welcome.
It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
You're not crazy for lurking, you've reached a higher stage of being.
Everything this guy does is perfect and beautiful. And he's handsome. I said it.
And my soundboard is reminding you that I'm also handsome.
You're beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
My goodness, my soundboard is glazing you today.
I'm eating the bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Bull testicles. All right, so, yes, we talked about how Socrates' teacher Parmenides described the first hypothesis as a pure one, and then said, hey, that description of a pure one applies to the self, but also vice versa. Hey, can a self ever be different than itself? Whoops. Can a self ever be different from itself? Self can never be different, therefore the one can't be different. Can a one ever have parts? Because the parts would mean it's not one, it's many. Therefore, the self can't have parts. So we can, from that understanding of our first hypothesis, which we have read in the channel, and you can find it on YouTube, have a working hypothesis that just as and by the way, we got a clue in the book. Socrates said he was free from this fifth hypothesis, first stage of thinking, disconnection, by thinking there is no whole, so we live a meaningless life. And by the way, raised in our current age, which is the Zoroastrian or Abrahamic age, where you're in a meaningless, endless conflict between your good and bad side, your shadow side and your light side, the forces of the devil and the forces. So meaningless, stupid bullshit, until he came across a musician, by the way. He became free of that by realizing this isn't literal, it's a message about the self. How could this be a message about the self? How about this? Didn't we just say the self can't be different, so the one self isn't different? The one can't have parts, so the self can't have parts? What if we went through all of this and recognized just as, okay, let's go through again. Knowing is the ultimate of both. Understanding is your state of mind of the whole or greater, functioning providentially to the lesser. Belief is identified with the lesser, at war with the greater. Fifth is a line between them. But what if that line between them is a message about the self? And instead of crossing these out, what if what we are learning in our return to the self is that it's a kind of whole without parts. It's a kind of same that has nothing different. And if everything in the physical world has had parts, even the greatest experience of knowing is the whole of all parts. In other words, everything in experience in the physical or realm of mind, up till the eighth Oxherding picture, or second hypothesis, have included both of them. What if the self transcends them, or is only the greater? And we have been talking about representing that in this series with the Venn diagram. Yep. If this is the whole, or the one, or the self, or the one, and it overlaps with self and, what do we use in the dialectic? Self and other. Other. One and many. Whole and part. If we can recognize, therefore, the physical world, where of course we said ignorance lies, or image thinking and belief, which is what? You're right, belief as a whole and its activity, the fifth hypothesis, disconnection or strict dualism. I'm identifying with a part, or in some way in conflict or disconnected. So believers are in conflict with the whole, only a part. Fourth and fifth, the dualists say there is no connection. So what do you even have to fight about? The realm of being, color. The realm of being or mind gives us the second, which is knowing. And the third, understanding. Would that leave, therefore, two, a a whole and part, a model and activity. A model and activity, like model, whole and part, model and activity, ousia and logos, or as in the book, Uranus.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
Oh my goodness. Uranus and Kronos. And which is the first hypothesis? So that's our puzzle that we're carrying in from our text. About the first hypothesis, or if we have to add to Parmenides, because we've got self up here. But we could, using that, if we have a fifth hypothesis, disconnection or part, and there's no connection to the whole, and they should be together. Let's move this guy over here. Move these guys over here. Right, so it sounds like the first hypothesis, the way it's described by Parmenides, is like the fifth. In that it's a whole with no parts, or transcendent from parts. The false belief of our image thinking in the fifth hypothesis, for those who have only experienced and only relate to the physical world. So there is no whole, that's out of time, that's transcendent and free, and the same as all other minds. We're all different from each other, we're all only parts on this cosmic physical planet in physical chemicals. We're all limited by our physical existence only. We can only exist in time. We're all unlike each other, and we can never come to an end. That's because that's the fifth hypothesis class of ignorance. Belief is that same position at war with the greater. Understanding flips belief to have this as your state of mind, not at war with, but being providential. 6 ox herding picture. Third hypothesis, understanding. Knowing is the greatest superlatives, the greatest whole of the greatest parts, free or unlimited, completely oneness, etc., etc. The paradigm of everything in time while experiencing it out of time, together as a unity. The first hypothesis the whole that transcends parts. But what's the mysterious 11th hypothesis? The extra one we have to add. What would that be? And is the first hypothesis the part or the whole? The activity or the logos? Or the activity, which is the logos, or the ousia? Interesting. So we've got a much greater puzzle now that we've understood, now that we've purified ourselves from understanding the nature of human conflict, war, distraction, drama, gossip, problems, because we've gone through, we overcome the first ox-herding picture by realizing that we don't know the self in reality. We've got some work to do. We've overcome the second. Second is reading. We've been reading the sutras, real sutras. Third, maybe we've had a glimpse. Fourth, we had counterattacks to our glimpse. We saw that we want to align our own mind with that glimpse. Align our own mind and state of being with the higher reality and the intelligibility of that reality, aligning ourselves to the logos within the ousia, the self-logos that we experienced as a whole. But we couldn't, because our pathologos are too strong. But then we, fifth ox-herding picture, got into dream analysis and midwifery and started to have some success and realized that all problems are as intelligible as reality is intelligible, so long as you're open-minded and curious and taking your problems analogically and doing dream work with a dialectician, a midwife. Now we have the sixth ox-herding picture where we're able to function as a third hypothesis dialectician ourselves. To the extent which implies that to completely free yourself from your pathologos is not just being the pregnant party, you have to function as a dialectician yourself. Socrates says similar things in his dialogues. So not only are you doing the work, fifth, or fourth and fifth, you're keeping in mind your glimpse of the second, you are still reading you're still doing the second hypothesis second ox-herding picture reading, and you're still looking out for whenever you think you know better. So you're still doing all the ox-herding pictures. They're cumulative. You're also functioning as a dialectician as you are keeping your eye out for counterattacks, as you are continuing reading, as you are keeping in mind your glimpse, as you are addressing your counterattacks, as you are having success. You're also being a dialectician, sixth ox-herding picture. And then you complete your work. You're in the seventh. Free of pathologos. People who I've seen at this level still are reading, still are doing the other ones. But you're free of your problem now. To return to that glimpse in the eighth. Meaning we've got two more ox-herding pictures to go, which might help us with our question, why is there only one hypothesis for the self in Parmenides, but Socrates alluded to a Uranos and Kronos cause of the second? And our question is, which is the first hypothesis, and which is the one that we need to add? And how can we understand the other one with our self-affairs to understand the cognitive function? Oh, exciting. And you know what? We're there, baby. We're at the ninth ox-herding picture. We're right there. A question we have been building for 185 episodes of this reading. A question that has been building for 3,000 years since Parmenides, or thereabouts. Between 2,000 and 3,000 years. 2,500 years. The closest thing to an intelligible map given to us by philosophers, by the development of the Hellenic true race of man, It isn't a race, it's a way of being, to be rational and make use of your usia. Right at the doorstep of addressing this big question. That might even help shine light on other questions, like the weird way Parmenides was acting around Socrates. When he said, I don't want to give a dialectic on everything again. Because these 10 or 9, we had to add the 10th one in. These 1, 2, 3, 5 stages of development and the 4 oppositions we get from Parmenides. He gives a purely rational step-by-step, using our self-logos terms, breakdown of the different ways you could use those terms, as we described on the board, fully to outline each one of these. 9 possible, 10 including the one we're adding, the pathologos, 10 possible states of being, ways of cultures that can exist, historical movements, epochs in history, species that can exist, stages of enlightenment, cognitive functions, levels of reality, all of it. That's why it's called the greatest book never read. Predating Christianity, while understanding it in its entirety. Meaning we could have avoided the Dark Ages and the Crusades and the oppression of women and all the other horrible shit that came with veneration of belief. 4th hypothesis, ignorance. A particular belief called the 7th hypothesis. Zoroastrian, or good versus bad. Cowboys versus Indians, goodies versus baddies, and problems are solved by shooting the Indians. Bullshit. Or defeating Satan. So we're right there. Are you excited? Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm so excited I have to top up my drink that's been empty for a while. And have another cookie. I'm fading a little bit. Had a long stream yesterday. And I had a music stream earlier today. And I might have another one later on tonight as well. So, a quick pause to Cookie Max and I'll be right back. So, got our questions with us. Whip, rope, and ox alike belong to the emptiness. Pardon me. So vast and infinite the azure sky. Clear. So there's a combination of a clarity with the raging fire or luminosity. Over a blazing fire, a snowflake cannot survive. So all the work that you have... Now this isn't a concept that we've been experiencing ourselves. When following the logos, you do get confirmation. We've talked about dreams, the same thing. You have pathologos dreams, dreams about your problem, which is the most common by far. You have reminder dreams when you're doing well. But in your dreams you can get, there are a couple of other ones. There are insight dreams, enlightenment dreams. What's the 4th kind? Pathologos dreams, reminder dreams. Oh, professorial dreams. Enlightenment dreams or insight. So, pathologos, reminder, professorial, insight or enlightenment dreams. And the 5th kind of dream. Now, as we've been seeing, the structure of the reality in the dialectic has 1, 2, 3, 4, and a mysterious cause. The 1, 2, 3, 4 pathologos and its cause, the pathologos. And we have explored, and we don't have it on the board because we had to update the board because it was getting too full of information. But the 4 causes and stuff like that, 5 causes. But always it comes to the causes really quick. You want to build a house, you need the material cause, you need the wood, you need some sort of activity cause or mean cause. You need the skill of building. You need someone to use that activity or mean on the material. You need a builder. You need some sort of blueprints that he users. There's our builder there. And of course, apart from all of those four is to have a house to the need for a house to live in. The first cause, because if you don't need a house to live in, you won't get the other stuff, but it's also the final cause. Similarly, we can see the hypotheses, the material, your images of your problems, the activity of dream analysis and dialectic, the dialectician that you talk with, the blueprints of the dialectic, the inherent logos within ousia of the second hypothesis, to know the self. So what? So we were just talking about something, and I forget. What the hell are we talking about causes all of a sudden? What? The idea that there is a transcendent cause above the others, and there are 5... Oh yes, the 5 dreams, right. So those 4 fitting within that same structure of the dialectic. You could ask yourself, which one would be a reminder dream? Which one would be a prophecy dream? Which one would be a pathologos dream? Which one would be an insight dream? And could you use this model here? And what's the mysterious 5th quality of dream that's yet to be revealed to us? Considering the significance of dreams, as we've been reading. And also seeing in these oxiding pictures. So back to dreams. Back to the, yes. So in the 7th, you still have dreams even free from your pathologos, which is interesting. But then you have that 8th hypothesis return, the azure sky, free from your pathologos, so reminding, so the work that you've done, removing, not even a snowflake could, so what am I saying? Dreams can give you, what's the word? Not affirmations, confirmations of your insight. Just as we've been reading, we've been hypothesizing and doing dialectics together, but then we read on ahead and all of a sudden the book tells us the very thing that we've been thinking about. As a kind of confirmation, you're on the right track. You're not alone. It's a friendly, intelligible universe. This is important for us to discover. And here we are, after our glimpse in the 3rd oxiding picture, doing the work of addressing our 4th oxiding picture counterattack, having success in the 5th oxiding picture to tame the bull, practicing the art of dialectic yourself in the 6th oxiding picture, having reached the 7th oxiding picture, the 5th stage of enlightenment, free of your problems. Here you get a confirmation of your freedom from your problems, because no snowflake could exist in the luminosity of that fire. So free of your, as we've read, pride or shame. That's why I don't think this translation at the end, even if birds were to strew flowers about his room, he wouldn't feel ashamed, rather than he could not but feel ashamed. If he took it as meaningful, or if he took pride in it, he wouldn't like that. But it seems to be free of both. It's a non-dual experience. No specific attachment to any image of yourself. You're just experiencing what is. That's why it's a clear sky and a fire together. Fire, the fire luminosity of pure intelligence or divine intelligence, same thing, comes as a result of the clarity of your own state of mind as a result of your midwifery. See, it's a win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
That's what I said.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
What?
Oh man, that lady's certainly saying bad words.
She is, isn't she? Isn't she? What do you say about that?
Don't be disgusting.
I apologize.
I ate a steak. I'm stupid. I'm drunk all the time, you know. I'm just like you.
Just like me, I didn't eat a steak.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Right, so what's beyond the second hypothesis? We've got 2 more to go. The problem we've been carrying for a long time, perhaps 2,500 years. What's beyond the second hypothesis? And how does it relate to the first hypothesis? Remember? Kronos and Uranus, remember? Maybe? Let's jump in. Exciting. Maybe your head will be large and full of secrets.
My head is quite large and
Filled with secrets.
Let's go. Reaching the source. Too many steps have been taken in returning to the root and the source. What have we been using? Our purpose is to follow the self-logos to return to the sacred source, the self-logos. Better to have been blind and deaf from the beginning. Dwelling in one's true abode, unconcerned with and without. The river flows tranquilly on, and the flowers are red. Dwelling in one's true abode. That's what you're doing. What's your state of mind? Unconcerned. Within or without. Nonplussed in the way that we use it to mean now. What's the point? You've taken it's lifetimes, perhaps, your whole life with these struggles. All the struggles you took just to get into philosophy, just to start reading this stuff, to try doing dream analysis. For what? To return to where you started? What's the point? Returning to the source. From the very beginning, there has not been so much as a speck of dust to mar the intrinsic purity, for us, of self. We've gone through the passageway via the dialectic in the work we've done to reach the source. Now, 2 different sources, remember. This source that we started a glimpse of in the third, to its source. He observes the waxing and waning of life in the world while abiding unassertively. That's how you're functioning, unassertively. In a state of, here's our state of mind, unshakable serenity. This waxing and waning is no phantom or illusion, but a manifestation of the source. The waxing and waning, the to and fro, the ups and downs. A manifestation of the source, or self. What's this? How does the self manifest? Through the logos. Why then is there a need to strive for anything? The waters are blue, the mountains are green. Hey, the waters are blue, the mountains are green. Hey, what's for us to do here? We're sitting here in our, where are we? In our shack. Should be a picture of a shack. And let's find it on the internet. The 9th ox herding picture often is a picture of a man in a house. Let's see. 9th ox herding picture. No. Where is it? Thought he was in his house now. I don't see any houses. I must have just been thinking of the text. So you're alone, alone in your dwelling, in the true dwelling. but we don't see anything in the picture. There's just no one there. Maybe the picture's to represent, well, you might as well have been not there to begin with. Why is there a need to strive for anything? The waters are blue, the mountains are green. Alone with himself, he observes things endlessly changing. The poem. He has returned to the origin, come back to the source. First and final cause, as we mentioned. But his steps have been taken in vain. It is as though he were now blind and deaf. So he's seated in his hut, that's what I was thinking of. Seated in his hut, he hankers not for the things outside. I'm sure I've seen a picture of the man in a hut with a fence around his house too. As an image of this, but I'm gonna have to look at that later. Anyway, seated in his hut, he hankers not for things outside. Streams meander on of themselves. Red flowers naturally bloom red. So what are we looking for? What's encountered? The source. Purity. We've gone from the luminosity of the 8th oxiding picture, or the source, or pure intelligence, ousia, second hypothesis, to the purity of self. That which transcends qualities itself. Now, there's something interesting about this. If these are 2 stages of enlightenment, or the 2 kinds of enlightenment, exactly, why choose a pure state from a luminous state? If luminosity is all of the superlatives that we've been talking about, bliss, beauty, eternity, the greatest experience, why go on to something empty or pure of qualities? From this 9th hypothesis, it doesn't seem worth it. It seems to be kind of a downer. I might as well have been blind and deaf from the start. I have no concern for anything, outside or inside. Streams are going on, who cares? Flowers are blossoming of their own. What do I have to do with anything? I mean, I'm unshakably serene, sure. But all these steps have been taken in vain. What the fuck was the point of this whole thing? Just to return back to the source, which is pure and clear. I'm not interested in the drama and the gossip and the ups and downs and other people's bullshit. Even the rivers and the blooming of flowers, or, again, it's a metaphor, so we would say the blossoming or the blooming of souls into this experience themselves, perhaps. The development of other people as you've gone through. What's been most meaningful thing you've gone through? This development yourself. People got their own pace. I've done how many episodes of this? How many people have sent me money to do? Well, I'm joking about the money. That's a running gag. We give $60 million for LeBron James to do his basketball dunks. But what money do we give to the most important art of them all? As far as I can see, 0. So what does it matter? What can I do but what? What can one do but watch? Why strive? The more you seem to encourage people, or the more fervently you insist on these things because they're true and beneficial and necessary for your own soul's development, to escape your problems in this lifetime and beyond, and also to keep our species from extinction and end all of the unnecessary torture and suffering of other living beings, human and otherwise. Do people listen? I joke about the 50,000 people following Hassan Piker on Twitch, and the 50,000 mostly bots following Asmon Gold on Twitch. But I have 100 people follow me? Five to 20 people watch my VODs, maybe? Why bother? Why care? People are on their own path, going at their own pace. No one really wants to listen. Most people are in the first oxiding picture. They think they know it already. Why seek something you already have? Everyone thinks they know what the self is. They think they know what life's about. They think they know what they should be doing. How many people are asking these questions? So what the fuck's the point? You might as well have been blind and deaf from the beginning. Why go from the source to return? This is a puzzle. It sounds like a downer. You've just gone through the peak experience to a non-experience. Sure, it's serene. Unshakable serenity. You're not interested in the comings and goings to the point, like you're not distracted by the people's shit. You're not interested in other people's shit. But so what? If you were just the source to begin with, you wouldn't have been interested in the delusion and garbage and ignorance anyway. So what's the point? Not attracted to the shapes and colors, the shiny objects offered by conservatives, capitalists, and religious clergy, the scammers. Anyone that distracts us from this, our actual purpose, our actual activity. But who cares? Probably weren't at the beginning. Now, we have been wondering about this with the dialectic because we've recognized that this same process of development. Now, we mentioned briefly the causes. You need a house. That's the first cause that starts the game. Then you need the model or paradigm or blueprints. Then you need the dialectician, or using the metaphor of the builder. There needs to be some activity with which they can interact with the material. There needs to be some activity of dream analysis that they can use to, or some activity of dialectic and dream analysis to relate to an open, curious soul, in order that both can reach the self ultimately, or the ninth oxiding picture. But for what? At least with a house, you're living in it. So we call this the first and final cause, or returning to the source. But if we've recognized that the definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion, the structure of the dialectic, can also be used to map the unfolding into the dimensions of reality and the returning through our development as an individual of our cognitive functions to higher ones, or the unfolding of ontology, if you fancy.
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
And our return through epistemology, if you fancy.
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
Calm down, Emma, you gooner.
You can be a gooner.
All right, she can be a gooner. Thank you.
It's a total shit show.
Oh my goodness. So epistemology is how we think, ontology of what is, so that's our unfolding and our return. If it follows the map of the dialectic, what else have we been using dialectics for? Reading, solving problems. But we've seen, surely we have a dialectic on the board somewhere. Right, so we did a dialectic on belief yesterday. We start with a definition of belief. By definition, it's the cause of human problems, conflict. To identify with the lesser in conflict with the greater. How does it function? Belief functions to convince people the bad goal is good, or the bad steps to reach that goal are good, therefore necessary for scamming. Be it scamming of capitalism, conservatism, religion, or your own pathologos. Divisions. We can see that functioning of belief plays out in its divisions, as we said. Clergy, capitalism, kings, conservatives. But also the divisions of belief themselves. The pathologos belief is opposed to reason and evidence. The prejudiced beliefs are as well. Religious or supernatural beliefs are also. Supernatural are also, there are some beliefs that are unprovable. And the pathologos opposed to evidence and reason as well, but also about self and reality and unsuspected and core. So what do we go from division? We take what's common, they're all opposed to evidence and reason. Or, when they all are in positions of rulership, they all bring death and destruction. Therefore, we synthesize, they're all opposed to evidence and reason, they all lead to death and destruction. And the final stage of the dialectic is that's our others, our synthesized other. So, definition, the subject, belief, only talk about it in relation to itself, definition. How does it function? Unintelligibly and irrationally. How are the divisions? Either the divisions of belief when they have rulership in our world, or soul, or beliefs themselves, the kinds of beliefs. From those others to others, can you synthesize a single other? Yes, they all lead to death and destruction. They're all opposed to evidence and reason. And you bring it back to that original self. That's the last stage. So you're returning to the source with something extra. We started with a source. What was it? Therefore, the last stage, belief means to be identified with the lesser aspects of the self-logos pairs, opposed to the greater, which is also opposed to the logos and ousia, which is the dialectic and our purpose, leading to Armageddon and the destruction of all intelligent life. So evidence and reason. I think logos and ousia means evidence and reason. So we're missing a step in here, so let's say. So our original definition, identify with the lesser pairs of the self-logos in opposition to the greater. That was our first definition, so we might as well keep that. Let's tidy this dialectic up a little bit. Opposing or in conflict with. Yeah, let's make some space here. Let's fix this dialectic up. Move this down. So by definition, it's identify with the lesser aspects of the self-logos pairs. Part, for example, part or limited, in opposition to the greater, whole, unlimited, or freedom, which also means this is our synthesis from our division, also opposed to let's put a different color, actually. What color? This one. What color? This one. Also opposed to reason and evidence. Which means the better word for reason and evidence, logos in ousia, which is the art of dialectic. And our purpose, our excellence and purpose or destiny. Excellence and purpose together. So opposed to our excellence and purpose, bringing death and destruction. So this is, they're all of the divisions. There's something in common that we synthesize. They're all opposed to evidence and reason, while there are some differences that something common, but they all bring death and destruction, bringing, when they are in positions of rulership. Shouldn't surprise you that conservatives are murdering people en masse, and so are the religious, and so are the capitalists. Shouldn't surprise you. Once you see it, you'll be like the ninth ox-herding man. Obvious. That's what happens. Till people wake up. Bringing death and destruction of all intelligent life, which is called Armageddon. Armageddon and extinction. So what? So we started with a definition of belief, and as a result of having gone through its demonstration, its division, we go back to that definition. What's the definition? To be belief, it means to be identified with the lesser aspects of the self-logos cognitively, or parts, to be part or to be limited, in opposition to the greater. In opposition in what way? Oh, you know what way? In a way that opposes reason and evidence, that opposes the very meaning of life and the purpose of humanity, the art of the dialectic, opposes life itself. What kind of way does it oppose life itself? Let's write that in. Opposing. Belief opposes life itself, its meaning, our purpose, our art, what's needed to solve problems in life. Opposing life itself. Belief opposes life itself. Is that interesting? I thought beliefs are okay, so long as you're not a fundamentalist. You can live a nice quiet life until Trump calls you to action. Until you have kids, and you dump it on them. See? Opposing life itself, in what way? Bringing death and destruction to intelligent life. Of intelligent life. Armageddon and extinction. So not only are beliefs the identification with the lesser aspects of the self-logos pair in opposition to the greater. That sounds kind of technical. Oh, no. It also brings extinction. Belief opposes life itself and culminates or concludes in extinction. It's not just a purely rational academic thing. Oh, belief is this and this cognitive function, this cognitive self-logos pairs lesser. No. Extinction opposed to your purpose and meaning of life. Extinction. Was it worth it? Was it worth putting the time and effort into reading this book, doing this reflection, learning how to think rationally, learning how to structure your thought properly, and going through carefully a dialectic on the root cause of all human problems, from Jesus to Socrates, from Homer to now, all of it, one word, belief. Was it worth understanding the nature of human ignorance, problems, death and destruction, and the inevitable extinction with one word? Was it worth it? In other words, the return to the first definition, or the source, we had to start with a definition of belief. Is it different? What happens? Are we more motivated to remove our own false beliefs, to become better people? Are we more motivated to say, no politicians ever operating out of belief? It only brings extinction and Armageddon. No religious official saying belief. I don't give a fuck if your beliefs are racist or sexist, or you like murdering children for fun. If you believe it, it is bad. Understanding is necessary. I don't care if the billionaires believe they're entitled to everything, while we starve and die homeless. Belief is bad. Understanding is good. Any idiot can remember that. Put it on a bumper sticker. Send it out with flyers when the Christians hand out their flyers. Hey, belief or hell? So no. Understanding or we live in hell. Is it worth it? Are you more motivated? Can you see more clearly? Do you see the stakes? For Luke Skywalker to go on the arduous, difficult journey to become a Jedi Master. He had to leave his comfortable existence on the moisture farm, but he had to be given the stakes. The universe is in peril. The Sith, the Dark Lord, whatever. The Lord Vader, the Emperor, whatever. Harry Potter, well, he didn't really need the stakes, he was already chosen, blah, blah, blah. Frodo, to leave the comfort of the Shire. Middle-earth is in peril. To see life itself, the human species, is in peril because belief is always bad, except for, trusting in understanding enough to pick up a book and start reading. The second ox-herding picture, which isn't to be ruled by belief, is to carry the rational, understanding-based trust that understanding is possible, so you're still ruled by understanding. It's just somebody else's understanding till you learn it, as you develop it. Therefore, belief itself as a ruling principle and not a stage of your cognitive development so you can address those beliefs and move from the ox-herding picture number 2 or 1. Belief itself is the cause of all human suffering and our inevitable extinction as a race. So if there's any value to human life, if there's any role that humanity could play within a greater whole within the cosmos, it's worth shouting it from the hilltops. Or doing 190 episodes on Twitch. Right?
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
And we'd scoop the moon in the cup for anybody who's been listening to whatever they've been able to listen to. I understand it's challenging, and we have our counterattacks, and we have our interpretations, and it takes work, and you have to sacrifice your old ways of being, which takes courage and character. So for anyone who's going along with us,
It's awesome and it's gangster.
you are awesome and you are gangster. Right, Emma?
Do a poggers.
We will all do a poggers together.
I'm cute. Like cutie pie.
That's irrelevant, Emma.
Freaks. I'm too pure.
Okay, calm down. Calm down.
That's insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
Calm down, Emma. We'll put you in a straitjacket. So, there's the question. Having gone through coming back to an understanding of the root cause of human problems, yourself, your life, and humanity, was it worth it? Because we return with two things. A deeper understanding of that source, and maybe an art in our back pocket. Now that's the theory that we've been working with as an idea to solve this puzzle of the ninth ox-herding picture, or what seems to be the first hypothesis. Because what's also in the first hypothesis? Nothing. I mean, not nothing. There's, as we've been saying, a whole that transcends parts, or a same that transcends difference, or out of time that will never be in time because it's transcendent as its cause. Purity. But what's not there? activity. The two things so if we've been using the dialectic as a key to unlock this mystery, we've seemed to return back to our first definition of belief with two things. A deeper understanding of belief. It's not just opposed to the greater, it's opposed to life itself. It's opposed to the meaning of life, the dialectic, to logos and ousia, and will conclude in the destruction of all intelligent life, Armageddon, extinction. So we return with a deeper understanding, but also to get that deeper understanding and to make that return, we had to do so with an art. The thing is, where's the activity? In the... What's Jesus and what's Socrates? Get out of here, Jesus. Get out of here.
Well, that's not true because It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
I'm sad for you, Jesus.
Bull testicles.
Get out of here. Bull testicles to you.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Get out of here. What button gets rid of... There. They're gone. Bull testicles.
Whoa, lady, shut up, please.
Hey, don't say that to her.
Don't be
She'll get
disgusting.
mad. Don't be disgusting.
Like, literally, suck my dick, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Very interesting crap.
You too. Calm down. So, do we see that problem here? We've returned to the source, but unconcerned. You're in your true dwelling. You've reached the root and source, but you might as well have been deaf and blind from the beginning. What's the point? You can see the waxing and waving of life, sure. You've seen through it, you've come back with your understanding, so it doesn't draw you in. So what? You're serene. Now one question is, why go for the state of purity and not the state of luminosity, if luminosity is beauty itself and bliss? One answer to that is, of course, well, if you're in a state of complete oneness, you'll crash your car. Or if you eat a hamburger, you won't know when to stop and you'll eat your arm. Now, you probably won't be eating a hamburger, but that's a joke. A stupid stupid spiritual person joke. But there you go. It's an experience, an overwhelming, pure experience of pure consciousness and not of the physical senses in the physical realm. It's pure mind. And again, we want to stay in it as long as we can, but it can be brief or instantaneous. In other words, you can't... Whereas in the state of self or ninth oxiding picture, you can hang out. You can have your coffee and drink it too, the author of the book we've been reading would say. Also, experiences have an end. You're in a state of enlightenment that doesn't have an end. It's not temporary. And you can drink your coffee or function in it. But remember, we had to go through the luminosity as we read in the Jesus versus Socrates. The Dialogue in Heaven book. We use the dialectic to go through... What was the language? I won't pull it up because it... You will utterly fail to achieve the passage from the brilliant light of being, eighth, to the good itself. But it sounds like, from the way it's talked about, when you go from an extreme, overwhelming, blissful, literally the greatest experience, the yoga of love and beauty we've been mentioning in the symposium talks about this as the peak experience that you seek in lovemaking or relationships with your beloved. This is the ultimate unity, bliss, beauty, reality, or as we read earlier here, the truth. Of reality. The truth in here somewhere? Oh, that was the other one we read from the internet. But it sounds like there is a bit of a downer. You've gone from the greatest possible experience to non-experience or transcendent of experience. And it sounds like it comes with a bit of a downer. And that's interesting because one of the puzzles about the Parmenides is he didn't want to describe the first hypothesis of himself. Says, Socrates, you want me to demonstrate the dialectic by talking about the nature of the self? That's a return to something I don't want to return to. Return? Going down? Where was Parmenides before he described the first hypothesis? He says, you're asking a retired racehorse to go, a champion racehorse, by the way, so is the best at it, to go back to his object of love. Wait, you don't want to return to your object of love? What does that mean? What kind of a love is that? And he tried to make excuses. I'm too old. You don't know how difficult it is to see through that sea of logos. And by the way, he doesn't just give the first hypothesis. He gives it to the youngest member of his crew, Socrates' crew, young little Aristoteles. Not the Aristotle, but one of the people in his crew. And he said, so, are you with me? That's the nature of the self, the pure one self, as we've been mentioning. Because I don't think that's likely. And instead of addressing his pathologos, he went through all of the other possible ways of being, giving us that entire map we call the Hypotheses of Parmenides. These are all the other possible things. Now we can look at all of them and you can see which is likely and which isn't. Giving us the map. This one. He gives us all of these, except for the pathologos, because he doesn't address the pathologos of Aristotle. He leaves that one out, and he does, these are all the possible states of being you can have. States of mind, ways of being, enlightenment experiences or non-experiences, delusion or ignorance, wisdom or ignorance. As a way of supporting his first hypothesis. But why is that going down? Why doesn't he want to do that? He says, you don't know how old I am. Ask someone else. And thankfully, Socrates is clever. And he said, all right, you're too old. I'll ask your student. Let's see if you're a half-decent teacher. 60-year-old Parmenides, Socrates, as a 20-year-old, thereabouts, asked his 40-year-old student Zeno, you do it. Zeno's like, no. I was laughing when you asked old man Parmenides to give a dialectic. Normally when you want a demonstration of the dialectic, because as we've been seeing, as we've been reading, the dialectic is necessary to solve our problems and reach and everything. It's the game. It's the whole game. Parmenides says the same thing to a 20-year-old Socrates at the beginning of his philosophical journey. If you don't have the dialectic, you won't reach truth. That's it. And by the way, if you carry a false belief that truth is unknowable, logos, you could be talking to the greatest dialectician in the world and he could demonstrate it as perfectly as anyone can, and it won't move you. So you have to be on guard from the idea that truth is unknowable, or you are too small a bean and too bad a noodle that you can't do it. Don't give up. That's the worst condition of the soul. So, a hint to the pathologos gives us a puzzle to solve. So we've been using the structure of the dialectic, but we had to read that together. And so I recommend anyone who wants to do this in this way, go back to the YouTube videos where we read the introduction to Parmenides and see how we worked out the structure that we've been using all the way through this book. For yourself, make it your own. Why not? What else you got to do? So normally, it's the dialectic is how we explore the gods or the eidos or the aspects of intelligence. It's our contemplation to have that third oxearning picture glimpse. Or return to it. Socrates was such a brilliant kid. He didn't ask, can you give me a demonstration of the dialectic on beauty or justice or whole or part or freedom or unlimited or likeness? By the way, Parmenides said, you need to do it on likeness, you need to do it on these things. He gives a list of key ideas you really should do it on. Likeness was one of them. He goes, can you give it on the self? That's Socrates. That's the guy that we've been reading about. 20-year-old. Said, I'll ask your 40-year-old student to get his student on board. No, I don't want to do it. I'm on your side. Let's ask him again. I'm his student. I've been a student for ages. I've only heard him do it once. You ask him, and I'm on your side now. I was laughing at you before, but now I'm on your side. And so he does it on the self. But he says, I don't want to return to this. I'm an old man. It's too... He tried to pass it off. Ask someone else, kid. What the hell is that talking? What does that mean? And when he gives the first hypothesis, he says, I'm giving it the hypothesis of myself from myself, which means he probably gets into that state of being. But how is that a return or a diminishment? And what does it mean to return to something he loves unwillingly? Has he transcended love? What would that mean? I thought that you fall in love with the source, or not the source, this mind, philosophy, the love of wisdom. How does that relate to what we are talking about here in this night you've gone through the luminosity experience, pure mind or oneness, non-duality, to a different kind of non-duality, purity, clarity? And why is it saying, oh, I might as well have been deaf and blind? Sounds like Parmenides complaining to Socrates, doesn't it? It's as though all his steps have been taken in vain. All of the steps that Parmenides outlined to outline the entire map of human consciousness and development. Did we listen? Or did we let the religious idiots murder the philosophers, shut down the academy, and burn our world while they torture children to death? What's the point? Did anyone listen? Seems like a feeling state that's very relatable as a philosopher. Right? Either yourself or how you imagine Parmenides responding to what he did, how you might imagine Socrates responding to the fact they killed him. I mentioned 50,000 viewers of Hassan and Asmongold. Where are my viewers? People should be writing angry emails to Professor Twitch saying, ooh, this is an injustice. And also, in principle, going from a blissful experience like this to nothingness, that sounds like a downer. So, this handbook for Zen Buddhism that we're using to add the logos to gain a understanding of what it's like for human beings to go through this map. So we are listening to Parmenides. So, Socrates listened to him. So there's a win. We are listening to him. Look at all the benefit. Look at our lovely colors on the board. See all these colors? This is gave us the structure of how to use the dialectic in a structured way, allowing us to also understand interpretation, understand the causes, as we mentioned, understand lots of things. Our dreams, the stages of development. So, buck up. At least somebody's benefiting. But would we have discovered it on our own? Maybe. I mean, we rediscovered this and philosophical midwifery because the author of this book rediscovered it on his own. Rediscovered philosophical midwifery, then discovered that Homer was talking about it, then discovered the significance of dreams, and then saw it in Homer and Socrates. So it seems to be a bit of a downer. So what's encountered? The source. What's your state of mind? Unassertive? Serene? Unshakable serenity? How's it function? You're alone. Relatable. You're alone. You're observing things as they unfold. Can you do much? So why strive? If all of your best efforts to share this falls on deaf ears, why strive? Waters are blue, mountains are green. People will be addicted to their beliefs. You try and tell them about it, they'll fight you till the death, even though it's in their own interest, even though they need it, even though they want it. Politicians are going to manipulate through belief. Religious people are going to manipulate through belief. Capitalists are going to manipulate through belief. It will end in Armageddon and extinction. We can see it. We can observe it. It's the nature of ignoring the source, ignoring the logos, ignoring the meaning of life. Yes, if you're not aligning yourself to the self-logos intelligibility of reality, you are in disharmony with it. That's cancer. You will die. Species will die. Human beings will be one of many species who have gone extinct. So what's he functioning with this? Alone. Observing. No need to strive for anything. Unshakable serenity. He's not attracted to any bullshit anymore. And he can see the patterns. Unconcerned. Dwelling in his own abode. Sealed in his hut. He hankers for nothing outside. Now we talk about touching grass, but any sort of communication. So we can include internet, I suppose. But by yourself. So that's what's encountered, source. That's the state of mind. Both serene, both seeing, but also alone, but also frustrated maybe? Or puzzled? Why not just be deaf and blind from the beginning? Why leave the self only to return in this kind of a way? And how does this end? Because the end is supposed to anticipate the next stage. Streams meander on of themselves. Red flowers naturally bloom red. Ah, they're naturally blooming. Not flowers, of course. Souls. People bloom when they bloom. Streams will stream. The stream of human history, culture, will stream on the way it goes. When people are ready, they'll blossom. We watch. But remember, all the way through these ox-herding pictures we've seen, there are two ways of relating to the end part of the ox-herding pictures. One that leads to an end, one that leads to an openness to another stage. Don't take your position literally is the fundamental thing. That's the message. The fundamental message of the book. Don't take your position literally. To take your position literally is the pathologos, is religion, is the nature of human problems, is the block, is of the stages of interpretation that we go through as human beings relate to truth. The ultimate stage is to accept the new logos and sacrifice the old. The opposition to that, so all of these are oppositions to lesser interpretations, but this is non-interpretation. To be a loyalist to your fundamental false beliefs. Loyalist, literally. Don't take the position literally, and don't be certain. So there's your certain ousia, your ousia and logos. Those are the two parts of the game, right? Your state of mind or ousia of your problems, your literalism, your loyal to your false beliefs is certainty. I know Jesus is king. Funny because we've understood Jesus in a very deep and real way. So it makes fucking no sense for us to say that, but we hear it a lot from ignorant people. Certainty. The Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Replace it with curiosity. Logos, literally, or fundamental, or loyal, to analogically. So this down state, what's the point? No one listens. Or I was in bliss and now I'm not in that anymore. What's the point? I'm alone. No one to talk to. Alone in my heart, watching the predictable comings and goings of the logos as humans struggle with their ignorance in opposition to the logos that they are supposed to be here to learn about. How can we take that literally? So how can we take that figuratively? How can we find a curiosity about that? What's going on with the streams? Are the streams alive? Are the flowers alive? Are the trees alive? Is there an intelligence there? Let's give an example of this principle. All the way back to our glimpse of, so this would be a kind of like a glimpse of the second stage of enlightenment, or ultimate enlightenment, the two stages of the two categories of enlightenment, the bliss and the serenity, or the luminosity and the clarity, the source mind and the source of itself. This sounds like the glimpse. What happens after our third ox-herding glimpse? You face all your problems in a way where it's clearer to you because you've just been free of them for a moment. Brings them into light, brings them into clarity, brings them into focus. High state, low state. Logos, pathologos. Insight, counterattack. How did we overcome the counterattack? The whip and the rope. Dream analysis. Midwifery. Reading. Finding someone to talk to. Becoming a dialectician too. As well. Helping your friends. Applying it to your dreams. Solving that difficulty, and then coming back to that source different. Could we then apply 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, these 6 stages of enlightenment leading to 9? Could we pick them up and put them after 9? Could we extend the ox-herding pictures the way we are extending the hypotheses? Perhaps. But let's look at the principle here of how it finishes. The first glimpse of the ox. What artist could portray them? See? Many people have that glimpse and they end that way. What artist could... No art. What kind of artist could describe that? I've never heard or come across anyone who's been able to describe what I just experienced. It's like I experienced everything all at once. It's like I experienced what it means to be dead. I hear time and time, we can never know what God is because no one's ever come back to tell. We can never know what happens when we die. No one's come back from the dead to tell us about it. Well, I just did. What, am I going to be the first person to tell everyone what happens when you die? Surely I'm not that good. If it's possible, it would have happened before. And we wouldn't be in this mess, killing each other over bullshit beliefs about what happens when we die. What kind of artist could portray what I experienced? It's impossible. Otherwise it would have happened. Otherwise we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in. And then they end up stuck there. Or start their own cult because they think they're the next coming of Jesus, or Jesus himself stuck in this stage, next coming of Elijah. But you can ask the same question with a different state of mind, ousia, and way of relating to the logos. What artist could portray this? What kind of artist? I want to find that artist. That's Socrates. What kind of artist could describe this? Parmenides. Socrates gathered his crew of buddies, went on a huge hike to track this guy down, back before Uber, back before trains, had to do a big walk with his crew to find this guy. What kind of artist? Thank goodness for us, he did. Now that's the principle we can take with us back to the end of the ninth to see if there's a different way of relating to that state of mind that can pull us out of that slump, the downer, the I don't want to return to this of Parmenides, the what the hell was the point of this, of the ox-herding man alone in his hut, that might free him to the last stage. The big question, what's beyond the first hypothesis? A question we've been cultivating and nurturing all the way through this book. Are you ready? And we're back. I'm back. I had the coffee max and cookie max.
I guess. But UFOs might be Jesus.
Stop trying to tell me that UFOs might be Jesus. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'd turn the music down a little bit. Now, let's keep going. So, the two ways of looking at the last thing. What artist could portray it? What artist could portray it? I'm the next thing. Here we go. Streams neander on of themselves. Red flowers naturally bloom red. What does that mean? They go on of themselves? Flowers naturally bloom? Let's see. The final stage. By the way, we have looked at these ox-herding pictures earlier in our reading, but we held off from the last one. Hopefully now, with everything we've been doing in our review of Parmenides and the puzzles from reading the entire book, it'll hit harder. Boom. Return to society.
I'm joy maxing, okay?
And she spit on him also.
With joy and spit on
I'm
him?
cute. Like, it's
Goon, 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 goon.
Stop that. Return to society. Barefooted and naked of breast. What? I have to play the new sound drop that we've only just got. Excuse my silliness.
You're beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
Barefooted and naked of breast. Filthy.
You can be a gooner.
All right, we can be a gooner. I mingle with the people of of the world. Ooh. Different from seated in his hut, dwelling in one's abode, unassertively, mingling with the people of the world. My clothes are ragged and dust-laden, and I am ever blissful. Hang on a second, didn't we just drop starkly out of bliss? What kind of bliss is this? Ragged and dust-laden, what does that mean? Isn't he supposed to be looks-maxing? Ah, I feel cringe even saying
Well,
that.
that's not true because I don't. Dumbass.
I know. I use no magic to extend my life. What does that mean? Now before me, dead trees become alive. That's interesting. We've gone from red flowers naturally bloom red to dead trees coming alive. A mysterious final stage. Oh, in the picture, There you are. That's you. Got your rucksack. Got your tattered clothes. Your big fat belly. Naked. Boobies. That little thing there, I think that's where he carries his wine. Talking with the regular folk. That's you. Entering the marketplace with helping hands. Oh, that's the name of the stages. What are the stages? Seeking the ox. Let's review. Seeking the ox. 2. Finding the tracks. 3. Balloons. First glimpse of the ox. 4. Catching the ox. 5. Taming the ox. 6. Riding the ox home. 7. Ox forgotten, self alone. No need for traps. 8. Or nets. To catch the rabbits or whatever. 8. Both ox and self forgotten. Or bull and self transcended. I like transcended better. 9. Returning to the source. 10. Entering the marketplace with helping hands. Or the return to society. The gates of his cottage is closed. Oh. And even the wisest cannot find him. What does that mean? His mental panorama has finally disappeared. He goes his own way, making no attempt to follow the steps of earlier stages. This your own individual excellence? Carrying a gourd, he strolls into the market. Leaning on his staff, he returns home. He leads innkeepers and fishmongers in the way of the Buddha. Now, a little bit of information here. Innkeepers is a metaphor for brothel owners back in those days, in this culture. Fishmongers, people whose job involves death. So even killers and prostitutes can be led in the way of the Buddha. Interesting that sometimes Christians say, oh, Jesus talked to prostitutes and all sorts. Remember, Jesus' teaching was only a special parable for his inner circle, and he lied and he said, well, the others can go kick rocks or whatever. His parables had a special key that only his inner circle got. 10th, leading. He's leading innkeepers and fishmongers, everyone. What's our model from Achilles? Even the worst person can become the best by following the logos. The way of the Buddha. Buddha means the enlightened one. Bare-chested again. So much talk about boobs. We are really off the perky.
Off the perky, call me Kirky. You are beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
What a silly sound drop. I shouldn't have added that to my board. Bare-chested. Barefooted. He comes into the marketplace. Muddied and dust-colored. Muddied and dust-covered. Wow, that's a tongue twister. How broadly he grins. Seems like a different state from the 9th. Very different state of mind. Without recourse to mystic powers, withered trees he swiftly brings to blossom. Wow. So the last stage that we were looking for an understanding of, red flowers naturally bloom red, but here he is bringing them to their blossom. We've gone from a state of self, perhaps the first hypothesis, to a functioning. What isn't he interested in? His appearance. Ragged clothes, dust laden, don't care. Don't care. We're doing the thing. In a blissful state. Different kind of bliss of this, what would you be the word? Intense, profound, direct, overwhelming in its intensity, in its profundity, kind of bliss, to a different kind of bliss from a state of mind of intrinsic purity. The intrinsic purity of the self in its functioning. So there we have, as we saw, the second hypothesis is a glimpse, and then we add the third hypothesis on top of that in a functioning, riding the bull, the dialectic, needing to return to that same glimpse but in greater depth and walking through it to encounter the self. But what did we say we got as a result of our dialectic? The dialectic on belief we went through? Not only do we return with a deeper understanding, having left and returned, but we have returned with one more thing in our back pocket, the method itself. We carry with us the art of the dialectic that was formerly used for our own removal of our pathologos, to clear the clouds and make the sky azure, to remove any pathologos image of ourself so we can experience divine luminosity and go through it to reach the self. But now we are bringing that back with us, entering the marketplace with helping hand. Don't care how I look. We go out with our drink in hand, we come back leaning on our staff. Doing what? Seems to be this. Because why? We have just gone through the process of what it means for a human or an intelligent being to blossom. How does the 8th oxiding picture finish? Withered trees he swiftly brings to blossom. In the activity, he's engaged in a kind of blissful state, kind of bringing a clarity from the self with a different kind of bliss that we can wonder about when we share this with other people. So we've gone from what the hell was the point to, oh, the point was to return with an art. What do I have to do? People will blossom, streams will run. Oh, but how about me helping them blossom? What does anyone care what I have to think? Oh, but what if you can find everywhere innkeepers and fishmongers? People you can share the way of the Buddha, or what do we call that actually? The way of the Logos. The love of understanding, Philadelphia. Can we see some puzzles in there? Now, does that help us answer a question? Wouldn't Parmenides giving a description of the self be him entering the marketplace? He's relating to Socrates and his pals. Or because he was asked to give a demonstration of the dialectic of the self, is he describing the ninth oxiding picture and leaving his natural state of being of the 10th oxiding picture? I don't know. It's a puzzle. Which is Kronos, which is Uranus? Well, if Kronos was the activity that gives rise to intelligence, sounds like Kronos would be 10th oxiding picture, the activity of the self? The state of knowing the self alone, is that Uranus? Do the two come together in the 10th oxiding picture? What puzzles can we find in that 10th? Done a lot of work on the 9th, we've seen a lot of stuff. Basically, it's through the other side, return to the source, you've reached your home, you're comfortable, you're unshakable, you've got a serenity, you can see the coming and goings, but you're alone. What's the point? Might as well stay here from the beginning. Here's the point, helping people, returning to society, entering the marketplace with helping hands. Left your house, go out, talk to people. But I'm not good enough. Who cares? Ragged and dust laden. But I'm not ready. Well, you're naked of breast, you say? Barefoot, you say? Now, Socrates was literally barefoot, which is another twist on that, but there you go. And the idea of being barefoot is a repeating image in the Symposium of the Symposium dialogue of Plato, which describes Socrates' development of enlightenment, ultimately to reach this stage, I would guess. We'd have to read it. Carrying a gourd, what does that mean? Socrates was described in the Symposium as being able to drink, or literally in the book, he drinks everyone else under the table. Everyone passes out. Socrates stays up all night and goes about his day the next day. The way he normally does. Back to the marketplace, back to the agora. Drink everyone under the table. What kind of state of mind is that? When he was in the army, he would be barefoot when their troop walked over snow. He would walk in snow barefoot. Interesting state of being for Socrates to be in. What's going on? Without recourse to mystic or magic powers. What the hell does that mean? Not following the steps of the earlier sages. Oh. What has Socrates been talking about in the book we've been reading? Contributing to the tradition. Writing your own sequel to the book we've just read. Writing your own dialogues. What have we been doing? Adding to the Parmenides. Adding to the oxiding pictures by introducing the logos and what we've been learning. Mingle with the people. What does it mean to be naked of breast? Ignore my dumb sound drops for a bit. What does that mean? What does it mean to be barefoot? Clothes, ragged and dust laden, but I'm ever blissful. Different kind of bliss. What is this? Before me the dead trees become alive. What kind of feeling would it be to see people blossom? The gates of his cottages closed and even the wisest cannot find them. What does that mean? The wisest people can't find him? What's he out doing? Doesn't seem to be interacting with the people who consider themselves wise. It's not home either. He's getting out there. Getting his hands dirty. His mental panorama has finally disappeared, so what does he see? What does he see? He goes his own way. Is he still following the logos? Wait a minute, the self logos. Wait a minute, it's the self. The whole time we've been talking about the self logos as if it's something other than us. He has returned to the source. He is the self. The self logos is your own way. Imagine seeing all of the patterns unfolding, the intelligibility folding, the growth, the development, the blossoming unfolding is your own logos, is the self logos. To see there's no difference between the self logos and your personal logos. What kind of way of state of being or state of enlightenment or state of excellence would that be? Can you imagine? It ain't the self logos anymore. It's your personal logos. Carrying a gourd, he strolls into the market. Leaning on his staff, he returns home. Tired. Had a full day, had a big day. He leads innkeepers and fishmongers in the way of the logos. Bare-chested, barefooted, he comes into the marketplace, muddied and dust-coloured. How broadly he... Imagine that. We often see in our lives, in our world ruled by the most ignorant capitalists and stuff. I hate my job. I have to sacrifice my life for a wage slave. Sacrifice my life for survival. All that injustice. Slavery, oppression, capitalism. What would it be like to live this kind of a life, individually and as a species? Coming home happy after coming home muddied and dust covered, but happy. Without recourse to mystic powers, withered trees he swiftly brings to blossom. Now before me the dead trees become alive. Just the activity of self that we've been hunting for. If this is the glimpse of self, or recognizing the self, or the return to self, don't get stuck there. Don't stay alone in your house. Everything you've learnt in your journey, use it. Maybe? Is that the activity? Is this the Uranus and this the Chronos? Have we got an answer, or have we just got more puzzles? Now, I hope you've got more puzzles, because I'm certainly puzzled. Now, we've reached the end of the book. We've reached the end of the oxiding pictures. With some puzzles, some questions, and of course to carry a question is to be on a quest.
I'm looking for someone to share
The hero's journey
You're a wizard, Harry.
is to carry a question like this, to be on a quest.
I'm too pure.
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
We finished the book, carrying some questions with us. We finished the oxiding pictures, carrying those questions through with us. Have we answered, or do we have some questions to still carry? So what do? We finish the book, finish the oxiding pictures. There's one more avenue we can take. The author of the book we've been reading did a revised version of these oxiding pictures. And thankfully we have a copy. So all of those questions we've been carrying from the text, we've been carrying through these 10 oxiding pictures. Next time, we'll carry them through the 10 oxiding pictures version 2.0. The Logos maxed oxiding pictures. Oh, that's so cringe.
They're a weirdo.
That's me, a weirdo with that cringe.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
Is it?
Why can't these guys shut up? Whether or not it's about Jesus.
Whether or not it's about Jesus. So let's take those questions with us. If you're going to be dreaming tonight, pay attention, have fun, recording your dreams, wondering about your dreams. Now we do have that other question. What's the fifth category of dream? Dreams are of primary significance. It's the highest activity we've been looking at. We did see a couple of references in the seventh oxiding picture. Let's remind ourselves. Seventh oxiding picture. We had the idea of dreams. After removing your pathologos, he dreams on placidly. What kind of dreams accompany a freedom from the pathologos? And is the 10th oxiding picture man dreaming? Or the 9th? Is there a missing category of dreams? Pathologos dreams about your problems? Reminder dreams give you encouragement or affirmation or confirmation of your insight, reminding you of how you're doing well. Professorial dreams, dreams that might give you an insight into what is yet to happen. And we saw the art of divination, only through dream analysis. Let's see it in the text. Might as well have a look at that one. That's a good one. Let me bring that up. The art of divination or prophecy. Socrates wants to find those who want to follow Socrates, who himself, as the 10th oxiding man, will follow people who have a kinship with dreams. Why is that? As they practice their philosophy, he held that in the who held? Oh, the guy that stands apart from all the other philosophers, Synesius. Only through dreams can you reach truth. The receptacle, can reach the receptacle of truth, pure, brilliant, and divine. Through the pursuit of dreams, you'd be able to see the future. So there's our prophecy, our problem dreams, reminder dreams, future dreams. Socrates says, I want to follow people who are into dreams. In the continuous study of dreams, the imagination becomes conjoined with your profound understanding. Ousia and Logos coming together. Is it a different kind of knowing of the whole? Formerly it's been the glimpse and then understanding. Even the 8th oxiding picture. It's a oneness. You can't drive your car, you can't function in the 8th, even though it's the highest experience of the penultimate spiritual experience. But here we have a union of Ousia and Logos. Your imagination, state of mind, visualization becomes conjoined with a profound understanding that awakens their divine character. Is this the character of the 10th oxiding man? Through which intuitive intelligence, the eye of the soul, can be approached and experienced. If Socrates, someone who's completed his journey, the 10th oxiding man, would even hang out with these guys, and if the pinnacle of philosophy is dream analysis, and only through dream analysis can, in our map of reality and cognitive functions, it's always been Ousia and Logos, model and activity, the glimpse of the 3rd, the fullness of the 8th oxiding picture is different from the understanding you had to do in the 2nd in your reading, and in the 4th, 5th, 6th in the mastery of it, and 7th your overcoming of it. That's different. even though our beliefs are the source of our image thinking. They're different. Image thinking, strict dualist, materialist, reductionist. You can't know anything beyond the physical world. Stoics, it's just to have a cold plunge. That's what it means to be courageous. Eat a bull testicle.
Bull testicles. I'm always good. And that is what bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles. What about bull testicles?
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
Raw bull balls. This is raw buffalo balls.
Right, those guys. Stop with that stuff.
That guy a suck.
That guy is suck.
They're completely lying to you.
Crap. Junk. Nobody should be watching this crap.
Don't be disgusting.
Don't be disgusting. All right. So they've been separated, haven't they? Whole, part. Model activity. Ousia logos, or in our ignorance, our fake ousia and our fake logos. The imitation of wisdom, ignorance. The imitation of virtue, vice. The false distorted reflection taken literally, and not with curiosity and analogically. Knowing and understanding are different. What's our question about the self? We've seen the first hypothesis is defined by a whole that transcends parts. A saying that not no parts, transcendent. That's the principle of cause, the axiom of cause. A cause has to be independent and transcendent and prior to its effect. But we've always seen two. Ignorance, strict dualism or disconnection. There is no connection to the whole. Belief, there is a connection, but it's conflict and war, genocide, crusades, enslavement, lynchings. Belief, those two go together. Second hypothesis, knowing. The greatest whole of the greatest part. Understanding your state of mind of that whole, whether it's a glimpse of the third, or even if you're just reading in the second oxiding picture state of enlightenment. Imagining it. Imagine. Socrates talks about imagine in all of his metaphors or analogies. He said, imagine a cave, imagine a divided line, imagine this, imagine the sun, imagine the cause of the sun, etc. In the Republic, Book 6. State of mind of the whole functioning providentially to the parts. Now we could say, well, okay, we've been talking about two sources. A whole of all parts and a whole that transcends parts. Could we say, therefore, the mysterious 11th hypothesis of Parmenides is similar to state of mind of the whole relating to the parts? But it's a different whole. It's the source. Maybe. That might work. Or what if they're together? What if the state of mind of the whole and the functioning to the parts are not separate any longer, but ousia and logos are together? What if the self, or the self-logos, is, just as we can see intellectually after the glimpse, we can reflect on that peak experience to recognize it's the source of understanding and perfect our understanding and use understanding to better understand it and get into it and remove what's false from it. For that to be the case, there has to be an inherent logos that we don't experience in the ousia of it, but we infer intellectually after it. For there to be that inherent logos within the ousia, allowing for those two cognitive functions, and the one self is one, and the principle of the good and the true, are they together? Is that the unique state of being of the 11th hypothesis, not a whole that transcends parts, or that state of whole that transcends parts? What's the language that we have of the 10th? Without recourse to mystic powers, trees swiftly bring to blossom. Ever blissful, muddied and dust-coloured, he grins. Do ousia and logos come together ultimately in the 11th hypothesis? How would we describe it? A whole that transcends parts but can providentially relate to the parts in the highest possible way. Effortlessly effortlessly isn't a word that we've got yet. Actually, it was inferred earlier in the book, but state of justice. So one question was, there are two that we brought up in the book, the two kinds of justice, Juriki and Satori. Effortlessly, by practicing the dialectic at all times, practicing the virtue of justice, always contemplating the whole, functioning providentially to the part without effort or planning, without the full force of your being. And a different one that's even better is, what's better, the different whole, the whole that transcends parts, rather than your whole state of mind being the whole of parts? That could work. Or maybe that state of mind of the whole that transcends parts and providentially relates to the parts automatically, because that state of mind is both ousia and logos together. How many dreams do we have? 4, 5 a night? Must we have them? Necessarily. There were studies on that. People who are having REM sleep, they're waking up, they don't dream, they go crazy, they stop the study. It's inhumane. How many people dream 4 or 5 times a night? 8 billion? How about for all of history? What's 8 billion times 5 a night? 40 billion dreams a night? Let's not forget animals dream too, some of them. Bunny the dog sometimes talks about it with the buttons. There's a cockatoo that talks a lot with an iPad on Twitter. It's a very funny cockatoo. Yesterday I saw a video of the cockatoo. I think she has sisters, other cockatoos, and they wanted to learn about bugs. But this cockatoo is afraid of bugs. So the mother, the human mother, brought all these books on bugs, and the cockatoo freaked out. Doesn't like bugs. No bugs. Wants to learn about polar bears and seals instead. Oh, so cute. So how many dreams for those animals too? Per night? 50 billion? For all of history? For all intelligent life? How could that happen? Think about the time and effort that goes through the relationship of dream analysis and midwifery, and the reading that we've had to go through 190, close to 185 or something episodes of this. How could there be an intelligence that crafts so many dialogues that are perfect and perfectly represent the person's problem and development in those 4 or 5 categories of dreams we mentioned? It has to be instantaneous. What's the purpose of dreams? To bring flowers to blossom. To bring intelligent beings who have evolved to the state of being able to ousia, reflect on their dreams, with understanding, language, logos. Ousia and logos. Those who have evolved the intellectual capacity for ousia and logos can participate in the inherent ousia and logos of their dream to get providence, benefit, intelligence, profound intelligent benefit from it. Providence. And what's the principle we've been using all the way through the text? 2 things. The cause of the effect has to be independent, superior, and prior. And also like its effect. The final thing, the final piece of the puzzle Socrates left us in the book. He didn't use it. He said, Jesus, so if the cause has to, let's have a look at this. If the cause of anything is, let's do it properly. Hey, Jesus, he said. Hey, Jesus, he said, just like that. Right?
And she spit on him also.
No, he didn't spit on him.
Don't be disgusting.
Don't be disgusting. Come on. He said, hey, Jesus, in principle, does a cause have to be prior to its effect? Making it superior or also superior to its effect? And also, I mean, if you destroyed someone's painting, the painter wouldn't get a heart attack. It has to be independent. Does the cause have to be independent from its effect? Therefore, your experience of divine luminosity, the first encounter with the second hypothesis, the third ox-herding picture within the stage of development, ain't the end. Now, in the book, Jesus says, well, I ran into these Zen Buddhists in heaven here. You might want to talk to them. In fact, that's when Socrates says, you, the reader, maybe should do a sequel to the book. That's what led us into these ox-herding pictures. Then Jesus might recognize, oh, he's only on the first stage of enlightenment. Imagine telling Jesus that. And of course, experienced his counterattack. He experienced his counterattack, got into his beliefs, became aggressive, completely understandable. That's the human condition. Interpretation. We've got those 5 stages of interpretation to understand how humans respond to truth. That's new. Rejecting the old, offers his alternative beliefs to explain human problems, good versus evil, Satan and all that stuff. That's where it ended. Now we said, well, we could maybe take it, keep going where Jesus left off. Because he said, right before he talked about causes being superior, independent, and prior, he said, there is an idea, you must be, let's see it in the text, let's do it. I've got nothing better to do tonight, so I'll keep going. I might need another coffee to keep going though, but he says, well, actually, what I could do is I could copy the scene. Copy. And paste duplicate. There we go. It's even on the same place. Now, I move it down here, and I call this one scroll 1. Rename. Please hold. Here is some nonsense to keep you entertained.
Funny and cool? Hey, leave some for the rest of us, man.
Never.
How can you be this stupid? How is it legal? How is it legal?
I don't know how it's legal. What do you say, Emma?
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
You're a gooner.
Goon, 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 goon.
Okay, and if we make one of them the ox-herding pictures and one of them the... There we go. Good. Well, they both change. They're supposed to be different. What? Oh, okay, because it's the same. Okay, let me do that. Oh, fuck. Alright, we'll do that later. So. Actually, no, I'll do it really quick. We'll just duplicate, copy this, and then paste a duplicate. There we go. Put it in that one. And I'll pause it. Unpause. Now, play the noise. So Socrates says you need to be of a high level of intelligence to be able to relate to this idea. Found it. Now, this is the idea, right? So this is where we are. So it didn't work for Jesus, but we need to look at it because we want to understand this 10th ox-herding picture. The final stage is not in the realm of experience. What do we get from the ox-herding pictures? We got the idea of can I do that? Oh, it works. So it's not an experience, it is a intrinsic purity. It is a source, which is tranquil, which is pure, which is clear, which is unshakably serene. Different from experience. Whoops. Okay. Many cultures would reject this idea and consider it heretical. We mentioned Taoists thinking that the 8th ox-herding picture was the last one, etc. And of course, that means to go beyond Jesus. Oh my goodness, oh no, but Jesus is the best. He's the best boy ever. He's the best boy ever. You can't go beyond Jesus. Silly
Bull
nonsense.
testicles. Bull testicles.
Bull testicles. It pleases me that you added this thoughtful addition, apparently, says Jesus, and I see it would likely to upset the many. But for that, I would be pleased to hear you discuss it further. That's where we are. 9th and 10th oxes. Speaking of bull testicles. 2 of them. Yes, there is a better explanation, but we seldom express it openly because it's met with such scorn when it is shared. Unless the audience is of a high level of intelligence. That's you. You're the best ever. To you, we say...
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
Hang on,
It's
sorry.
awesome and it's gangster.
You're awesome and gangster. I didn't mean to call you a slut. But we should love you. Garbage. I need more coffee. I'm losing it here. Unless the audience is of a high level of intelligence, it is likely to be rejected. I find that intriguing. Please share. As it is above, so below. Would you mind unpacking that expression? We need to understand why those who have experienced the most brilliant light of divine luminosity, third ox-herding picture, the glimpse, or even its fullness after your work, the 8th ox-herding picture, conclude that they have reached truth. Further, these people seek to teach others how to reach that state. Some go on to create a teaching from what they take to be the meaning of that experience. So stuck in the third ox. The reason they believe they have reached the truth is not only because they cannot imagine anything more real and more beautiful, but that their light experience changes everything in their life. And by contrast, their former way of living seems empty and wasteful. If someone is in such a state or had experienced it, what if they were asked, does every single experience have a cause? Someone mentioned Eckhart Tolle earlier, but, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? So I'm not saying that, you're saying that. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. There are lots of crazy cults that people start, blah, 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 blah. Find them online. Sometimes they're funny, but they're also a bit sad. Come on, let's go. Does every experience, if someone is in that state currently, you could be in that state perhaps, or had experienced it, what if they were asked, does every single experience have a cause? Now, for some people that's difficult to endure because, as we said, they think that's it. As strongly as people identify with their pathologos regularly, that causes them to reject truth and philosophy and everything that we do, imagine how much stronger people might relate to their new image of self that's changed their life, and they can't imagine a greater experience. So it can be difficult for some people to endure. I've heard stories of such people reacting negatively to such questions. Pierre Grimes talks about this sometimes. What if they were to accept another question? Are causes superior to their effects, independent and prior? Let's get this better. Are causes superior to their effects, and also have an independent and prior mode of being? The reality that we're examining and that we're exploring and understanding isn't different from you. If there is a cause to even that peak experience, everything all at once, it's still you. It's still a mode of being. Would that person have to conclude that their peak experiences are always secondary to their cause? Or using the fancy word we like to say, penultimate. Penultimate.
Jester Goon Maxed.
And also Jester Goon Max, sometimes we say.
This is why I love this channel, man.
Because we do funny things. Right?
Whoa, lady, shut up, please.
Lady,
That's
shut up.
insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
Oh my goodness, don't say that. Would that... Okay. This is why I need chatters. I'm developing a parasocial relationship with my soundboard. Would that person have to conclude that the peak experiences are always secondary to the causes? Now, Jesus' reaction. I'll have to dwell on that later. That's a tell. You made me wonder. Did I make you wonder? Are you telling me that? Or are you wondering about the effects of peak experiences? Did we ask about the effects or its cause? I find it challenging, you do. And I suspect that this idea will have far-reaching consequences. Did you jump ahead to the conclusions and consequences in your mind without following a step-by-step dialectic? In other words, trapped in a self-fulfilling prophecy of your interpretation. He is blocked. This is what it looks like to be in a blocked state. Yesterday we talked to a new chatter who demonstrated that same state of mind. Here we're seeing it in the text. What do people do in their blocked state? What's the nature of a human problem? If our job is to follow the logos to the source self-logos, and then maybe with a mastery of it in the 10th oxherding picture, any block can be simply defined as a block to the participation in the self-logos, or the dialectic. Let's see it. Socrates, I believe the fundamental difference between our approaches rests in large part on my belief in one God and your belief in many gods. You see, God is this. He is the Lord of all. No ruler can be blah, blah, blah. And God is this. Freedom lies in this principle to believe in God. God can be sought anywhere, but he's in the heart and of soul of man, and he's the kingdom of God. And by the way, I'm in the clan of not the Sadducees, Pharisees, or Essenes. I'm in a class called the Zealots. That's our family tribe, and our tribe is better. And we can never come together. Belief crap. The same mode of talking that we saw demonstrated in our chatter yesterday. I believe God is this. I believe this. Who gives a fuck about beliefs? Beliefs are the problem. Throwing away everything we've gained about understanding. That's what it means to be in a problem. Go back to beliefs. What kind of beliefs? Family clan beliefs. Oh yeah, the pathologos. That's right. The pathologos. The single word that explains human problems. Oh, I remember that. Do you remember that? I remember that. Do you remember Jesus? Oh, you forgot? You forget in your problem state. 4th oxherding picture. The counterattack. So after this diatribe, garbage, Socrates, in a rare move, says, not yes, let's keep, yes, that's an interesting idea, and guides the development of the unfolding, or the way the rivers are flowing, and the ups and downs, the ebbs and flowing of nature, guiding that as a 6th oxherding man or a 10th oxherding man. He says, no. No. I'm not going along with that. If you're in a problem state, pal, let me remind you of our conclusions. It's not different beliefs about God, you idiot. It's different understanding about God. You think gods are literal. Remember the cause of human problems, to take your beliefs literally? What the Hellenics called being a barbarian? We take it analogical. Open curiosity versus certainty, literalism. What we've seen on the board, the kind of interpretation that blocks learning. A loyalist to your fundamental unsuspected false beliefs. Or loyalist or fundamental or literal. Literalism. Blocks accepting a new logos. What have we gone on? A tangent. What did we leave behind? As above, so below. What was it supposed to go with? Causes. How do these two ideas that he introduced come together? If we've been reading the dialectic, there must have been a reason. So he didn't follow it. He wasn't able to go beyond the 8th oxherding picture or an experience to what is its cause. But can we? So you must have a high level of intelligence to put these ideas together. So thankfully, We might not have 50,000 viewers of Hassan Pico Asmongold, but our viewers have the high level of intelligence needed to take this idea. What was in the text? As it is above, so it is below. As above, so below.
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
What does that mean?
Oh, to be a man, honorable, filled with honor, and he is walking that talk, man.
Oh, that's a new drop. Awesome. As above, how are we for time? Woof. I should be at the gym. As above, so below. Maybe we'll take a break here. The cause must be prior, superior, independent to its effect, and as above, so below. So what? Below, we see the unfolding of wisdom, which is ousia, and logos, into knowing and understanding, into our state of mind and our participation in language, the two aspects that come together into the dialectic. Its cause must be prior and superior. The inherent logos of knowing allows for its activity, understanding, as two different cognitive functions. As above, so below. How can we find something that's prior and superior that's like, so we're looking for a cognitive function that's like it, as above, so below, and also superior. That is able to function in a similar way we do through the dialectic. But how many dreams do we say? 40 billion? Let's say there are just as many intelligent animals that are dreaming. 80 billion a night? Wait, yeah, 80 billion dreams a night. But if our highest functioning is to participate in dream analysis, our highest functioning, as we've been seeing, the sorts of people that Socrates would follow is to participate in dream analysis, which is also our highest use of the dialectic. And to do that, we reflect on our dreams, or ousia. And we have to apply to that reflection the dialectic, or the activity of the logos. Hey Jay, welcome Reeve. Welcome.
Funny, cool, and accents. Come on,
Reeve.
The T-virus will transform me into an epic creation.
I hope you're being transformed into an epic creation today. So, we reflect on our dreams with the dialectic, which is the use of ousia and logos together, to participate in dream analysis, which is the highest functioning of humans that Socrates says he wants to participate in. Therefore, the cause of something that can be unpacked through ousia and logos has to be like as above and so below, but also superior from its effects. What therefore must the dream master be? Go back to look. Here we go. If I'm not going to the gym, I need a drink anyway. All right, I'll pause real quick, ladies. We're back. Oh, our dreams. So dreams are therefore something that you can't do through interpretation. They stand alone, can be understood in and of themselves. You don't add or subtract because that's an activity of interpretation. You have to stay within the dream or the work. So everything we've been learning about how to read this book, you can equally apply to your dreams. If you add or subtract to it, that's interpretation. Interpreters should return to the original text and show how they have not departed from the meaning found in the text, which is what we're doing in the text here, in what they have, or spoken work. Otherwise, the work is weak. When a work is complete and needs nothing to be added or nothing can be cut out, it will stand alone as a challenge for the reader or listener to come to know it in itself and for itself. This difficulty might be that there are not many works that meet this condition. What would you give a name for that kind of work? Self-sufficient? Intelligible? The theme of today, aligning ourselves to the intelligibility or aligning ourselves to the self-logos, the inherent intelligibility of self. Self-sufficient, intelligible, and worthy of challenging man to comprehend it on its own terms. A true and noble work. Not many cultures would be open to such noble works. Well, that's right. But those who are, they follow this channel. Right, Reeve?
I have a sickness for the thickness.
Because they have a sickness for our thickness. The thickness of wisdom. Whoops, not that one. This one. Not quite fitting in the... There we go. There we go. There we go. All fit. All nice. If these ideas we have been discussing were unknown to cultural society, they would experience difficulties introducing them to the society. We have covered much in our search, and in doing so, we have celebrated the philosophical life. So that's leading on to recognizing that there has to be. Then he says the final stage is beyond experience. Let's find that. Yes, we meet in that unity where we celebrate as the culmination of the philosophical spiritual life. The life of the spirit is not without the mind, and the mind is not without its spiritual dimension. And so, being one, we move as one toward the divine. The divine is the intelligible, embracing within itself all that has been and leading towards its destiny. The quest began with an openness we call pure ignorance, and to know you don't know and okay with that, and moves towards what we have yet to experience in all its finality. However, says Socrates, the final stage is beyond experience. That's when we brought in these ideas, as above, so below, and causes being prior, superior, independent from its effects, therefore not an experience. Triggering Jesus before we had a chance to put them together. But right before that, we had the description of the intelligible work. What makes an intelligible work? And what we've recognized is there must be I guess, 80 billion thereabouts of such works being created every single night. Called our dreams. How can you do that? Considering, well, how difficult has it been for us to go through this? Or fun, or time, or challenging, or time, whatever. And Socrates says he wants to follow those who have a kinship with dreams. Here we go. Here we go. So we've got to something beyond experience. Do you experience your dream maker, or do you experience his effects? Are his effects the highest example of intelligibility of the self-logos? In order to participate in him, do we have to match our mind not just to what it's saying, but to the level of thinking, the structure behind the thought of our dream maker? We have to use, therefore, the highest ousia and logos coming together in the dialectic. So maybe, you're right, to participate in dream analysis. Therefore, if in order to participate in the highest, most intelligible works, our dreams, using reflection and understanding, or let's say dianoia, specific understanding that we do here, not understanding how many beans there are in China. Together, if that's our highest functioning or activity, that we experience, and its cause has to be like and superior, as above so below. If you don't like that, you're not intelligent enough, says Socrates. Cause of dreams have to be like, as above so below, and superior to dreams. What ox-herding picture is dreams on? One of the classes of dreams are enlightenment experiences. Socrates says, I wanted to follow, I need to discover these people because I want to follow those who have a kinship with dreams as they practice philosophy. The greatest interpreter of Jesus, Synesius, held that in the continuous study of dreams, the imagination, ousia, becomes conjoined with a profound understanding, logos, that awakens the divine character. What level of divine are we talking about? Through which intuitive intelligence, or the eye of the soul, can be approached and experienced. He echoed our own understanding that it is from God that the knowledge of dreams come. So we have a bunch of words we have to put together. Imagination conjoined with understanding. Let's move these over to the side here. So in the study of dreams, which seems to be the highest activity we can do, we have our imagination, which we are tentatively calling ousia, a state of mind, conjoined with our a profound understanding. A, which means singular, profound, understanding. Which we could call logos. That awakens the divine character. Put that on the board. Put it on the board. There is an awakening. So a process that reaches something. So a development, a process. Divine character. So that's a state that we're after. A state of being. It's about character. AC Char actor. I got it right. Char as in Charmander. Actor as in who's the guy who's the butler of Batman? Michael Caine. Batman. No, I can't do a Michael Caine voice. Awakens, divine character. Our question is, what class? What class of divine are we talking about here? Remember, there's the ultimate and penultimate. Through which intuitive intelligence, the eye of the soul, can be approached and experienced. I spelled character wrong. I did. Too busy thinking about Michael Caine. Intuitive intelligence. Approaching again. Through dreams we approach and experience what? Intuitive intelligence. Does that help us understand how the 80 billion dreams a night can happen? Intuitively? Without thinking, planning? Intuitive intelligence. IGENCE, which is also called the eye of the soul. That's interesting. It is our own, he echoed our own understanding that it is from God that the knowledge of dreams comes. God. So there's our answer to our question. What class of divine are we talking about? God. Now, we've just recognized Jesus as hissy fit was because he takes the ideas of gods literally, and that's the nature of human problems. How do we take it analogically? Well, we've got our map. Thank goodness we've been doing reading and work and writing. So, of the different realms, we have the realm of ignorance from our physical realm. Shapes and colors people and belief people, the cause of human death and destruction and injustice within our soul and species, and even cosmos. That's the realm of the heroes. Achilles went from the worst example of that in the hero's journey to become the best through, of course, following the logos, the dialectic, midwifery, dream analysis. The aspects of mind that we study, so the experience of mind as a whole, reflected on with understanding, which is the model of our physical world and the model for the activity of understanding itself. We can personify the characteristics of that ousia, or the inherent logos within that ousia, as the gods. The highest ideas we have to describe that experience, it's a unity, as we saw in the ox herding pictures. Ox, whip, rope, man become one, or a oneness. Why oneness? Because they are those qualities together. It's goodness and truth. For there to be the oneness, there has to be the idea of one. For there to be a goodness, the idea of good. Truth, the idea of true. Therefore, the one, or the good, or the true self. God. So, because of this work, we can go back to this section where it says, hey, you know who I follow? What is Socrates doing? He's heading out into the marketplace. Is Socrates at home, alone in his room, in that unshakable serenity, recognizing the ebb and flow of things? Think, well, I might as well have been blind since the start. Nope. He's out in the marketplace called the Agora. Who's he following? Dream people, dreamers. People do their dream work. From God, the knowledge of dreams come. So now that we understand what he means by God, self. God or self. Or the ninth ox herding picture, which would be the character or state of self. It's a different color for fun. He made it clear gods were not independent floating beings, but rather pure intelligences. Just did that. So he saw that those who saw that dreams were the essential part of the art of divination. Oh, the art of divination. What do we get in the ox-herding pictures? Without recourse to mystic powers. Is that a mystic power? I don't know. This is really vague what mystic powers is. I don't think that fits because we're not ignoring mystic powers. We are utilizing it. If by mystic powers we mean the divination of dream work. So that it's through the through dreams that the art of divination. I call that good. So we are going to use it. Did he really believe that it was through dreams that not only philosophers but all mankind could be visited by pure intelligence and by God? So the functioning of the 10th ox-herding picture that can bring people to blossom means bringing them into 3 through the 8th, through the stages of enlightenment. So you can have that pure intelligence, either the glimpse at the beginning of enlightenment, the 3rd ox-herding picture, or its fullness on the 8th, and by God. 2 different things. 9th or 10th ox-herding picture. Yes, and he was one of those who recognized that dreams come to us all, and they reveal a personal knowledge about our struggles we most desperately need to know. Bringing flowers to bloom. I should add that, like us, he held that it was entirely unnecessary to interpret dreams. Not one of those dream books on Oprah's book club. None of that interpretation. Dreams can become visible from the depths of their obscurity through the kind of reflection we both know as the passageway to the divine. What is the passageway to the divine? Well, we've already read it today. You will utterly fail like a cow that trips over unless the dialectic. So how do beliefs function? Interpretation. How does understanding function? Dialectic. Good thing we've been doing it all the way through. Jesus asked, what would you say between Synesius and Ficino? So Synesius, of course, is the within the lineage from the interpreters of Jesus. We had Pseudo-Dionysius, or Dionysius the Areopagite, which is one of the students from Plato's Academy that tried to sneak philosophy in because Emperor Justinian, fuckface McGee...
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
Who had a brain of a child.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
And we're sad for
There's
him.
a UFO with Jesus in there.
Who tried to make us believe there was a UFO with Jesus in there, killed the philosophers, ushering in the Dark Ages by substituting understanding for belief, because belief is, again, the cause of manipulation and sadism. So, seeing this on the horizon, he snuck in some philosophical stuff. And by the way, all Christian scholarship is based on Dionysius. So when we realized he wasn't actually a follower of Paul, well, thinking Christian should become, therefore, a Socratic philosopher. But Ficini was the guy who believed it. Oh shit, there's a parallel. So long as we're only reading Dionysius, or Saint Augustine, who quotes Dionysius like 100,000 times, we can see parallel structures between what we see in the Parmenides and what's revealed through magic of belief. So he's high ranking, but he's one of the people who have been tricked. Or in the class of interpreters, he is those who try and keep the old and the new together. Unify both the logos and belief. Because he's been duped. Synesius is someone who recognized, accepted the new, and didn't believe in religion or belief or any of that, but became a bishop or priest or something. So he was lying to people. his philosophy and dream work he was doing himself. So he recognized the importance of dreams, incorporated it in his philosophy, which is the highest kind of philosophy. Homer, Socrates, Pierre Grimes, in that ranking. But of course he still had his problems. Didn't do midwifery. Lying to people. But in terms of that tradition, they've reached the highest. So where should we place Snesius? Is he like Ficini and fits into that same class of interpreters? While they have much in common, Snesius was the first to highlight dreams and fit it into Platonic metaphysics. When we consider his membership in the class of interpreters, we need to distinguish him from the others. But in accepting the role of bishop, there we go, within Christianity, he allowed himself to be identified with the tradition of believing in the core beliefs of the church, while he kept their allegorical meaning to himself. He stressed dream work that had no relevance within the church's teachings. Thus, he disguised himself as a follower of the core beliefs of Christians and treated their core beliefs allegorically while retaining their philosophical meaning, and he followed the importance of dream work, which was at variance with the church's teaching. What name does that give him? As difficult as it may be to realize this, says Jesus, we must say he was different from Ficini in that he consciously chose to believe he was being consistent with the church's views when treating the core beliefs allegorically and within the Platonic tradition. What does that make Snesius but a disguiser? Snesius the disguiser, of being a member of those who hold to the core beliefs by treating the core beliefs allegorically and pursuing Platonic philosophy and dream work privately. Should we put a name on Snesius, says Socrates? Or before we do it, shall we go and review the questions about him? So, Snesius was lying. Ficini was tricked. Snesius did dream work. Ficini didn't. So we can rank Snesius higher in the dream work stuff. And I guess not being scammed is better than being scammed, but still, come on, dude. So he's treating the believers as children. He preached the one and concealed his philosophy. What shall we call a Platonist who becomes a Christian bishop, Snesius, and tells all that he will never preach anything he knows to be false? Did his believers know that he treated them as children, who had not yet learned to treat their beliefs allegorically, as he did with the story of the resurrection? Again, we know the resurrection didn't happen. It was added by the church 200 years after the Gospel of Mark, copied by Luke and Matthew, of course. He joins the church of those who skinned alive his very profound Platonic teacher, Hypatia, for her heretical beliefs. What the fuck kind of person would do that? Skinned alive. That's the sadistic nature of belief. I don't care if it's just an old lady down the street. They skin alive people who challenge their beliefs, because that's all beliefs can do. They can't understand, they can't learn, they can't think, they don't know the dialectic, they're not doing the dream work, they're not uncovering their problems, they're doing none of that. They're just pretending they know shit they don't and hurting people who get in their way. That's belief. That's the savage nature of the human species. Skinning alive. Happens to this day, but we won't go into that. Would those who seek his help benefit from knowing which tradition the wisdom flows that helps them? Clearly he's a Platonist. And while we could both wonder why he accepted the post of being a bishop and why he was offered it, that doesn't change his belief, his being what he is, a Platonist. Should we say he has become an inner Platonist and an outward Christian? In moving from the academy to the church temple, he went on from an open, free association of thinkers who practice contemplation, dialectic, dream work, self-analysis, to those bound by beliefs whose lives are directed by priests who are hostile to non-believers. That's the nature of humanity in a sentence. What are we supposed to do? Contemplation, dialectic, dream work, self-analysis. What's the nature of human problems? To be ruled by the ignorance of fuckheads who claim to speak for God by manipulating through your beliefs. Be they capitalists appealing to the invisible hand of the market, conservatives claiming Jesus made them president, or God promised them Palestinian land 3,000 years ago, or the religious people who get in line. But we can turn it around. Alright, no more about Sneezius. Don't like that guy. Why we're reading this. Let's finish this actually. Let's finish this. Can a Platonist have an inner life different from his outward? Can he be meddling in another's business that is not only different from his own, but opposed to those highest principles? So we are learning about what injustice is, so we can understand what the 10th ox-herding picture level of justice might be. Not meddling in your own business. Not opposing the principles of the higher. What's the highest principles? Well, logos, the dialectic. He assumes a post to lead others in the life of belief. Is he not taking a post to defend and support the believer's belief in what he himself rejects? So, the 10th ox-herding man does not give people being polite to people's bullshit beliefs. We know we had to reject our beliefs to become better and evolve. In principle, all of us. Because beliefs, as we've demonstrated, are the cause of human problems and ignorance. To go out and say, oh yeah, everyone's beliefs are just fine, I don't want to cause waves, that's not being authentically yourself. Your dreams don't feed you that horseshit. Your dreams are not polite and nice, they'll feed you nightmares. If you're not paying attention. Has he, in accepting the post of bishop, divided the efforts of the soul? Single effort of our soul, single-minded activity, so that he becomes the ruler of all the dead that lay in ignorance. That's what it means to be attracted to the bullshit of beliefs. Capitalism, conservatism, religion, to manipulate people's ignorance of beliefs to become whoop-de-fucking-do. You're the president of America. You're the most unjust soul. But you're the president of America. You're the president of Israel. Good fucking job. You're Hitler. You're taking over the world. You're the ruler of all the dead that lay in ignorance. Good fucking job. With your multi-level marketing scheme. With your religion. With your conservative right-wing bullshit. Good job. You've bought all the politicians. Good job. Sarcastically. Bad job. To you we say.
I ate a steak. I'm stupid.
What?
I'm drunk all the time, you know. I'm just like you.
Just like those yahoos in the Parliament House, right? That's also a reference from the Republic, where Socrates says, hey, I'm not interested in chasing the shapes and colors and manipulating the beliefs of others like the bankers and the politicians and the warmongers do. I would rather be a slave to a landless lord in the realm of being or self than a ruler of everyone who lays here in the dead realm of human ignorance. Is he guiding his subjects to remain loyal to what he should free them from? 10th ox-herding man. So, this person is the highest ranking philosopher within the Jesus tradition, the religious tradition of Jesus. We are using that as an analogy to answer our question, what the heck is that 10th oxiding picture? Which is solving the puzzle. Why would we go into great depth to understand all of the lineage from Jesus in interpreters? Ranking them hierarchically and go into a depth of expressing what injustice is, if not as a clue for what's meaningful to us. This is what makes it a fantastic puzzle. So, how does the 10th ox-herding man help bring flowers to blossom, dead trees to bloom? Freeing them from what they believe, not pandering. So the scammers, the con artists, the trumpers, the grifters, the APEC people, what do? They lie. What do the tech bros do? They use algorithms to find your beliefs. What do the Russians do to manipulate American elections? Everybody knows this. Manipulate the personal beliefs of people through AI and algorithms to feed them MAGA bullshit. What should we be doing? The exact opposite. What does the 10th or the true self do? The functioning of the true self or the 10th ox-herding man? Freeing them from their beliefs that they are loyal to. So does he guide his subjects to remain loyal to what he should free them from? Appearing to believe what he has rejected? Hey, what's the 10th ox-herding man doing? So look. Naked of breast, barefoot, ragged and dust-laden. Doesn't care about his appearance. He's not putting on a show. He's not putting on a mask. Ain't no bishop robes or fancy hat to indicate I'm an authority of this or that. Has he become unjust when his efforts should always be to have managed his own life and ruled himself? So that in becoming one out of many, he has become just and beautiful. One activity. What allowed the 10th ox-herding man to gain rulership over himself by as was the theme of today. Our purpose is to align ourselves to the self-logos, the inherent intelligibility of the self-logos, experienced in that glimpse, third ox-herding picture, fully in the sixth stage of enlightenment. But it itself is an effect or a reflection from a higher cause, the inherent logos of the self. Until you reach the 9th, you walk through that luminosity and you know the self, you can see the self logos, and the 10th you can function through it. To align yourself to the self logos intelligibility by freeing and purifying yourself from belief, and then recognizing it's your logos. That's what it means to be just and beautiful. Ain't nothing to do with clothes or shoes, says the 10th ox-herding man. Or how dusty or muddy you are. In this stage, we both know as wisdom, since to preserve that inner state takes a knowledge we call wisdom. So there's another question. Why the lament of the 9th ox-herding man? Why go through this if I'm just returning to the source? Returning with this dialectic, understanding and knowing allows you to perhaps preserve everything you've learned about the dialectic and the reading and the logos that you've been doing and everything that you've also simultaneously been doing about your learning about the pathologos would therefore allow you to stay in that state in this lifetime and within the course of your reincarnations, wherever you find yourself. So the lament of the ninth, why leave the self only to return? Are you going to leave again? You have returned being able to see yourself in a higher way, perhaps, and with an art that allows you to retain that state of being. Unlike an experience, which has an end. Otherwise, you have betrayed the principle of justice, a principle that lies at the heart of what it is to truly be human. Truly to be human, and assumed a role antithetical with his own philosophical principles. This isn't being, what was the, when Jesus said, in the very last thing he said, all this stuff about the path of the self-logos. We all end up in heaven. We just have different opinions about what path to take on earth. Socrates says, bollocks. One single path. When Jesus said at the end of the book, let's see it. Hey, you can't know the truth. The truth is silent before the mysteries of man's existence. What did Socrates say? Our mysteries reveal truth, yours conceal it with piety. It's not about being polite or pious. Don't criticize Israel, you'll be anti-Semitic. Don't criticize Trump, you're anti-patriotic. Don't criticize capitalism, you're an evil socialist. Bollocks, bollocks, bollocks. Belief, if it's the cause of human problems, suffering, injustice, and leading to our extinction, we have to tell the truth about it. But not my beliefs. Yes, your beliefs. But I'll get mad. Get mad and get over it. That's called evolution, growing up. That's the path you're here to take. All of us. Our mysteries conceal it. What do the fascists say? Be polite. No talk about politics. And how many streamers say, no talk about politics and religion in my stream? Why? Yes, talk about it with understanding. Because everyone's saying my beliefs, my beliefs. Yeah, I know, that's the problem. Use your brain. Use understanding. What's that called? Reason bids me to go where I do, says Socrates, and with her I follow the logos. There's an art called the way of philosopher, as a midwife to free man from his folly, and to guide his way through the study of dreams. A drop of rain doesn't make a storm, true enough, but the ideal of Achilles, or the Hellenic, what we've been describing, shaped the soul and spirit of the Hellenes into a mindful people that has put all others to shame. All other traditions, other than following the self-logos through midwifery, reading, and dreams, should be ashamed. Jesus is, well, don't we all have difference of opinions? We share a path to heaven. We all get to heaven in this end, but we differ on the road to follow on earth. The destiny of man lies in the single path of the Hellenes, for we all need the path we have walked. To know ourselves is to be Hellenic. So, going back to the highest activity, dream analysis, but also recognizing it's a single activity that we integrate into our way of being, having freed ourselves from our own false beliefs by looking at them analogical or metaphorically to see what it's telling us either about our false image of the self, the pathologos we're here specifically born here to purify, or what it tells us about the true nature of the self we're here to move back into via the self-logos, bringing back with us this deeper understanding and an art of the dialectic, allowing us to function in the 10th ox-herding picture. That's the principle of justice. That's our ideal ox-herding man. Otherwise, you're missing the mark. Jesus says, "You're a hard master, Socrates. You judge Sneesius to be a traitor to philosophy? If the name fits, that's all we can say." But what about his family? His beliefs? Nope, traitor to philosophy. Sneesius. Kick rocks. No. Do better.
Like, literally, suck my dick, dude.
I wouldn't go that far, come on.
That guy a suck.
That's better. That guy a suck.
That's anti-feminist and
Fucking bitch, pussy ass fucker.
That's more apt. Now we need a conclusion. Yes, there is likely a need to bring all these ideas and practices together into a unity. Is it likely you will play a role in that? You will play a role in that? It needs to bring together theology, contemplation, dialogue, dialectic, dream theory, and the practice of bringing the mind to understand its functions and operations. From that description, I see that we've added two members of our interpreters, the deluded Ficini and the deluding Sneesius. Unjust Sneesius. But as for philosophy, where is it going on now? And who are those who are doing it? Yes, who are those doing it? Please, pray tell Socrates, I need more followers. People to chat to in the chat or wherever. Socrates, I have heard something is going on down there.
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
I'd scoop the moon in the cup for these people. But I haven't met any of those who may be doing it, meaning they're not in heaven yet. They're you. They're us. I think it won't be long before I meet these new philosophers. I'll wait until I learn more before I say more. You say new philosophers, says Jesus. You appear cautious about saying more. Why is that, Socrates? Well, I'll risk saying a few words. Consider what we have been saying about these interpreters of ours. Notice that they bring forth even interpreters of interpreters. And so we have a whole string of them commenting on their priors and advancing some point that degenerates into even more interpretation. None of them are doing what we did. They comment on what we said and write their own commentaries. Yeah. Have you ever studied philosophy at a college? That's all it is. Commentaries of horseshit. Shall we conclude that we have not brought into existence those like ourselves, but only interpreters? Shall we say the obvious, that both of our ways of being express our practice as a way of life? Have we been amiss in not stressing the obvious truth? Philosophy is in the hand of the scholars. Hey, what did I just say? Not philosophers. Philosophy is in the hand of scholars, not philosophers. As interesting as those commentaries may be, they are a far cry from participating in living dialogues that explore truth and reality. Again, look at those who presently are called philosophers, and you'll see very quickly they are lovers not of wisdom, but, which is the clear, brilliant light of being, third ox-herding picture, developed through this Hellenic way of being into the 8th, but philodoxias, lovers of opinions. I agree with all of my own opinions. Isn't that stupid? No, I've got a PhD on my wall. Have a look. So I have heard that there is this breed of curious seekers. So Socrates is talking about you. Who have not only been exploring dreams and contemplation, but but they even write new dialogues, taking off in a direction akin to ours, yet different in an interesting way. They have revived Homer's midwifery and developed a method and practice to accompany it. There's your task. So yes, I am cautious about calling them a name because it is not clear, at least not yet, just where they are really going. So, as a 10th oxiding man, he's encouraging you to blossom and showing you how to do it. That's interesting. It suggests another member of our class of interpreters. Could they be members of that continue the Platonic tradition and even add significance elements to it? What have we seen? The 10th oxiding picture. It's not there, it's here. Entering the marketplace with helping hands. The gate to his cottage is closed, and even the wisest cannot find him. His mental panorama has finally disappeared. He goes his own way, making no attempt to follow the steps of earlier sages. Carrying a gourd, he strolls into the market. Leaning on his staff, he returns home. He leads innkeepers and fishmongers in the way of the logos. Goes his own way. There we go. Or, the way we would say it, because that's Zen Buddhism, lacks a few key words that we have, thankfully, allowing us to add to the tradition. Become exemplars. By continuing the tradition and adding significant elements to it, which is what we are doing right now by exploring the 10th oxiding picture and seeing it might be a state beyond the first hypothesis of the Platonic tradition. It seems they may even be those who live their life in conformity with their philosophy. Hope you are. And have become exemplars of their philosophy. And if you are, we say to you,
I'm eating the testicles of this bull,
goodness.
and I'm eating it raw.
Stop eating bull testicles
Absolutely gooped.
and instead become exemplars and have fun.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
Thank you. I knew I said it perfectly. Thank you, Emma.
Do a poggers.
That's right. I do think you're right about there being a new class of interpreter. I think they may not be interpreters at all, but exponents of a living tradition, giving us our final class of interpreter, our goal, accepting the new, or exponents of a living tradition. Let's add that to our map. What colour? This one. What? No, that one. This one. No, this one. Exponents of a living tradition. That's you, my friend. You won't reach unless you overcome its objection to be loyal to your own unsuspected false beliefs. So we can see Sneesius the betrayer, betraying those who believed him as a bishop and also betraying philosophy, opposing becoming an exponent of a living tradition, giving us a single activity we can focus on to pull ourselves into that state of justice. Or as the azure sky, freeing us from any loyalty to old beliefs or interest in manipulating people's beliefs for profit and power, to let either the luminosity of mind shine through, or the clarity of self remain and function through. That's what we're doing, the functioning part. Shall we can call these divisions, shall we consider that these divisions, this is a new question, we have made are similar to the psychological types of man? For in reviewing our divisions, have we not identified certain attitudes or states of mind that block a more full participation in the spiritual life? There may be ways of describing psychological types, but with our work, we know that these divisions mark the degree that one can enter into the spiritual journey. You're right about that. We have the hierarchical ordering. Synesius at the top of our list. Dionysius the Areopagite, Synesius, the one pretended to be religious while being a philosopher, himself lying. Dionysius pretended to be a religious dude to sneak philosophy in. But Synesius being better, I suppose, because he included dreams. He showed the metaphysics of both of our traditions can become one. Okay, Jesus is in his problem. Dionysius appeared Christian. Yep. Synesius at the top. Because Dionysius ignored the role of dreams. He is clearly a major player in both of our traditions. What is still in progress has yet to reach its fullest flowering. Surely we should wait to see what emerges in all its fullness, you guys, before grading them and including them in our divisions. Another way of judging them to see what opposition comes forward. That is often a way of judging significance. Judge me by my haters. These divisions do cause a set of problems, and the bitter struggle between them is obvious. Shall we say that any integration within oneself has its implications on those in opposition? We also recognize our own opposition as the counterattack or the fourth oxiding picture. Without seeing how it brings about changes among mankind, we cannot really judge the importance of each of our divisions. Each of these divisions actually represents stages of man's development, so they can be called different states of mind. Yes, and there's always been a fear, there is and always has been a fear among those in the lower divisions towards those in the higher. Of course, manipulated and exacerbated Fox News, CNN, it's all fear, 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 fear. To keep the capitalists, religious and conservatives, manipulators of belief to become rulers of the dead and lay in ignorance, to allow us to manipulate that ignorance. Fear. Which is a false belief, by the way. Fear of mind, self-understanding, or fear of other. False belief we have to remove. I don't think we can challenge that. Seeing after we were killed by the stupid people. Behind men's struggle to flourish and survive is a struggle of what state of mind? Okay, so it plays out within the family, city, and cosmos itself. Right, so that brings us to where we are. He's gone one step further and said, hey, these categories of interpretation, as we reject truth or reject the rejection of truth, so kind of back and forth through these 10 stages or the 5 classes of interpretation. Going through these 10 stages of development of the self-logos or the cognitive functions and its opposition of our pathologos. Described as we go through that process as an individual in the oxiding pictures, leading us to our big question, what is it like to be in the 10th? And where will we place that on our... How can we understand that with the logo? So from that reading, we've recognized what makes the highest is dreams. Our activity, how do we approach dreams? Non-interpretive. What's that? The dialectic. What's the new age of man? Hellenic. What's that? to use the dialectic through dream analysis and the Homeric art of philosophical midwifery. As a living exponent, to talk with others, exploring the nature of truth and reality, like the 10th ox-herding man. Therefore, our highest activity, what made Sneesius above everyone else in his tradition, even though he was, well, terrible, is the highest activity of dream analysis, which is to the use of ousia and logos. Therefore, that which is the cause of dreams has to be superior than an activity that brings together our highest functioning. But like ousia and logos. What Socrates suggests is, hey, these people, the reason why dream analysis is not just helpful but necessary, dream analysis and the dialectic are necessary to go through those ox-herding stages to the other side to know the self, and to become a living exponent or a 10th ox-herding person would be a singular, always doing your intended function, always at all times, no matter how you're dressed, how tired you are walking home with your staff, doing it your own way, adding to the tradition. But it's therefore through the highest functioning, the way that we can bring the way of the logos, the way of the Hellenic art, the way of midwifery, the way that brings, what's the language? Dead trees becoming alive, that leads innkeepers and fishmongers, even the worst of people, again, metaphor for brothels and people who work with killing things. Withered trees swiftly can be brought to blossom. We can turn everyone around in principle. Anyone can be turned around in principle. Anyone can, like Achilles, go from following this Hellenic model, come into blossom. The full nature of blossoming, 10th ox-herding man, state of self. Our question, how can we understand that cognitively? Imagination, or ousia, conjoined with logos, which is our divine character. What category? What class of divine? Gods or God? God. What's that? The self. So the character or state of self that we're after, recognized as the 9th ox-herding picture, or the first hypothesis of Parmenides. With dream analysis, you conjoin, or that state of God, its functioning is conjoined through dream analysis together. It's one. The state of knowing the self and the state of functioning through self ain't different cognitive functions like knowledge and understanding. Or the process of 3 glimpse, third ox, counterattack, 4th ox, having some success through midwifery and dream work, 5th ox, being able to facilitate as a dialectician yourself, 6th ox, free of your problem, 7th ox, fullest experience of pure intelligence, 8th ox, walking through that gate, following the footsteps, all of this work in developing the logos allows you to recognize that there is a path through that experience. It ain't it. Again, requires intelligence to do so, requires an open-mindedness to do so. Jesus couldn't listen to that conversation. To go through to its cause, the 9th. But of course, there is some sort of seems drop from a peak experience to non-experience. We have to recognize it's not non-experience, it's a transcendence of experience. Because within it, that peak experience was its smell, its reflection, its overflow, its shadow. You're not going to nothingness. As Plotinus said, one of the people we mentioned in the book, the mind reels at the prospect of nothingness. It ain't nothingness. That's the significance of this work, this of your life, of your development. It is a diminishment, so you think, what the hell was the point of all that? The point of all that is to recognize that everything you took to go along this is unified with, potentially, your state of mind. So the difference between state of mind and logos is no longer different. It's now your functioning of self, as automatically and natural as the dream maker must be to create, what would we say? 80 billion dreams a night. That's a lot of dreams. That's just this planet. Imagine if there are other planets with life. How could it do it? This. The awakening of the divine character, or the state of self. Yeah, that's written there. Which of course is not the 9th oxiding picture. 10th. Too thick. That's what she said.
Dude, suck my dick.
Come on. I deserve that.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to get you.
Oh my goodness. It's an intuitive intelligence, it's the eye of the soul, it's the state, character or state of self. So our highest activity that makes those philosophers the best is non-interpretation, which is therefore to participate in dream analysis means non-interpretive, and the clue he gave us, hey, it's the same thing that we needed to go interpretive. He said, by the way, it's non-interpretive, which means it's the same thing that we need. Why are they both the same? They're supposed to be different. What is this? Fixed it. What's going on here? Ah, there we go. It's unnecessary to interpret dreams. Therefore, we make them visible from the depths of their obscurity through the kind of reflection we know as the passageway to the divine. The passageway to the divine, or God, we saw is utterly the dialectic. Without the dialectic, which is the power of the logos, you will utterly fail to achieve the keyword passage. That was the word that ties it all together. From the brilliant light of being, 8th oxiding picture, to the good itself, 9th oxiding picture, and for us, the 10th. Therefore, solving this puzzle, the non-interpretive participation in the dialectic, which is itself the dialectic, which is the art of ousia and logos. which is our purpose here. Therefore, to participate in dream analysis is the highest activity of ousia and logos, the dialectic that coming together. Therefore, its cause has to be like ousia and logos, but some way superior. We have a clue about what that might be because of the idea of cause, prior, independent, superior, to its effect. The 80 billion dreams, but has some. You have to have a high level of intelligence to understand or to accept the. Let's. I've already said. The audience, IUD. The audience have to have a high level of intelligence to not reject. That's what we're after. So I said accept, but we should say keep it in the text as we've been learning. High level of intelligence to not reject. The principle of as above, so below. So as the dream maker is to his creations, but in a higher, superior, independent, transcendent, even way. The dialectician, the dream maker, therefore would represent imagination conjoined with a profound understanding. Why? Because that's what Socrates says we get from our work in dreams. It awakens the divine character, which is, of course, the principle of likeness. So by doing dream work, we become like the dream maker. That also allows our development. So there's our awakening, or the approach, the awakens, which means a development, which is the use of the axiom as above, so below. So we below make use of that fundamental axiom of likeness, as above, so below, allowing for a awakening or approaching, which is a process, which is reflected in the ox herding pictures. A blossoming, a leading, becoming alive, the dead trees becoming alive, mingling with the people of the world, dead trees become alive, withered trees swiftly blossom to bloom. So there's our process. So those two final axioms or principles Socrates left us that Jesus dropped, we picked up to solve this, to put together this problem. There's our axiom or principle that you have to take for granted for everything, but only provable once you get there. As above, so below, for our awakening or our approach or development, making us like the divine character. There's our principle of likeness, which is also the axiom. The other axiom we've been talking about, the axiom, different color. This one. Axiom of likeness, to become like the divine character. Which is what? A conjoining of our ousia and logos, or our imagination and highest and the most profound understanding, a singular understanding, which is awakening our divine character. Tenth ox herding picture, like the dream maker. Now, our question is, how can we understand the cognitive function of this mysterious 11th hypothesis? So what are we saying? We're saying that the state of self, Uranus, seems to be the description of the first hypothesis of Parmenides. The activity, Chronos, seems to be what's missing. Is Parmenides demonstrating it? Did he have to jump down from the 10th to the 9th to give his explanation? We can wonder about how the first hypothesis fits in, but Socrates in the text gave us, hey, there's an activity of self that gives rise to intelligence, Chronos, but it has to have a cause. So how would we structure this? Anyway, so how do we bring those two ideas together? 3 ideas. Chronos and Uranus. Spammer and chat.
You piece of shit, there's a robot.
And you're a robot.
Well, that's not true because
It's a scam.
It is a scam.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Bull testicles to you, scammer. The first hypothesis of self, the idea of Chronos and Uranus, or model and activity, or Ousia and Logos. Still carrying that as a question. But we can recognize, just as we've gone through and identified the different cognitive functions leading to the self, there seems to be a state of self where our make some room. Oh yeah, here we go. Our Ousia and Logos, our state of mind or imagination or an understanding, come together. So, well, we can understand the first hypothesis from the first hypothesis of Parmenides. It's a whole without parts. It's the same without difference. It's free without limitations. It's out of time without being in time. It's like without being unlike. It's at peace. Sounds like the 9th oxiding picture. There seems to be So we defined understanding as the whole of all parts, the same of all difference, and its activity, keeping that as your state of mind while functioning, is understanding. But we also recognize there are 2 classes of sources or 2 classes of wholes, the whole of all parts as the paradigm or second hypothesis, knowing, and the whole that transcends parts as its source, the source of that source, the self, the 2 stages of 2 kinds of enlightenment. What's curious is the state of whole and its functioning. Well, its state of whole seems to be the first hypothesis or the 9th oxiding picture. And if there's a lament in that, better to be as blind and deaf from the beginning, exclamation mark. Dwelling in one's true abode, unconcerned with and without. The river flows and flowers are red. From the beginning there has not been a speck of dust to mark the intrinsic purity, a pure one. Pure one of the first hypothesis of Parmenides. The waxing of waning of life is You observe that waxing and waning as Parmenides is able to observe and describe it in the Hypotheses, giving us the map for understanding human problems, ignorance, 4 and 5, human wisdom, excellence, 2 and 3, all of the counterattacks or pathologos we have, observed from the first. Because he gives the first hypothesis and says, hey, that pure one we used to define by talking about the self. Can the self be different? No, it wouldn't be yourself. Then the pure one isn't different. Hey, by the way, so a pure self to define the one. Pure one, can a one have parts? Why not? Because it would be many. Oh yeah, one can't be many, so the self can't be many. Using these two ideas to define themselves, what didn't he do? Help Aristotle. He didn't help him with his problem. When he gave that pure, no appeal to human experience, no appeal to anything other than pure reason, a perfect model of the dialectic, what didn't he do? Human stuff. Fishmonger stuff. What didn't he do? Get his hands dirty. What didn't he do? Address Aristotle's, the cause of Aristotle's 10th hypothesis, rejection of this logos, which would be, in principle, his loyal to his own fundamental unsuspected false beliefs. That's the pathologos. He didn't help Aristotle. Whoops, wrong page. Sorry about that.
That guy a suck.
Hey, I don't suck.
Fuck.
Didn't address Aristotle's 10th class of interpretation, the rejection of accepting the logos, or what caused his 5th level. Again, you can take these 5 or you can expand it to the 10, just as we can recognize Aristotle's ignorant false beliefs or his pathologos rejection. So maybe that's why Parmenides wasn't so keen to go down into this dialectical description of the self, because he's not helping anyone. I mean, ultimately, yes, he helped all of us, gave us the model, gave us the map, everything. He's saying, I'm going to talk about myself. Alone in his abode. Myself from myself. I'm going to pick anyone to talk to. In fact, I'm going to pick the youngest. Why not? He'll answer quickly. He won't think about too much. He'll give me time to rest. When he gets confused, he'll give me time to rest. It's an effort. When he gives the first hypothesis, that's supposed to be the end. It's a dialectic of the first of himself. Didn't want to do. He has to return to something. He has to go down. Down from where? In principle, using the map we've developed by adding in the hypotheses that isn't included, the pathologos, the 10th, not included, necessary to how do you bring people to blossom? Remove the clouds. Remove the pathologos. What have we seen as our purpose? Why have we reincarnated? We pick the time, family, incarnation, because you will get the clouds that represent the false idea of yourself you've been ingraining yourself into in your multiple reincarnations. No need for past life regressions or purifying your karma or any of that stuff. You carry everything you need with you into this life, pick it up as your pathologos, giving you everything in a single lifetime to overcome your karmic debt, if you want to use that language, or your problem. Puzzle. If, in principle, he has an objection to the first hypothesis self, pathologos, that we've added, what didn't he do? Talk to Aristotle personally, the way the 10th hypothesis man talks to fishmongers and innkeepers. He instead goes, okay, you don't think that's possible? All right. Here is every other possible worldview. Definition, demonstration, division, conclusion of what is. Oh, and also, there are worldviews where you reject any one of those. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. The first, which is the one of himself, that he reluctantly returned to, and all the other possible ones. Hey, welcome, Sus.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
Off the perky, call you Kirky.
I love this guy.
She's not a guy.
Why can't these guys shut up, whether or not it's about Jesus?
Stop telling me to shut up.
That's insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
How am I? I need a straitjacket.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
Are you sure I'm not a guy? You never know. I don't know.
Dude, suck my dick.
Oh my god, if you say that, you might be a guy.
I think, honestly, on the real,
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
On the real, everybody should love sluts, apparently. So. Crazy.
cool as a cuke.
Or cool as a cuke.
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Bull the testicles. It's the internet. People can cosplay their personalities. Yes. You can. So, what's not included? What was Aristoteles affected by this? Who knows? If it's supposed to represent the Aristotle we know, no. That's the issue. We're in our current educational state is a direct lineage from Aristotle. Socrates had midwifery to address the pathologos. We killed him because of our societal ignorance. Before Plato could address his pathologos means he never reached the first self. He couldn't. Without midwifery, without a dialectician, without midwife, dream analysis. There's no books written by Plato on midwifery or dream work. Socrates mentions it a lot, often, in key moments. Therefore, Plato did not have the art of the 10th ox-herding man to purify Aristoteles from his beliefs, so he's a materialist. He's in this category. This is his problem. 8th. So he got kicked out of the academy. He couldn't become the head lecturer. He was Stoic, opposed to metaphysics. So we have Socrates up there, Plato here, Aristotle here. So if the Aristoteles, which means little Aristotle, is supposed to be the character in the Parmenides, I don't know if he is, didn't help him. We really need to stop killing people who make us question things. We really should. That's absolutely right.
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
And also we should love sluts as well. Unless they're making us question our sanity with late-stage capitalism. I'm joking, of course.
If you don't know, now you know.
We can spiritually punch them. Yes.
Cookie maxing.
And cookie maxing.
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
We're eating the testicles of the bull pictures. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Yay me.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy maxing so hard,
That just sounds like your cortisol levels are spiking for no reason.
You're joy maxing. Let's not spike our cortisol levels for no reason. So, what are we seeing? Parmenides gives us the map of first hypothesis. Twitch is more conservative lately. Careful what's said on stream and chat lately. What? No one's watching me. And if they are, they should pay attention. That's what I say. Right?
the T-virus will transform me into an epic creation.
And this understanding should transform them into epic creation as well.
Why can't these guys shut up, whether or not it's about Jesus?
What did the people do that got banned? Maybe they should shut up whether or not it's about Jesus. I don't think I'm on anyone's radar. And I'm not saying anything that's false. Not consciously. So, they're little bubbles of entertainment purposes to be family friendly. I don't understand. I'm not with you. What did they say that's not, that they didn't like? No, who cares? What I care more about is what you are thinking. Where are you at? What are you puzzled by? Where's your question? Because we have just gone through this book. Oh, with mental health and got banned. Okay. Well, all the best to them. Hopefully they can wake up to, your question is about dreams? Oh, that's a good question. It's our question too at the moment. What's your question? So, Parmenides didn't do dream work with Aristoteles, but gave a description, of the nature of the self. And he could have picked anyone. He said he picked the youngest because they're not going to think too hard, and when they're wrong and confused, he can get a rest from explaining. When he wasn't happy with the self, he said, these are the 8 other possible worldviews any human being can have, any culture can have, any history can have, any species can have, any intelligent being can have, giving us the entire map of mind. Doesn't help Aristotle. He may as well have been talking to no one. No, that's not true. We need it. I had a dream about a cheetah or a big cat that came repeatedly to my house, and I panicked, and a masculine divine-like energy wrestled it back to the wildlife. Now, I have become open to Discord chats. If we want to do dream analysis as a demonstration of the 10th ox herding picture, our goal, we better do it right. If you want to talk about your dreams, are you open to talking about it via voice chat on Discord? No, I mean, it's good. It's good that you're remembering. It's good that you're practicing it. It's good that you're transcribing it. Are you happy to do it on stream? Maybe one day or two, a couple of days a week, we could do a dream talk on stream. With your voice, you don't have to show your face. Not on stream right now, but eventually I'd like that. Okay, I'll have a think about it. I don't mind showing your face, because you look like a chihuahua. Yeah, I'll think about how to do it. Maybe not on stream, but maybe on stream down the road or something. But by the way, the conclusion of this book is dream analysis is the greatest activity, and we need to figure out a way of doing it. And once we figure it out, write about it in our dialogue. So that's something that we can do. That's a good idea. We'll do that. Hooray.
You are beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful
Breasts and the juiciest ass.
Oh my goodness. Even my soundboard is excited about this idea.
Goons of gooners.
That's gooners.
Gooner.
My soundboard's being a gooner.
goon.
That's what I'm saying. So, no addressing the pathologos. Purely rational. Step by step, bringing Aristoteles along at every point. But what have we been learning truth ain't enough. So as we do dream analysis, we'll be getting true messages about the self, but we will discover it ain't enough. We have to address our negative responses that's part of the human condition. The kinds of interpretation that we go as we struggle to become like the dream maker by participating in the messages from our dreams, but also at the same time reflecting on the dream maker himself. You ever done an exam or something and you were not interested in the material, but you had to do the exam anyway? And you thought, well, hang on a second. The question is something like this. Question. What statue was given to America in 1891? Was it A, the Statue of Freedom? Was it B, the Tower of Liberty? Was it C, the Statue of Liberty? Or D, banana? Now, what you might want to realize, hang on a second, there might be a structure behind the thought of the person asking me this question. I haven't studied this. But hang on a second. There is a repeating theme through here. There's a coherence through here. Statue of Freedom. Oh, that's repeated. 2 statues. It's probably one of those. Statue of Freedom, Tower of Liberty. Liberty is repeated. Oh, and the banana is a joke thing, so we don't stress out in the exam. So maybe it's C. Or maybe the examiner will go, Tower of Liberty. And you'll think, hang on a second, statue is repeated twice. The tower is repeated twice. Liberty is common. Oh, I repeated myself, haven't I? Whoops. I want to get another one in there. Tower of Freedom. No, that won't work either. Okay, let's stick with banana. Banana. By seeing there's an inherent structure behind the thought of the person giving the question, you're participating in a higher level of intelligence. By applying this to something meaningful, the most meaningful activity, as we've been reading, our dreams, you are raising your intelligence to become like that of the dream maker, who is able to function not only as a dialectician, but to give the story, to write the dialogues that are intelligible, that are complete, that are perfectly necessary for your level of development, representing your development of the self-logos and your purification of your pathologos 80 billion times a night. The functioning of the ideal self. Using the principle of likeness, by participating in dream analysis while at the same time reflecting on your dream maker and the intelligence and divine character of the dream maker, you are not only solving your specific problems relevant to your personal life currently, you are raising yourself from the personal to the transpersonal, the self. 10th oxherding picture, ultimate state being. That's the power of dream analysis. That might be why Socrates has been leaning on it as the ultimate standard, even within religious traditions. Sneesius. Okay, what wasn't happening when we got the Parmenides? It was non-personal. He wasn't bringing Aristotle to bloom. He said, I don't accept this one. I'm not following. Doesn't seem likely that this one self is the self. Okay, these are all the other things that are likely. And they can't be. Truth without humanness. 9th ox-herding picture without 10th ox-herding picture. Maybe that's why he lamented answering Socrates' question, demonstrate the dialectic on the self, and not demonstrate the dialectic to help me remove my pathologos and reach the self. Two different things. So we can surmise Parmenides might have been living in that state of 10th ox-herding picture, which might be why Zeno was following him around for so long, and Socrates sought him out and made him an enlightened master of the Logos, allowing him to do this, and to learn it from somewhere. To have the profound mastery of it shows that he must have been practicing it and developing it a lot, but still, it's a diminishment. So what seems to be the ousia and logos comes together in the self. You know and understand yourself. So it's not knowing and understanding of the second and third. It's unified. What separates into logos and ousia, knowing and understanding, is together itself. The difference isn't Uranos and Chronos, ousia and logos. It's functioning as the self to bring things to blossom with other developing beings, or loneliness. The one and many versus the one. Maybe. So, did it help bring Aristotle to bloom? Nope. Did he address the pathologos? No. If you were, who is the 10th ox-herding men relating to? Innkeepers and fishmongers. This ain't philosophers. This isn't Socrates' crew. The wise people can't find him. The people with problems. To recognize our art is to address problems. Human incarnation is to get a problem. The art of the dialectic is to learn about the self by addressing what self isn't. Our problems. Our dreams are not always, but mostly about our problems. That's the way of the logos. It's a functioning, brings life to its excellence. As opposed to the lament of the, you've gone through bliss, now you're like, what the hell was that all about? What was in bliss? Now I'm in what? What is this? Nothing? I'm alone? Empty? Who do I speak to? No one? Who's interested in this? No one. Oh, you know what people do have? Problems. What's the catch-22 of the human condition? The nature of human problems, belief and image thinking, is defined by an opposition to understanding, knowing, and self. 1, 2, 3. And that reminds me, one, two, three.
try male human voice, count over 3.
1, 2, 3.
Now, 1, 2, 3.
1,
Now,
2, 3.
now. 1, 2, 3. Now the throat there. Now speak. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. What's necessary for our development? Dialectic. What is that? Ousia, self-reflection, and logos. What are we afraid of? What are we blocked from? Ousia and logos. We are stuck. Hang on a second, what have we recognized? While that may be true, there is a kiddie pool. A shallow pool of ousia, pseudo-ousia, and a shallow pool of logos, enough to keep your problems alive. Dream analysis and midwifery makes use of this ousia to address your problems and free you up from what you've been learnt to become afraid of in your childhood, actual ousia and logos. So what's the issue? Reach the self. Who do you have to talk to? People with problems. Are you addressing the whys? I guess you can. Not in the 10th oxiding picture. You're looking at the whys can't find you because you're out of the house. Helping people reflect on their problems. Fishmongers and innkeepers. Bringing who comes to blossom? I wonder why they don't have a philosophical category. Who is that? Who's that? Who are you wondering about? Dead trees coming alive. Withered trees bringing to blossom. Oh, why don't they have a philosophical category on Twitch? Because I'd be the only person on it. I don't know anyone else who does philosophy. I don't even know anyone who understands the difference between opinions and philosophy. All of the philosophers I've met think it's a love of opinions. It's which is the exact opposite. But hey, we could talk to them, bring them to blossom. That's the game. Is that the difference? The Hellenic way that Socrates is describing, bringing in Homeric midwifery with dream analysis, together with the reading of these specific intelligible texts, Pierre Grimes, Socrates, and Homer. While encouraging us to the fourth aspect of the dialectic, do it yourself, write your dialogues, talk with your friends, is the natural way of being that we have been developing all along the way, freeing us from our problems, allowing us to return to that pure intelligence that we had as a glimpse, go through it, recognizing that it even has a cause because you're used to asking questions, even in the most challenging experiences or the most beautiful seeming experiences, like the appearance of beauty of your parents. You go back to that experience in midwifery and dream work to even in the profundity or whatever, I'm in a safe, secure, no blame, no shame, no punishment condition to put questions on what I'm experiencing, even the most beautiful appearance of my parental figures, such that I free myself from my false conclusions about self and reality, and also as I am then free to return to my third ox-herding picture glimpse and go into it in greater depth, free of my blocks or problems. Eighth ox-herding picture, I'm also used to asking questions about beauty, because that's what I've been doing my whole life. My whole life, that's justice. always asking questions about beauty. Is this, and truth and justice. Is this actual beautiful? Is this actual truth? With people along the way, ideally fellow philosophers, such that if you get into this most profound experience of pure illumination, mind turning about and knowing itself, in the 8th ox-herding picture, having gone through your counterattacks in the 4th, catching the bull, having success in your midwifery talks, taming the bull, becoming a dialectician and midwife yourself, riding the bull, freeing yourself from your problem, bull transcended. As you return to the 8th, you recognize the footprints of the ancestors. There are footprints of the logos. You can recognize the inherent intelligibility of that in that experience and ask questions to go through that, follow those footsteps, and recognize this is the spirit or power of the patriarchs. It isn't the final state. Go through that gateway to the other side. The other side is a bit of a downer after the greatest experience to non-experience. That can be a bit of a shock, but it's okay. You've been learning about this. You expect that shock. But you recognize that blissful experience has to have an end. You can't drive your car in that experience, and it will have an end. Whereas the tranquility as its cause, you can recognize as the first hypothesis. But also you can recognize, oh yeah, even Parmenides lamented getting into that state because it's alone. The oneself alone. Dwelling alone in your true abode, unconcerned with and without. But hey, you might as well be deaf and blind, because who are you talking to? What are you doing with this? Yeah, you've reached the self, but how many other philosophers are on Twitch? Says our friend in chat. Philosophy and psychology do go hand in hand. We're literally, philosophy is recognizing the path of development goes hand in hand with removing the cause of our problems. So it's psychotherapy. And by the way, midwifery is the only scientifically or empirically verified mode of psychotherapy. That's the orange book we've been reading. The validation studies are the second half of that book. Giving us what we need to help people. Going through that state, because you've been asking questions and because you've been learning to follow the logos, recognizing the footprints of the logos, even in that state, recognizing, oh, okay, a bit of a downer here because it's a tranquil state of self that I can recognize and stay in, have my... Don't have any coffee left. I got a soda. I can be in the state of self and enjoy my soda too. You've reached the goal. Why strive for anything? But hey, if you've just gone back to the source, why ever leave? It's as though you're blind and deaf. You just focus on the self. Streams meander on of themselves and red flowers naturally blossom red. Unconcerned with that. Hey, what's our purpose? To go from that closed to curious. Therefore, hey, streams go on by themselves. What do I have to do? And flowers will naturally blossom when they're ready. Sure. Hey, are you curious about that? How do flowers blossom? Maybe you can water some flowers. Maybe there are some dead trees that you might be able to help. How do people address their problems? Hey, isn't it interesting? The streams that are flowing? The path of development that all intelligent beings are on? How do human beings relate to truth? What is that flow? Because they're not just enlightened, they're here to learn. How do they learn? How do they react to learning? What makes them so attached to their ignorance when, for you, it's so obvious the clear nature of self? So obvious that Following the logos, understanding solves problems. Why do people not see it yet? Can you become curious? And use everything you've learnt along the way to relate to people as they are, which is not what's happening in the first hypothesis, which might be why Parmenides didn't want to go down to do this demonstration for young Socrates. Didn't address the humanness of Socrates because he didn't ask for that. He wants a demonstration of the self. Here it is. By the way, watch this, Socrates. I've given it to you. I walked even the youngest of you through it step by step. That's the truth. The truth of the self. Demonstrated with pure reason. No appeal to authority, no appeal to physical experiences. Just pure reason demonstrating the dialectic of the truth. The one self or the true self. Of myself. From myself. Watch what happens next, Socrates. Hey, by the way, did the truth help you, Aristotle? No. What the fuck? I don't think that's the self. That's not at all. Oh, okay. What's your problem? I don't think that's likely. Oh, well, okay, well. Alright. I don't care what you have to say. I'm demonstrating for Socrates the height of he asked me for the height of the dialectic. I'm going to demonstrate it for him. I'm going to use the dialectic to show the dialectic. What if this self is beyond existence, but what if it is? Well, you could define it. It would function. You could have divisions, and you could have conclusions that are different from it. The 4 stages of cognitive development we go through as human beings, or stages of history, or societies, depending on their rulership. Oh, and by the way, humans have problems. You could have a problem with any one of those stages. Given us as our friend is saying, psychological problems or mental health, the 4 categories fundamentally of human problems. Pathologos. You know what I didn't do? Apply it to bring Aristotle or Socrates to bloom, because that wasn't what was asked of me. That might have been what he was doing all day with Socrates and his bros. So when Socrates says, hey, show us your chops, give us the biggest shred possible. Shred more than anyone has shredded before, not on the guitar, but on the logos. Of course, music as the metaphor. Sure, you know what I'm not doing? Playing a song that specifically speaks to you and relates to you and helps your development. Not singing the song of the rustic woodsman and the village children that such that anyone who hears my melody will join me. I'm just shredding. Just shredding. Just shredding. And that can be lonely. Why? Because human beings are here for a reason. If they were at the self, free of their problems, they wouldn't be here. That's why they call it Hades. So I might be unlikely to find another Parmenides person to talk about in the 9th. I'll find a lot of innkeepers and fishmongers. Maybe? Is that it? And our question is, how can we understand that cognitively? Just as we've recognized there is wisdom as the greatest whole of greatest parts, knowing, second hypothesis, and wisdom is not just knowing, it's not just a glimpse, that'd just be the third oxiding picture. Jesus wouldn't have had his problems if that was it. It also requires understanding to relate providentially to your limits or blocks or problems. and those who have problems. That's wisdom. Two things, a state of mind of the whole of all parts, and a functioning, so that's your ousia or state of mind or imagination, visualization, consciousness, any of those. And your functioning, in other words, your bliss experience, you're not going to be doing anything. You're just blissing out. You're out of body. Understanding is using that experience, getting into it as much as you can, being able to reflect on it a lot, build it up in your imagination or your visualization, using it as the model. All that's fantastic. But fundamentally, they're two different cognitive functions. What if there was a greater whole than the whole of all parts? A whole that transcends parts. There's a beauty, you can look at a beautiful painting that's got all of its parts. Is there a kind of beauty that you've seen in a person that shines irregardless of parts? A beauty that confuses the numbnuts, confuses the most ignorant. We mentioned earlier, judge me by the haters. Socrates said that. He said, we can judge by the kind of opposition, our level of development, because there is and always has been a fear and a hate. Let's see the text. I have to practice my memorization. Opposition, was it? Yes. Another way of judging your development is what opposition comes forward. It's another way of judging your significance. Why is that? Because we're developing through states of mind, and there is and always has been a fear of those in the lower divisions towards those in the higher, and most so towards the highest, 9th or 10th oxiding picture. And I don't think, says Socrates to Jesus, we can challenge that after seeing what we went through. Socrates saying, judge me by judging a division of development by what opposition comes forward, or as we would say, judge me by my haters. So here we go. So, the whole purpose of the brilliant light experience is to use that principle of as above, so below to make an inference about what must be its cause in a superior way. If wisdom or our human excellence is understood as that state of knowing and a different cognitive function of understanding, where do they both come from? In a higher way, maybe they're not different. So the whole that transcends parts as a state of ousia, plus its functioning to providentially relate to the parts, gets an upgrade from the 6th oxiding picture. After your glimpse of the whole, keeping that in mind to whatever level you can remember or experience it, and singing the songs of the harmony of the Logos, that helps everyone from the rustic woodsman to the village children, upgrades to that can help even the worst of us, even the Achilles, even the, what do they call them, pimps and murderers. Even the worst of us in the 10th. Innkeepers and fishmongers. This is a metaphor, of course. I'm not saying hotel owners. A whole that contains inherently parts while itself transcending parts, being able to therefore recognize parts in such a way that can most providentially act towards them instantaneously. Now, that would be a different cognitive function. First hypothesis or 9th oxiding picture, a whole different from parts, transcending, lonely. Its activity or functioning the 12th or the 11th oxiding hypothesis. it seems. Now, we've been given that in the text, putting that back together with what we've been reading from the book. Using those two primary axioms we've been using, that of likeness and of as above, so below, which is likeness and cause. Right, the axiom of causes. I messed up here, didn't I? Oh, two different likenesses. Likeness as above, so below. Likeness. Yes, they both use the principle of likeness, but one is to do with cause and effect. Causes. You become like the cause, going through the process of dream analysis or this reflection. So again, the way that we read the book is like we read a dream. The way we reflect on our problems is like we read a dream. The way we read a dream is like the way we read a dream. It's the same thing. Allowing us to approach and experience the divine character, which means the divine, what class of divine? God, which is what? The self, character or state. That's either the 9th or 10th oxiding picture, because it's not the gods or intelligence. And it says that awakens that intuitive intelligence, which unifies mind and understanding, imagination and profound understanding, ousia and logos. Now, we've been talking about these triads, but also one of the triads would be, therefore, in let's see the book. Drinking, making love. Speculation. Another word for imagination is philosophical speculations. So now we can take our understanding of the kind of cognitive function that we're looking for that was missing in the Hypothesis of Parmenides that we can use to add logos or understanding to the 10th oxiding picture to recognize the ultimate state of enlightenment which we're seeking for, which is also the state of self, which is also the dream maker in its functioning, which is a unification of imagination and understanding. Take that back with us, where we also talked about this unification of understanding and experience. Here we go. Hey, by the way, many believe that their fantasy life is their own creation, but they fail to recognize the self-image within their fantasy is a manifestation of their self-identification. Your fantasies. Gooners.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
That makes you a gooner and a weirdo. Goon. That's what I'm saying.
Goons of gooners, nurse.
Gooners. By the way, if you've been persuaded and encouraged to believe in a false idea of self and reality, then you're doomed to becoming irrelevant, says Jesus. So don't encourage people to participate in their... Don't humor people. You're not being polite. By encouraging people, as Sneesius did, to hold on to their ignorance or false beliefs or fantasies, you are actually dooming them to their problems. Socrates, I've often stressed to those about me that to be ignorant about what is real and true is what everyone hates and fears. There is nothing more important than having truth as a companion to one's idea of reality. The inner connection between what is considered good, the desire for it, and the quest for it is important to see clearly. I've often called that the inner triad. Our idea of the good, true, and real. That was good. Interesting comparison you've made. Mankind imitates creation in his own inner world. There we go. The beliefs that you make up or learn from your parents, still made up, isn't actually something you should humor or be polite and don't talk about. Don't talk about politics or religion. People get upset because they're all stupid, ignorant people. We need to let them be ignorant. That's harming them. However, when we takes on the form of a daydream, if I may say so myself, says Jesus, all hell breaks loose. So mankind imitates creation in his own inner world. You know, of course, some say that your kind of philosophy is nothing other than entering and staying in a realm of fantasy. You have your haters too. Yes, many do hurl that charge at us. They forget that there is a difference between fantasy and philosophical speculation. In fantasy, there is a false image of the self, and its drama has no correspondence to the way of truth of the meditation of the philosopher. So, everything we've been learning about the oxiding pictures, that's the way to truth. Taking our understanding from philosophy of the truth, adding it or applying it to the oxiding pictures to recognize, there are other people who've recognized there are stages of development in truth and humanness. So the ultimate stage of truth, first hypothesis. What didn't help Aristotle. Missing the 10th oxiding picture. The speculations of philosophy lead to an understanding and experience of the true self. And what we're seeing is that understanding and experience come together in intuitive intelligence, allowing 80 billion dreams to be made a night. And there's no element of fantasy in that. So the daydream and your kind of speculation both have a triadic structure. What's a triad? Truth, reality, the good. The idea of the good, of the self, the 10th oxiding man, the desire for it, you want to seek it, and the quest for it, that's the inner triad of the soul. Your reasoning or understanding that we got here. But hey, truth ain't enough. You have to desire it. I want to be myself. I want to be free. I want to be able to experience pure intelligence, walk through that gate, not reincarnate into my problems over and over, and function ideally as my true self, bringing withered flowers to bloom and that. Understand your goal, desire your goal, and seek it. Our inner seeking aspect of the soul, our belly, our outward moving questing, your heart, courage, and your reasoning, your head, as the metaphor, of course. These are the three aspects of the soul. The three primary psychic functions that we talk about as the soul when we unify them together. So, isn't that interesting? I say yes. So the daydream has its own idea of what you want as a goal, your fantasy. And you desire it and you play it out with your sexy partner. Desire it, play it out, think about it. I wondered if you were going to talk about the triad for all creation, the possession from the one, that which remains, and that which returns is all of creation, that all creation is meant to be part of. I haven't heard much of it from you. Okay, that's not what we're after. We're after... Oh, here we go, making love. Right, we need the word the. We need a language to express what we have been learning about. That's why we've been reading. We can apply it to the oxiding pictures to gain a deeper understanding of that. There's a hope that with the realization of the integrity of the cosmos, the self-logos, men will become more rational and open to more significant aspects of the philosophical life. What terms do you use to understand the conflict of those cave dwellers? They are victims, says Socrates, of having learnt false beliefs about self and reality. There you go, one sentence. Put it on a bumper sticker. They are guardians of those beliefs and loyal to those who transmitted that pseudo-learning. You guard your own bullshit beliefs about self and reality that cause your problems, keeping you chained to the ignorance of the cave dwellers. People in the allegory of the cave, watching shadows on the cave, taking the physical world as real. But also, guardians. Oh no, the people who taught me my bullshit, they are the best. My mummy is a saint. My daddy can beat up your daddy. Loyal to those who transmitted that learning. Now, I'm making fun of it, but all humans have this. Literally. Think of the worst human. Their kids think they're the best. Isn't that weird? No, that's why we're here. Without philosophical goals, they seek power, money, and empty pleasures. Yep. My friend in chat said so. They want the money. They want the power that money gives you over people, so they can manipulate them to play out their sick fantasies, empty pleasures. The Epstein billionaire class. All of them. There's the game if you're not seeking wisdom. Say it loud and clear, Socrates. But from what I have heard, you're no stranger to pleasure yourself, you sly dog.
Goon, 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 goon.
You gooner.
Get the fuck out!
Get the fuck out of here, Socrates. I've heard that you're no stranger to pleasures. You urge your followers to avoid what you indulge in. At least that's what I've heard. No. Now, Jesus, shouldn't you first tell me what you've heard? How can I defend myself or offer explanations when you haven't said what I have violated? True enough, but your followers have a feud with the body and devote much of the worry and effort to overcoming the pleasures of the body. And among those desires, the utmost are those of sexual experience. Ooh.
Goon, 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 goon.
You did contribute to this problem because you teach one thing and live another. As you've said, you fathered a child when you were over 70 years of age. What can you make of this? I could add that there are some who seek the spiritual life flee to monasteries and hermitages. But you have gone into those very things. You've even gained a distinction as a soldier in military campaigns. I have heard that you also drink others under the table and went home after a drinking banquet as if you'd never had a drink yourself. Are you not different from your followers? What do you make of this? Listen, pal, bucko, says Socrates. Whatever is done when whatever is done with the mind's awareness of what is being done. Then the mind is free of any imposition, the clouds from the ox-setting pictures, the delusions from the ox pictures, the pathologos. A soul doesn't desire because it desires, rather it desires only if it fits into what is thought to be good and real. Remember when in the ox-setting pictures, the man is no longer distracted by things because they're not real or they're not good. He knows the self. He knows what he's after. When the mind is occupied with some illusion, when it does what it does, then the fantasy uses, as it were, the immediacy and the power of that act to enliven the fantasy. Your sexual gooding, your sexual fantasies you play out with whoever you're attracted to, who you consider real and good. So long as you're indulging in your fantasies, you're feeding or enlivening the very problem you're here to address. If the mind is occupied with some illusion when it does what it does, then the consequences will end up in a disaster, as a disaster. Thus, there is nothing that brings greater harm than if one is mistaken about what is true and real. Therefore, we need more tender ox-herding men to help us, or to, encourage us to reflect on in dialogue the nature of what is real, true, beautiful, or just. It is not what is done that is significant, but what state of mind accompanies what is done. Interesting to keep in mind. What state of mind do you keep in the 10th oxiding picture? Naturally, what is done should conform with one's ideal and not one's fantasy. So whatever you're doing as a 10th oxiding man, you do it whatever you're doing. In military campaigns, drinking people under the table, or making love. Anything. Go out with your gourd, come back on your staff. So you drink and make love with a pure mind. There you go. The benefit of the 9th and 10th, or the ultimate state of enlightenment, you can have your cake and eat it. Have your soda and drink it too. Interesting. But that doesn't make it ideal, says Jesus. What can be worse than to entertain thoughts one believes are true or feels justified in acting them out without even realizing they're completely mistaken about the truth of what they believe? You're right. To do what one does with a pure mind must include that the very doing must fit nicely within your highest sense of being right and being just. Everything we've learned about justice, from looking at what Synesius isn't doing, from looking at what Parmenides wasn't doing. Now, he wasn't being unjust, but there was a state above. Looking at the 10th oxiding picture. Can you do anything in that state of self? The pure intuitive intelligence that unifies imagination and understanding as the dream maker must. We hypothesize. Surely it is very likely that without that sense of justice in one's act and the recognition that it is consistent with one's philosophical goals, that one must be harboring a false idea about what is real and true. Many believe their fantasy life is their own creation. They fail to recognize they are zombie slaves with your NPC programming you've learned at childhood, created the conditions for in your previous lives. That's what's picking your fantasies, bucko, not you. Don't get precious about them, as a young mother might get precious about her first baby, as Socrates says. If it's a sick baby, don't try and hold on to it if it needs to be aborted. Don't get precious about your beloved fantasies once you recognize it's not the self and keeping you chained from yourself. Do what you do with your highest sense of justice and being right and just in what you're doing, consistent with your philosophical goals. If you're not doing that and you're not feeling that, you're harboring a false idea about what is real and true. Many believe their fantasy life is their own creation, but fail to recognize the self-image within the fantasy is a manifestation of a false identification.
Personality maxing requires you to look inward on a deeper level, and it's harder to fix. Because then you have to make fundamental changes to who you are as a person. And it's because it feels like a much more core component of themselves that they don't want to change. Like, it's like, well, then if I change this, who am I? Who am I? 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 Am I?
There we go, from the Oracle. Yes. Okay, says Jesus. And if one has been persuaded and encouraged to believe in such a false idea of self and reality, then they are doomed to becoming irrelevant. And that's what we're up to. So, have we gained some momentum in our puzzles? What might be the cognitive function of our 10th oxiding person or the self? The divine character or state of self? By being like our dream maker? By listening to it and then wondering about its intelligence, like solving that exam question? Is there a thought and structure behind the dream maker that allows it to function providentially, which is what we've been doing here? We've learned to do by wondering about the thinking or the structure of thought behind Socrates. Is that the awakening of the eye of the soul or the divine character of self called intuitive intelligence? Taking your philosophical speculations, imaginations, not fantasies, because they're consistent with your highest philosophical goals, combined with your understanding, love and logos and ousia. Making love with the lights on, some people say. Talking. Or always in that state of self. So, using the axioms of cause and as above, so below, we can participate in the greatest activity, dream analysis, which is therefore the dialectic, which is the art of ousia and logos. And if its cause is like and superior, it is greater than the dialectic, or greater than ousia and logos combined. In an activity, it's the ousia and logos combined in a state of self. So, giving us a new cognitive function that combines the first hypothesis state, whole transcending parts, a beauty without parts. It's functioning not as two different functions, because that's its diminishment, together as a single function, the knowing and showing of self together. The highest kind of providence with the highest kind of whole, the recognition of the original source, the self, the logos. Making therefore the self logos that unfolds in every creation, in every moment, in every dream, and in every thought, yours, personal. Following the self logos, going as you go. Let's take all of that, what we've been reading, and let's read one more time our puzzle, the 10th. Return to society, barefoot and naked of breast. Ooh, I mingle with the people who of the world. My clothes are ragged and dust-laden, and I am ever blissful. I use no magic to extend my life. Now before me the dead trees become alive. Entering the marketplace with helping hand is another name for the 10th. Entering the marketplace with helping hands. Hey, that cottage of when we return to source, alone, watching everything coming and going, things will go as they go. I can see it happening, unconcerned. What do I need? You've left that house. The gate of that cottage is closed, and even the wisest cannot find him. His mental panorama has finally disappeared. He goes his own way, making no attempt to follow the steps of the early sages. Yourself now. Carrying a gourd. So there's our making love or drinking. Whatever you're doing, can you do it with a pure mind, focused on your goals, in the state of self? Carrying a gourd, he strolls into the market. Leaning on his staff, he returns home. Had a full day. He leads innkeepers and fishmongers in the way of the logos. The Hellenic. People with problems. Bare-chested, barefooted, he comes into the marketplace. Muddied and dust-covered, how broadly he grins. How happy must you be to see the logos unfolding and naturally, automatically follow its unfolding to bring people to overcome their problems and reach their own excellence. What a grin that might be. He might not be cared about the mud and the dust. Without recourse to mystic powers, he withered trees he swiftly brings to blossom. There we go.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
That's the thickness. We have a thickness. We have.
I think it's awesome.
Do you think it's awesome?
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll
That's
finally
okay.
be satisfied.
There you go. You can be, so long as you do it in this state.
Damn, you really are a gooner.
You can be a gooner.
You can be a gooner.
That's what we've been saying. On that roll, there we go. Have we gained some insight, some understanding? Was it worth going through this book? Was it worth then applying it to these oxiding pictures? Was it worth, if you've been coming along this far, 7.5 hour stream? Oh my goodness. 8 if you've been, if you're following on Twitch or the live stream. It's a bit shorter on my videos. Cut out the gaps. It's worth it. Do you have questions? Do you have puzzles? What would it be like? Can you engage in the imagination of what it might be like to be that 10th oxiding picture? Has it been fun? Can you imagine walking out to the marketplace? What stage are you on? Oh, so many questions. What am I doing? You got questions. If you've been following along, you have your own questions. Now, huge stream. Well done. Hooray for everyone. Good job. Now, next time, we've got a treat. Just as we have taken our understanding of the self-logos with us to recognize the stages of development we are going through and others will go through, all intelligent life goes through, there is another translation of those same oxiding pictures done by the author, who is himself a master of the logos. Happens to be a Buddhist guru as well. So, ticks both boxes. Was appointed of this, I think, 8 different Buddhist lineages, the Korean head dude. Was given that staff thing that Kung Fu Panda was given or something. Anyway, forget about Kung Fu Panda. The Dharma successorship staff. So as a Buddhist and a philosopher, he has done his own translation of these oxiding pictures. We can compare it to our own work to see how close we got, or if there's any difference, or if it can shed light on our questions. I hope you have questions, and I hope you bring them with you in your back pocket in whatever experience you have, be it a 3rd oxherding glimpse or a 8th oxherding fullness. Bring your questions with you. Whether you're making love or drinking people under the table or engaged in some sport or military campaign, bring your questions with you. Or whether you're returning to the marketplace, this channel, for our next episode, bring your questions with you. And I will see you then. Thank you for joining me on this adventure. I hope you've been having fun. And I hope to see you in the next one.